Today we will discuss the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget for the Police Department, the Civilian Complaint Review Board, the District Attorneys and Special Narcotics Prosecutors to understand the administration's budget proposals for three agencies that play a central role for public safety. I would like to welcome the leadership of these three agencies. I also want to acknowledge that we are joined by our Speaker Adams. We are joined by our Public Advocate. We are joined by Council Members Holden, Osei, Ayala. In the fiscal 2025 preliminary plan, these three agencies have a combined total budget of $6.3 billion that supports 54,074 budgeted positions. This plan includes large changes to NYPD's budget and minimal changes to CCRB's and the DA's budget. Today, I'm interested in learning about the PEG restoration to NYPD's budget, specialized units, associated costs to the city, and the changes to the capital commitment plan. I am eager to learn about the budget request and needs submitted by CCRB. Additionally, I am excited to learn about the priorities of our DAs and the SMPs. In addition to addressing wrongful convictions and alternate to incarceration policies and decisions that are vital to moving us one step closer to lowering our incarceration population and to meeting the city's goal of closing Rikers Island. Hopefully, we can work together to accomplish the changes needed to these agencies' budgets. There are many important budget actions in this plan, and we hope to better understand them after this hearing. The committee would also like to discuss these and other budgetary changes in the Adams administration's budget and their impact on public safety. I look forward to our fruitful conversation with ongoing oversight hearings. However, we have a lot of work ahead. I look forward to hearing about the changes in this plan and getting updates on new programs and CCRB's services for New Yorkers. I would also like to thank our Public Safety Committee staff for their hard work, our financial analysts, Owen Katowski and Casey Leisky, policy analyst Chad Benjamin, counsel Jeremy Whiteman, and senior counsel Josh Kingsley. I would also like to thank my staff, my chief of staff, Jordan Wright, and budget director Mufazzal Hussein. And with that, I would like to pass it to the speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Commissioner. I welcome all of you to the chambers once again. Thank you, Chair Salam, for leading today's preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Public Safety. Today, we will examine the fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget related to the New York City Police Department, Civilian Complaint Review Board, and the city's district attorneys and special narcotics prosecutor. The proposed fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget for NYPD is $5.75 billion, which is less than 1% or $50 million less than the adopted fiscal year 2024 budget for the department, and $550 million or 8.7% less than its current fiscal year 2024 budget. The department's uniformed budgeted headcount for fiscal year 2025 in the preliminary budget remains unchanged from its fiscal year 2024 budget level at adoption last June and is 659 fewer positions for the upcoming fiscal year than it was in the adopted financial plan last June. As part of its program to eliminate the gap, or PEG, in the November plan, the administration proposed cutting 5 future academy classes. Yet in January, the administration restored an upcoming April 2024 class in the preliminary budget. As of January, the department had spent $635 million for fiscal year 2024 overtime costs, 23% or $107.6 million more than budgeted at adoption last June. The preliminary budget added $249 million in new needs for fiscal year 2024 overtime expenditures to total $788.7 million, a 52% or $271.3 million increase from what was budgeted at adoption. At the current spending rate, the actual overtime cost is expected to be nearly double its budgeted amount at adoption and exceed actual spending on overtime for fiscal year 2023, which was $950 million. The continued spending in significant excess of the budget on overtime only intensifies concerns about the department's management of its budget and workforce. The proposed fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget for CCRB is $22.6 million, which is $2.8 million or 11% less than its fiscal year 2024 adopted budget, and $1.9 million or 7.8%. Due to the November PEG, the CCRB's budgeted headcount for fiscal year 2025 in the preliminary budget is 31 positions less than its fiscal year 2024 level at adoption last June. The agency's role to provide oversight for civilian misconduct complaints is essential to the trust necessary to improve public safety. To fulfill its mission, CCRB must have the budget and workforce necessary to conduct its investigations in an effective and timely fashion. We remain concerned about the administration's commitment to follow through on ensuring CCRB receives the budgeted funds agreed upon in the adopted budget, which has a detrimental impact on public safety. The preliminary budget for the city's district attorneys and special narcotics prosecutor totals $563.8 million, which is nearly $22 million more than the adopted fiscal year 2024 budget, but $52.6 million less than the current budget. Ensuring our city's district attorney offices have the resources to retain staff and support proven alternative to incarceration programs has a direct impact on their contributions to improving public safety. It affects their ability to complete cases in a timely way, to promote justice for all New Yorkers, and to avoid excessively lengthy pretrial detainment and ensure appropriate responses that reduce recidivism. This council recognizes that ensuring public safety for all New Yorkers and addressing issues of crime and violence requires an all-of-the-above approach that includes the use of law enforcement, human services, transparency, and accountability. New York City's ability to address the underlying needs of its residents by expanding mental health and homeless services, supporting reentry and diversion programs, and investing in victim services are of equal importance to the advancement of public safety. Commissioner Caban, I want to welcome you once again to Council Chambers, and we look forward to hearing your vision for the NYPD's role in these efforts and plan for efficiently and responsibly maintaining the significant city resources proposed for the department. Similarly, this committee is key to hearing about the needs and proposed resources for the CCRB and district attorneys. Thank you very much for your attention. Welcome once again. I turn it back over to Chair Salam.
I'd like to mention that we've been joined on Zoom by Councilmember Caban, and we have also been joined in person by Councilmember Stevens. I'd like to turn it over to our public advocate.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and Madam Speaker. Peace and blessings to everyone, Commissioner Caban and the entire NYP leadership. As mentioned, my name is Jamani Williams, and public advocate for the City of New York. I'd like to thank Chair Salam, the Speaker, and the members of the Committee on Public Safety for holding this important hearing. The NYPD is by far the biggest and most expensive police department in the country, and also, unfortunately, very often called to do social service functions. And if you permit me just to remind, there was a few surveys that actually showed that most of us almost universally agree on where it is best to use law enforcement and where it is not. The Adams administration did a survey, I believe, almost 3 years ago, asking what was the best way to address the crime that was going on. The first two answers were housing and mental health. The third was law enforcement. There was another recent survey discussed what was the worst things that were happening in the city. Affordability was number one. In January, there was a statewide survey. The question was, which of the following would you say is the single greatest cause of crime in New York? It went First was poverty, substance abuse, mental illness, breakdown of the family, migrant influx, inequality. Lack of enforcement, I believe, came in 7th. And that, remarkably, was across Democratic and Republican lines. Skewed a little bit differently on the Republican, but the end result was the same, which says to me there is a tremendous understanding of what we need to do to address crime. And I believe, having spoken to much of the leadership in the police department as well, there's also agreement there. And so, unfortunately, that agreement doesn't seem to lend itself to where our finances go or where we focus to build infrastructure. The NYPD is often called to address issues of homelessness and mental health crisis. We know that dispatching police to remove people perceived as being homeless or experiencing symptoms of mental health and mental illness and acute mental illness hasn't worked long-term in the past, and that we must invest in non-police responses to people in mental health crisis, to address the Fordham health crisis, to help address substance abuse. The Mayor's Subway Safety Plan has once again exacerbated police overtime surge. I think people may be shocked to learn that the NYPD was actually never defunded. Most other agencies were. And a big part of that has to do with law enforcement, with the overtime. According to the City Comptroller, for fiscal year 2024, the city has spent $461 million through December on NYPD uniform overtime, $109 million more than spent for the same period in fiscal year 2023, and is on target to spend $925 million for the next year. There was a recent report, and I forgot the time frame, it was either 6 months or a year, where overtime went from $4 million to, I believe, $155 million. What was interesting about that is crime decreased outside of the subway during that time period more than it did inside of the subway. And despite the recent deployment of the New York State troopers and the terrible deployment of National Guard to the city subways, a recent shooting occurred on the A train as it pulled into the Hoyt-Skidmore station that houses a police station currently. This says to me that police alone can't solve this, and I think everybody here agrees with that. It doesn't mean that our law enforcement doesn't have a role to play and that all of us don't have a role to play, but it does say that we continually have an over-reliance on our law enforcement. And what we keep pushing to solve these problems are not what everyone agrees is what we have to do. And so what I'm hoping is that we have the courage in leadership to not just put it where it needs to go, but to build out an infrastructure. And hopefully this conversation doesn't continue to change and turn into anti-police or non-anti-police. I think everyone agrees, as again, based on the surveys, based on discussions that we have. But some reason, the NYPD is the only one that has access to the type of overtime that they claim they need, and other agencies don't have the access to the resources they need to build out the infrastructure that we all say we need. The mayor and administration and I often disagree, if not in words, but often in implementation and practice, the most impactful ways to address crime and violence in the city. But I applaud his support of alternative solutions to violence, including the crisis management system and network that deploys terms of credible messages. I do believe even with that, there's been stagnant in how that system is deployed and grown and making sure it's working in the long term. So my hope is that we can all sit down and make sure all of these things are working together and that everyone has the resources that they need, not just one agency. And I think if we really want to support our law enforcement partners, the one thing we can stop asking them to do is everything, because they can't do everything, and that's harmful. And when my mother, or who had a bullet go through her window, or my sister is dealing with someone who's mentally ill, my sister in particular can't figure out who to call, that's an issue. If my mom calls law enforcement, I want someone to be able to provide the service that she needs. But if she needs another service, she should be able to get that as well, and we have to be able to build that out. Lastly, it's vital to adequately and robustly fund our public defender services. While free legal defender services for anyone who needs them are mandated by federal and local law, these organizations are consistently underfunded. It is low-income New Yorkers who ultimately face the consequences of budget that often favors district attorneys' offices, deprived of the robust legal representation that they need and deserve. I want to make sure that everybody has the funding they need. So to the DAs, I hope they support us getting the funding to the local defenders as well. That will help everyone get to speedy trial, which I believe is one of the biggest issues that we're dealing with that we're not addressing. Looking forward to the conversation continued. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I also would like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Marte, and I'd like to pass it to our council.
Thank you so much, Chair. We'll now be hearing from the Police Department. For the Police Department, we'll be hearing from, let me start from the top. We'll be hearing from Police Commissioner Edward Caban, Deputy Commissioner Kaz Daughtry, Deputy Commissioner Michael Gerber, Chief John Chell, Chief Jeffrey Madry, First Deputy Tanya Kinsella, and Deputy Commissioner Seth Severino. I believe we also have a number of folks who are in the audience, so if you're going to answer a question, please state your name when you come up to the table, and we will acknowledge you there. So before you begin, can you please raise your right hand and just affirm the following? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to answer honestly the council member questions? Seeing that you all acknowledge that statement, you may begin. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Speaker Adams, Chair Salam, and all members of the council, and everyone else who joins us here today. It is my pleasure to come before you to explain and answer questions regarding the NYPD's portion of the mayor's preliminary budget for the 2025 fiscal year. I am also honored to speak about the incredible work being done by the men and women I am privileged to lead. Joining me this morning are members of my executive staff, all of whom have key insights to share about their area of expertise. Growing up as a Puerto Rican kid from the Bronx, I took inspiration from baseball, especially Roberto Clemente. Clemente was a hero of mine, a trailblazer whose life tragically ended far too early. But the impression he left on me and so many others continues to this day. And there's one thing he said that has always stayed with me, which is, if you have a chance to accomplish something that will make things better for people coming behind you and you don't, you are wasting your time on this earth. This sentiment is one of the main reasons I became a cop. It is something all of us in the field of public service can relate to. And throughout my 33-year career, I've had the opportunity to work with a variety of like-minded leaders on behalf of the residents of this city, including many elected officials from this body, all of whom have brought passion to their purpose. And while we may not agree on everything, we have certainly worked on projects that have brought cops and community closer together in the name of public safety. Fast forward to this morning, sitting before you for the first time as New York's top cop, I can honestly say I've never been more amazed at just how far New York's finest will go to help someone in need, and indeed, to make things better for those coming behind us. It is with that spirit of devotion and a commitment to the greater good that I now share some details about the department and our collective work toward improving public safety. When this administration came into office over 2 years ago, our city was experiencing a surge in violence. Shootings have been rising since 2018 and had doubled in 2020 alone. And by 2021, we were at a 15-year high. Murders had reached the highest levels in the last decade. There was a sense of lawlessness. We had to act quickly and decisively. We had to bring down the violence. And 27 months later, violence is no longer at the forefront of our conversation regarding public safety. So how did we get here? The answer to that question is a theme that resonates across all aspects of the NYPD. The members of the NYPD are relentless in their work. In driving down violence, our first priority was to go after illegal firearms. We marshaled our resources, analyzed the data, identified hotspots, and implemented shooting plans. In 2022 alone, your NYPD cops made over 4,600 gun arrests, which is the highest number in 27 years. And when you add in last year and the first few months of 2024, New York's finest have taken more than 14,900 guns off the streets of New York City since this administration began. The cascading effect of this precision work has contributed to a dramatic drop in shooting incidents. And building on the momentum we gained in 2022, the number of shootings across New York City in 2023 which pushed down another 25%. This is the fourth lowest year for shootings in the modern era. In fact, shooting incidents were down in all 5 boroughs for the second year in a row. Of course, fewer shootings often yields fewer people struck by gunfire. As such, there were 416 people hit by a bullet last year. These are lives saved, lives not torn apart by violence. And as the data shows us, these are also lives that come almost entirely from our most economically challenged and largely minority communities. Fewer shootings also contribute to fewer murders. We all remember when murder had been on the rise for years prior to this administration. We stopped that trend in 2022, and last year, murder fell another 12%. And besides knocking down violence, your offices last year alone made more than 53,000 felony arrests, ensuring we keep a narrow focus on the drivers of crime across all major categories. This is a 24-year high. To me, each arrest is a step toward pushing back on what has sometimes felt like a sense of lawlessness. This proactive posture led to additional declines in the crimes of robbery, burglary, and grand larceny in 2023. The one negative outcome of driving down violent crime is that the officers have experienced an uptick in assaults against them. As your cops go about arresting those who drive violence, their interactions with criminals willing to evade capture or resist arrest also increases. In fact, assaults on officers contributed to the overall increase in felony assaults in 2023. If there is anything I take away from this outcome, is that New Yorkers demand law and order in the city, and the men and women of the NYPD remain focused on delivering just that, upholding an oath to help even when it means going in harm's way, and bolstered by the continued support from our mayor, myself, and the entire NYPD leadership team. Your cops have continued the work in 2024 as well. So far this year, shooting incidents are down 16%, and murder has dropped 18.8%. While burglaries have been reduced by 12.7%.
Order.
And overall crime
Order.
is down 1.6%.
Please remove the disruptor from the. There will be order.
So far this year, shooting incidents are down 16%, and murder has dropped 18.8%, while burglary has been reduced by 12.7%, and overall crime is down 1.6% citywide. One crime that has been especially challenging across our city has been grand larceny auto. We finished 2023 up by 15%, due in part to a social media challenge encouraging young people to steal a car by way of a security loophole. But I'm proud to report, thanks to a number of initiatives, including the catalytic converter etching bill passed by this council and the establishment of our grand larceny auto plan, we have reduced the crime of stolen vehicles by nearly 10% so far this year. In recent weeks, there's been a great deal of focus on transit crime. After reducing overall crime in the transit system by 3% in 2023, including an 8% drop in December, we experienced an uptick in January. And putting statistics aside, we saw a number of absolutely terrible acts of violence play out in the media, including shootings, murder, and a number of unprovoked attacks. And these are not statistics. These are real people. They are New Yorkers with kids, jobs, families. What we experience.
Order. Please remove the disruptors from the chambers. We will maintain order in this hearing and in the chambers. I remind the audience to maintain decorum and respect. Thank you.
So what we experienced and suffered is real, but it still must be said that despite servicing upwards of 20 million riders a week, the total number of transit index crimes for the month of January equates to barely 1.5% of total citywide crime. So no matter how traumatizing even a single act of violence can be, our transit system is not actually being overrun by crime, rather
Order.
very real acts of violence.
Remove the protester from the chambers.
Fund the police, fund mental health, fund schools. The real violence that's unprovoked in our city is you, the cops.
Again, I'd like to remind the audience that order will be maintained. Thank you.
So no matter how traumatizing even a single act of violence can be, our transit system is not actually being overrun by crime. Rather, some very real acts of violence are driving a legitimate perception of danger. And as I have already mentioned, your NYPD cops are out there every day. They're engaged, and nowhere has the commitment to public safety been more apparent than in our transit system. We are flooding the system with roughly an additional 1,000 officers every single day. We have deployed them where crime typically happens, on the platform, and even riding the train. And this was evident last week during that senseless shooting on the A train in Brooklyn. The moment the doors to the train car opened, your cops were there to address the condition. Additionally, our Transit Bureau officers are now working what is called the modern chart. This means they work 10 to 12 hours a tour. This will allow for ongoing extended coverage within the system. And when they are out there, they are working. All told, they have driven total arrests up by more than 50%, with fare evasion arrests increasing by more than 135%. Summer's activity is also up by more than 50%. And personally, I want to commend our officers for their continued hard work within the system. But there's also another more invasive problem at play here that we have heard a great deal about over the past few weeks. Within our transit system, and quite frankly, across the entire city, the texture of public safety, the perception of public safety is being tested by ongoing recidivism for known criminals, the worst drivers of crime. Despite all of our efforts, which often includes catching a suspect in the act of committing a crime, there is little accountability on the back end. And while there may be a lack of consequences for the criminal, that is not the case for strap hangers or MTA employees. We saw this play out multiple times recently, where an individual with an extensive criminal history was arrested for assaulting a train conductor or an artist on the platform, only to be released and go on to victimize yet another innocent New Yorker. It seems unthinkable, but a recent analysis showed that the 40 or so people we have arrested for assaulting MTA employees have accumulated over 1,100 total arrests between them. And at least 3 of those people have been arrested about 100 times or more. Any one of those criminals could single-handedly drive the total increase in crime we are experiencing in transit. This is a revolving door, and the NYPD cannot stop it by itself. From my perspective, our officers are where they need to be, and they are making their presence felt. Nevertheless, it's a tremendous system, and we can't be everywhere at all times, which is why we gladly welcome the additional coverage being provided by the governor. Together, the added presence will go a long way as both a deterrent to those willing to commit a crime and a measure of comfort to innocent, law-abiding strap hangers. It is important to note that recidivism is not limited to the transit system. It affects neighborhoods and businesses across the 5 boroughs, especially when it comes to retail theft crimes. In 2023, we estimate that 542 people were arrested over 7,600 times. Many of those people had in excess of 50, 60, 70 arrests. While almost half have prior felony convictions, less than 30% are currently in custody for pending cases. And by the way, this is for 2023 alone. When you zoom out and look at their total lifetime arrests, 60 of the 542 have been arrested more than 100 times. Unfortunately, we are already seeing similar trends in 2024, with more than 30 people having accumulated 10 or more shoplifting arrests. These people taken together have more than 2,200 arrests across their lifetimes. Now, these trends are by no means intended to diminish the positive outcomes that recent reforms have achieved, especially for low-level or first-time offenders. However, when it comes to those driving crime in our city, when it comes to career criminals, recidivism is not only having an adverse effect on public safety, but is also a detriment to the perception of public safety. Addressing these issues will require the hands of many, and I assure you that NYPD remains a committed partner in that necessary work. Now, switching to our kids. When you look at the data over the past few years, the most disturbing trend I have seen as both a police commissioner and as a father is the fact that the age of perpetrators and the victims of violent crimes have become younger and younger. This is a call to action if ever there was one. Looking back to 2017, 30% of our total youth arrests were for a major felony. Today, that number has doubled to more than 62%. And over that same time period, the percentage of the youth gun arrests has more than tripled. In the 5 years from 2017 to 2022, the number of juveniles who are identified as shooters jumped 156%. And when we drill down even further, we see that 1 in 4 young people arrested with a gun in 2020 were involved in another shooting incident within 2 years, up from less than 1 in 10 prior to 2018. And as I previously mentioned, the same pattern is true when you look at young victims of crime. In 2017, there were 75 shooting victims under the age of 18. 5 years later, these young victims more than doubled to 153. Today, kids under the age of 18 represent around 10% of all shooting victims in New York City. And while the overall number of victims has gone down, the number of kids being struck by gunfire continues to go up. These disturbing trends coincide with changes to the law that increase the age of criminal responsibility. As a result, gangs and crews began recruiting younger and younger members, directing them to carry the guns, sometimes even referring to these children as their holsters. Clearly, these are serious problems facing our city's young people, and the NYPD remains at the forefront of finding solutions. We're working closely with our partners at the DOE and the MTA to ensure safe passage for kids to and from school. Additionally, our Community Affairs Bureau, school safety teams, and youth coordination offices, to name a few, will continue to provide opportunities, foster connections, and secure resources for our city's young people. Another young challenge facing the city that also has crossed over into public safety is the ongoing influx of migrants. And as far as the police department is concerned, our position remains the same. Whether you have been here 30 days or 30 years, if you break the law, you'll be held accountable. And while the vast majority of migrants are here to improve their lives and provide for their families, there is a small group that is actively breaking the law. We are seeing crime patterns in which identified perpetrators are directly connected to migrant shelters, often involving the same groups of people committing the same types of crimes. These patterns are the focus of ongoing investigations, and just like any other crime pattern, we'll work to identify all those involved and bring them to justice.
Remove them from the chamber.
Now shifting to quality of life issues facing our city. When we look at some of the most persistent indicators of disorder and lawlessness, I know most New Yorkers have grown frustrated with the abundance of scooters and ghost cars operating recklessly across the 5 boroughs. In fact, many of you have voiced your displeasure to me directly. And while we are not looking to target anyone using a scooter to earn a living, there is also a criminal element to this behavior. Scooters, ATVs, unregistered vehicles, missing license plates, and the lack of insurance. The data shows these violations are often connected to other, more serious crimes. And some criminals are even clever enough to hide in plain sight, imitating a delivery person while committing other crimes. The NYPD once again needed to take action, and once again, your officers went to work. In the last 2 years, we have removed more than 51,000 illegal scooters and ghost cars from our streets, including more than 4,500 since 2024 began. Added to this already significant enforcement, we recently launched a multi-agency task force with the MTA, State Police, Sheriff, Port Authority, and the DMV. Together, we are going after unregistered vehicles, removing them from our roads, and holding the people driving them accountable. We believe this steady and ongoing enforcement has been and will continue to be an important factor in our ability to drive down other major crime categories. I would also like to mention a few of the innovations we have implemented to help carry out this type of enforcement as safely and effectively as possible. The use of a dedicated radio frequency for the sole purpose of coordinating the real-time response of a citywide apprehension team was a game changer. No longer can a fleeing car benefit from passing through multiple precincts or boroughs, creating challenges for patrol units. Additionally, the use of drones in the aviation unit has been a tremendous help, allowing our officers to monitor the actions of a fleeing vehicle without having to engage in a pursuit. The NYPD will continue to push the envelope when it comes to technology, especially when it comes to improving safety for all. And when it comes to managing the workforce of the NYPD, we have a comprehensive system overseeing discipline. This is among the most serious of responsibilities. As Commissioner, it is my job to ensure the process operates without undue delay, disruption, or prejudice, balancing the need for due process for the accused, while also ensuring a thorough case is presented on behalf of the complainant. Since assuming the role of Commissioner, I have made it a priority to finalize any and all pending cases that were ready for review. In the past years, it would not be uncommon for about 100 such cases to be pending. Today, that number has been reduced to about 24. The vast improvement is historic in nature and benefits all parties involved, from the accused employee to the public trust that is on the line. New Yorkers deserve nothing less, and neither does our workforce. And speaking of our workforce, I want to spend a moment on something that is part of the fabric of our city, and that is our diversity. The NYPD is a global department, and the cops who protect this city reflect this city. It wasn't always so, but now it is among our greatest strengths. I have often said that when I was coming up, the leadership photos hanging on the wall of my precinct never looked like me. Today, our young officers can see themselves at every level of leadership. We continue to break glass ceilings as we elevate hardworking talent throughout the department, and these advances will continue on my watch. And with all the effort being put forth by our dynamic workforce, it is also the responsibility of leadership to look after our people, to ensure they are in a healthy frame of mind, in addition to all the care they give to others. This is why we have developed a comprehensive health and wellness program. We provide support structures, anonymous counseling for both the officer and their families, extracurricular clubs and activities, and other programs to uplift and inspire our workforce. These are vital services that I'm especially proud of. Now, taking a closer look at the figures when it comes to the mayor's preliminary budget. The NYPD's fiscal year 2025 expense budget is $5.75 billion, the vast majority of which, 92%, is allocated for personnel costs. Let me run those numbers back for a second. 92% of our budget goes to personnel costs. In other words, some $5 billion goes to the salaries of our officers who have driven down these crimes, removed these guns, and cared for the community. You get what you pay for. The remaining 8% is dedicated to non-personnel costs, which includes technology that provides officers with immediate access to critical safety equipment, tools, and applications. As part of the November financial plan, the NYPD, like most agencies, reached the 5% PEG target, which was nearly $280 million each year, $561 million for the 2024 and 2025 fiscal years combined. In order to achieve this reduction, the department underwent changes and cuts, including uniform recruit class delays, $331 million over 2 fiscal years, civilian salary accruals, $107 million over 2 fiscal years, vehicle budget reduction, $73 million over 2 fiscal years, and the cutting of 325 non-safety civilian positions, $19.5 million in fiscal year 25 and the out years. A school safety division vacancy reduction of 322 positions, $17 million over 2 fiscal years, and a reduction of 99 part-time positions in our cadet program, $2 million annually. And while the original recruit class delays had assumed no April 2024 class, funding for the specific hiring was restored in the preliminary budget. However, the budget still assumes no recruit class hires in fiscal year 2025. And since our last budget hearing, the NYPD's fiscal year 2025 budget has increased by over $700 million due to uniform collective bargaining agreements, namely agreements with the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, $583 million, the Detectives Endowment Association, $94 million, the Lieutenants Benevolent Association, $35 million, and the Captains Endowment Association, $13 million. A final agreement between the City of New York and the Sergeants Benevolent Association is still pending. For the current fiscal year 2024, the NYPD did receive new necessary funding for the Domain Awareness System and Mobility Initiative totaling $42 million, and a public service adjustment totaling $249 million for overtime. The department's 10-year capital budget is $1.4 billion for fiscal years 2024 to 2033. This funding is critical for facility construction projects, including a renovated firearms training facility, over $685 million, or 49% of the capital budget. Communications and other information technology infrastructure, over $388 million, or 27% of the capital budget. And life cycle replacement for large vehicles, including emergency service unit trucks, tow trucks, boats, and helicopters, $295 million, or 21% of the capital budget. Additionally, the preliminary budget included a $222 million funding reduction to the NYPD's capital budget. Of this amount, $172 million, or 77%, was outside of the immediate 5-year window, fiscal year 2029 to fiscal year 2033. The department will continue to work with the Office of Management and Budget to ensure funding is available to address all life safety systems, including communications equipment and facility improvements, such as boilers, HVAC, roof repairs, and more. Today, I have shared some of the most critical work being done by New York's finest, addressed some of the challenges we face, and presented some solutions and strategies behind what we do. But more than anything, what I want to make clear is just how blessed I am to lead this amazing team. From my executive staff joining me up here, to our cops and civilians in the precincts, and all the many units in between, this team is relentless in its work to improve public safety. Now, we don't always get it right, but we know success is a collective effort. We have many vital partners, including all of you, and together, We will continue to collaborate as we reach new milestones in our many shared goals on behalf of every New Yorker. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak before you today. At this time, we will welcome your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to note that we've been joined by Councilmember Ariola, and I'd like to turn it over to the Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, welcome once again. Thank you. Have some more to you. That was a long, long testimony. I'm going to jump in with everybody's favorite topic, but before I do, just a couple of things kind of jogged me in your opening statement, and referencing the National Guard deployment. People talk about our New Yorkers feeling safer with the presence of the National Guard. I'm curious to know, from the perspective of the rank and file, how they are feeling. How are your officers feeling having the National Guard side by side with them? Is there any value added from their perspective?
So obviously, I'm going to have Chief of Transit jump in, but before he jumps in, just allow me to say that obviously the transit system is essential for all New Yorkers. It's critical for our transit system to be safe, and not just to be safe, to feel safe. So we're going to use every resource available to make sure that happens. I'll turn over to Chief of Transit, Mike Kemper.
So we've been clear from the first day this was announced that we support any help, any assistance we can get toward advancing public safety. And look, at the end of the day, that's what it's about. And if you're asking me personally, I don't care how we accomplish it. I don't care who gets the credit. We want to make the subway system as safe as we can. As far as how our cops feel about it, look, I'm vocal. I've been vocal. There's no better police department. There are no better cops in the world than New York City cops. They're second to none. There is nothing they can't accomplish. This wasn't a decision that we made. This was a decision that came from the governor, and she has every right to make that decision. They're teamed up with us. They're not patrolling separate. We're a team. And let's not forget also the National Guard members. They're Americans. They're New Yorkers.
They're my family, but that's not what I'm asking you. The question really was the feedback from your rank and file. I understand everything that you just said, but the feedback that you all are getting from.
We're all getting along. If that's the question, there's no negativity going on, and it's allowing us to expand our footprint. And I need to remind everyone, I think I mentioned this once or twice, there was a National Guard presence in the subway system prior to this announcement, just not at this level. They were in Grand Central. They were in Penn Station. They were in World Trade Center. All this announcement did was just expand the presence and footprint. Okay. So there's no issues. So far, so good. All
right. That was my question, how the rank and file were feeling about it. Thank you. Something else, Commissioner, that you referenced in painful detail, and that is the accelerated crime among youth. Now, the youth coordination officers, how many YCOs are there in the NYPD?
Currently registered 368, and we enhanced that last year around the spring to 1 sergeant and 6 police officers, because if you remember last year in the school system, around schools we had a little influx of shootings, so we increased the YCOs to 6 per command and a dedicated sergeant, and they team up the YCOs. And since we did that, in terms of working with the principals, the commanding officers talking to the principals once a week, identifying those safe corridors, those corners, the Chipotles I call them in the world where kids congregate, double up with our transit partners down below. It really paid dividends for us, that increase.
Okay, that satisfied that part of my question on that for now. Let's go ahead and jump into everybody's favorite subject. I guess we could all create a harmonic chorus here when we say overtime. Let's talk about that. In September, uniformed agencies were informed that they needed to provide overtime reduction targets and to develop spending plans in order to achieve these targets. Yet, in the preliminary plan, $249 million was added to NYPD's overtime budget in the current fiscal year. This is a 48% increase in the NYPD's overtime budget since adoption. What was NYPD's overtime reduction target, and what was the plan to reduce overtime spending and hit the target?
Good morning.
Hi.
Commissioner Cabana and I cannot stress enough how important it is to keep a close eye on overtime. As the first deputy commissioner, it's my responsibility to make sure that we're managing the overtime properly and streamlining operations to use our resources wisely. But let's be clear, a lot of overtime costs are due to unforeseen circumstances such as shootings and protests. But however, we added additional layers to that. My office conducts bi-weekly bureau meetings with each bureau head to discuss any overtime misuse or to make sure that we're keeping the overtime intact. In addition to that, we have a bi-weekly variance report. What is a bi-weekly variance report, right? We want to know, it's a report that each bureau head that reports to the office about any identification of misuse of overtime. There was extreme success with that. For the 2024 fiscal year, we've seen a decrease in operational overtime by 13% and a decrease in arrest overtime by 4%. And with me is the Assistant Commissioner of Management and Budget, Seth Serino, and he'll go further into the question.
The question is, what was the target?
Sure. No,
and then
I
what
get
was the plan to reduce?
So working with OMB, we were looking at hours. One of the key things I want to stress is that with these collective bargaining agreements, the cost of an hour of overtime has changed throughout the years. So the latest PBA agreement goes back to 2017. So I want to start from a baseline and talk about 2023 for a moment. So 2023, the overtime spending was $950 million, which I know sounds like a very large number. But the thing is, when we're looking at hours and when we look at pre-COVID levels, and one of the key things is obviously 2023 had a large transit component. So if we back out transit, when we back out protests, the number of hours were actually relatively flat, about 7.2 million hours. When we back out non-city funds, just to work here, so it's city-funded spending, it was 7.2 million hours year over year. So those hours that happened in 19, the hourly rate overall was about $71 an hour. That hourly rate in 2023 was about $80 an hour. So there was an increase in $9 an hour on average. But again, we have a significant workforce. So that increase in dollars equated to about $62 million. You add on to that the transit, so that was another $150 million. So this collective bargaining is important. So when we have our conversations with OMB, we're looking at reductions in hours, which is why our first deputy commissioner talked about reductions in operational overtime and arrests. So beginning in October, so October to January, we actually had a 14% decrease in hours when we back out the protest-related overtime costs.
Madam Chair, I want you to be assured that we really.
This is Mr. Chair.
No. I'm answering your question.
I'm not the chair, though.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Excuse me. I want you to be assured that we do put our best efforts in to reduce overtime. Our biggest challenge with reducing overtime is the unforeseen and unknown. A lot of times where we have our plans and overtime is mapped out, situations arise, protests, terrible shootings where we believe there's high retaliation, and this requires us to hold over additional resources, additional personnel. So this is really a big factor in why our overtime continues to fluctuate, where we don't meet, our projections because we have these unforeseen circumstances, and it's all around public safety, around keeping the community safe, keeping traffic moving, and keeping young people safe.
Thank you, Chief. Your office has been meeting monthly with OMB, which was just stated, to present reports on overtime spending, which is being monitored by OMB for compliance. I understand that if it's determined that there's overspending, OMB will require the NYPD to develop a remediation plan. Has OMB identified areas of overspending in the NYPD's overtime budget, and if so, what was the remediation plan?
So most of those overages, when we're meeting monthly, are driven by the protest-related activity. Just to give you an order of magnitude, the year-to-date spending, protest-related activity accounts for roughly 7% of total overtime expenditures as of our last pay date. So the key takeaway here is to find savings where we can. So we found savings and offsets when we look at the year-over-year hours in operational overtime and some of the other related buckets. So there are areas where we can't see decreases related to investigations and arrests because they are driven by activity. So there are decreases in arrest overtime, but we can't get it down to zero, depending on the timing of when an arrest takes place. But there are less spendings in overtime related to arrest OT.
I know there's a lot of fluctuating circumstances. How can the department, though, properly evaluate an overtime reduction plan when nearly 50% of the annual overtime budget is added midway through the year?
So when we work with OMB, we basically start with looking at what we've been spending to look at what's realistic. So the overtime budget was cut in the prior administration there was about $172 million reduced over 2 financial plans prior to Mayor Adams taking office. So when you look at FY25 versus FY24, there is a significant drop-off. So there are constant conversations with OMB in regards to what the overtime budget should look like.
Okay. As of January, the NYPD had spent $635 million for civilian and uniform overtime, $118 million more than the $517 million budgeted for overtime at adoption. Nearly all of the overage is the result of excess uniform overtime, which was budgeted $437 million at adoption and as of January had exceeded $555 million in actual expenditures. Which units and ranks generate the most overtime spending? And if you can provide us with a breakdown of overtime spending by purpose and unit, that would be helpful.
Sure. So we do provide quarterly reports to the council as part of, through City Council Finance. Those reports very clearly detail spending by precinct. In addition to that, we do explain the breakdown by categories for all the overtime expenditures. A report was provided as per the terms and conditions. So those figures are also shared where we have the categories. At a very, very high level, the biggest drivers, we have most of our personnel in patrol. So Patrol Services Bureau is going to be driving the overtime, whether it be event-based or operational overtime. In addition to that, we have a very robust detective bureau to solve cases, and they are also earning a significant portion of the uniform overtime as well.
The comptroller recently testified that uniformed agencies could be more proactive in the way they allocated resources for planned events, thus reducing the need for overtime. In fiscal year 2023, NYPD spent $160 million on overtime for events and details in the city. How much overtime has been spent so far this year on planned events, and how does that compare to recent years?
So overall event spending year to date, as of our last pay date, is approximately $95 million. I don't have the breakout planned versus unplanned. That does exclude the protest-related overtime, which is around $45.6 million. So it's $45.6 million plus the $95.4.
And how does that compare to recent years?
Well, the protest piece is much larger than last year. In terms of the non-protest related events, we are looking at there's a slight uptick in hours related to events, and it's about 7% in hours.
Okay. What other categories has NYPD seen reductions in overtime spending, and what actions were taken to bring about these decreases?
So Seth, I'll turn it over to Seth in a second to give you the actual numbers, but when we saw that there was an increase of overtime misuse, like I said earlier, that we conduct bi-weekly meetings with each bureau head, and they have to discuss line by line exactly why they're up in a particular category and what they're going to do about it. And if it's so egregious, that bureau or unit have to come to my office and answer to myself or the police commissioner as to what and why the overtime is increased. And as far as the numbers, Seth could give you that.
So after the letter went out from the mayor, so beginning in October through January, as we stated earlier, there was a 4% decrease in arrests hours. There was a 13% decrease in operational overtime. And there were other, transit safety related overtime went down about 49%. And again, the context there is we had $62 million from the state to help us increase up to 10,000 daily hours. So we went from 10,000 daily hours to about 5,000. So there is a decrease there.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a little look at your response to protests. As the result of a recent court settlement, the police department is required to change its training and policies relating to how it responds to protests. We know that we're having significant protests pretty much on a daily basis. But this includes banning kettling, limiting the use of the Strategic Response Group, or the SRG, limiting other uses of force, and modifying how officers treat the press. The settlement includes a 4-tiered response approach, with each tier increasing the level of officers and response allowed. The first tier includes the deployment of protest liaisons from the Community Affairs Bureau. What steps is the department taking to comply with the settlement terms?
So before I turn it over to our Chief of Special Operations, just please let me reiterate that there is no law enforcement agency in the world better equipped to handle large-scale events than the NYPD. And we always support everyone's right to protest peacefully. But we will not accept assaulting our officers. We will not accept destruction of property. We will not accept disorder, emergency vehicles.
Please remove the disturbance. Please remove the disturbance. Please remove the disturbance. Please remove the disturbance.
Please calm down.
So, just to remind everyone, we are here to have a productive conversation. If there's anyone here that has any frustrations, know that I understand them. But let me be clear, during this hearing, you will respect our guests and you will respect this chamber. My apologies to the NYPD and the commissioner.
I'll now turn it over to Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters, Michael Gerb.
Good morning. So with regard to the protest settlement, we're now in phase 1 of the settlement. The heart of phase 1 is the department drafting new policies, new procedures, new training, new forms to effectuate, among other things, the 4-tier system that you were describing a moment ago. The settlement, by its terms, lays out really sort of a roadmap for how this works in phase 1. We draft those policies, procedures, training, forms. There's then a process for getting feedback, comments from the plaintiffs in the case and their counsel and the union interveners. There's a back and forth process. Hopefully, there's a resolution of any outstanding issues. If not, it can go to the court to resolve any outstanding issues regarding those materials. And then once we reach that resolution, we have the new policy, we have the new training, we have the new forms. 45 days later, we then go to phase 2.
Okay, thank you. What is the budget and head count of the Community Affairs Bureau, and how many protest liaisons are in the Bureau?
Speaker, the current budgeted headcount for Community Affairs Bureau is approximately 145. I do want to note, though, however, that there was a recent reorganization where the officers that were previously assigned to precincts were reallocated, so that is not yet reflected in the budget. So we will work with OMB to reflect that adjustment in the budget itself.
Okay.
In terms of active headcount, I defer to Commissioner Mark Stewart.
Yes, the active headcount, we have, since I took over a Community Affairs Bureau, we have two. We have two Community Affairs officers in each precinct.
Can you hold on a second, please? For individuals who weren't sworn in at the beginning, we're going to swear you in when you come up to speak. And also, can you please identify yourselves so that we could help with the transcription? So just Just do you affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth before this committee, to answer honestly to councilmember questions?
I do.
And can you identify yourself as well, and then go
Deputy
ahead?
Commissioner Mark Stewart.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we have approximately 741 community affairs officers. We have 2 in each precinct, 2 in each housing, and when they're called for protests, they know that they are assigned to be in the front regards into the community and the relationship. The budget, I don't have the numbers for the actual budget on the overtime that they work, but they're there to calm the public down.
Do you plan to increase the numbers?
No, I don't think we do. I think we get our assignment from operations, and so whatever the numbers are, then we send manpower out.
Okay. What steps has the department taken in changing how the officers in the Community Affairs Bureau respond to protests, and how many officers have been or will be engaged?
So just to speak to that for a moment. So what's going to happen is, as we ultimately finalize and come to a landing on the new policy, new training, all that, part of that is going to be training for protest liaisons. Okay. The settlement actually speaks to this quite expressly. There's a training for protest liaisons, and as we roll this out, we're going to have to identify sort of the universe of individuals, of members of service who can serve as protest liaisons, and then make sure they're provided with the necessary training.
Okay. How do you anticipate the use of the SRG in relation to the protests will change because of the settlement?
Sure. So under the settlement, the settlement actually expressly does refer to SRG's role. In particular, when we are at a Tier 3 situation, that is when you have individualized probable cause for arrests, and that's either for what we call green light offenses or authorized red light offenses. In that circumstance, in Tier 3, SRG can be deployed to make arrests.
Okay. Will the changes instituted limit personnel that can be deployed to protests, reducing the amount of overtime?
So the settlement definitely speaks to sort of in that tiered system, how we deploy resources and the universe of resources. It's hard to speak to this in a quantitative way, only because, first of all, we don't actually have the policies yet. That is a work in progress. Okay. It also, the settlement has the tiers. It does not speak in terms of precise numbers. To your point, though, it definitely does speak to the idea that, for example, when you're in Tier 1, you're obviously going to see a much more reduced MOS presence than you would, say, in Tier 3 or Tier 4. It's hard to answer kind of what the differential is precisely in terms of deployment, sort of how things work now versus under the sort of settlement. But the settlement definitely does speak to, when it talks about the tiers, it is speaking in part about the number of officers and the level of deployment on scene.
Okay.
If I may add, just to give you some context, I mentioned earlier that we spent about $45 million so far in protest-related overtime. Of that overtime, 2.6 million is SRG, so less than 10%.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, just the lightest touch. That is what I use for the members here. When we do protests, let's start with the lightest touch possible. We want people to go out there, exercise their First Amendment right with the lightest touch possible. If we need extra resources, we'll bring it in. That's how we're going to start. Okay.
Please remove the disturbance. You may continue.
Okay. All right. On that note, I'm going to change the subject. Let's talk about public and journalistic access to police radio transmission, okay? The department's capital budget includes $61 million for upgrading and replacing police radio and communication equipment in fiscal year 2024. The council has been informed that this new equipment could be used to reduce transparency by encrypting communications, effectively blocking emergency volunteer services, the public, and journalists from access to critical information. Can you update the council on the current status of the planned upgrade to the department's communication system, particularly in regard to the department's intentions for utilizing encryption?
So I have our Chief of Information Technology Bureau who can answer those questions.
Okay, swear him in, Josh.
Let's go. Please just repeat the following. Just affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, to answer honestly to council member questions. You do?
I do.
Thank you so much. Please identify yourself and go ahead.
My name is Ruben Beltran, Chief of Information Technology, NYPD. In terms of a status update you want on our digital upgrade to our radio system and encryption? Is
Yes,
that the
please.
question? Right now, we are fully upgraded to digital, and we have encryption enabled in Brooklyn. Recently, we're still in the process of completing Staten Island, but we started the process of the digital upgrade in Staten Island. And the rest of the boroughs are between 70 and 80% complete in terms of the infrastructure upgrade. Also, as part of that, is also a radio portable update and distribution. So we just received funding and we're distributing another 10,000 portables. That'll get us to around 75% of the radio distribution that we need to complete the upgrade.
Okay. Has the department been working to keep members of the press and the public informed? And what policies has the department developed or proposed to maintain access within this new technology infrastructure?
Well, the department is still internally discussing the options that we have to implement this digital upgrade and encryption citywide. We expect to complete our target date to complete the encryption, the digital upgrade, and to have the ability to encrypt the whole system was at the end of this calendar year. We'll probably be a little bit late. We're going to try to make the end of the year. We'll probably be in the first quarter of next year, but we're definitely having discussions in terms of the considerations that should be going into that, and some of them span some operational concerns about giving external access to our radio system, as well as some data security issues related to that. And by the way, this discussion is being had nationwide in that regard. Legal considerations in terms of right to privacy, victim privacy, and so forth. So, and then of course the access to the media, which has become at least a common theme of questions that we get at our press office regarding the encryption.
The district attorneys haven't received funding to upgrade their radio systems for their detective investigative unit, and as a result, their systems are not going to be compatible with your upgrade. So how have you been keeping the DA's detective investigations unit informed?
Well, we have agreements with most of the law enforcement agencies, and including the DA's offices, in terms of utilization of our radio frequencies and channels. And they're working with our Life Safety Systems Division in some case, in particular for New York DA's office, for Danny. We're actually providing them radios. We're creating MOUs, including providing them radios until they can get funding to replace their radios. But we're having those communications, and we're making sure that we provide equipment for them so they could stay informed and be able to function and do their jobs.
Okay, I was going to ask you if you would share part of your funding with them to help them with upgrades, but I don't know if you all want to answer that one for me. Does the department support the state Senate's bill 7759, or the Keep Police Radio Public Act?
I don't know too many details about that bill, so I really can't comment on it.
Yeah, I don't think the department has taken a position on that one way or the other, at least not that I'm aware of.
Okay, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, it says it in the name of the bill itself, Keep Police Radio Public Act. Anybody? Crickets? Okay.
I think there are a variety of reasons which Chief Beltran can get into why we think there are important operational security reasons for encryption. Certainly understand the arguments on the other side of that, and those are real concerns, and we've heard them, and there's, as the Chief said, internal dialogue and discussion about those concerns. But I think coming back, again, there are security reasons, operational security reasons, safety reasons why encryption is really important. And I would turn it over to Chief Belcher.
I could go over into some of the operational considerations that we've been discussing internally. Just in the past 5 years, there have been over 180 arrests encompassing all 5 boroughs for unlawful possession of a radio device, including several where the top charge was a felony. In 2023 alone, there were 42 incidents resulting in 55 arrests of unlawful possession of radio devices, which only happens if you're charged with if you're committing a crime. And I think we have many anecdotal examples that demonstrate that. In February 10, 2023, we have Adelia Ventura, a known member of the Trinitarios gang, and the burglary recidivist with an active warrant was arrested in the confines of the 110, driving a stolen vehicle while in possession of a police radio and a police scanner. On August 5th, 2023, Shlomo Leviv was arrested in the confines of the 7-0 with reckless endangerment while driving at excessive rates of speed. Coming into traffic, he was placed into custody. He had an Axon body-worn camera and a police scanner. November 22nd, 2022, Matthew Mendez and Arslan Saeed were arrested in the confines of the 120 in Staten Island while in possession of loaded firearms, bullet-resistant vests, DA shields, numerous narcotics, and the police scanner. On November 30th, 2023, members of the Joint Robbery Task Force arrested Ray Brito for 3 armed robberies in Queens County. Upon his arrest, the police scanner and the imitation pistol were found in his possession. And more recently, a video uploaded by social media to social media by a Trinitario robbery team fleeing from an attempted carjacking and a shots fired job in the confines of the 109 precinct included audible transmissions in the perpetrator's vehicle from an NYPD division radio. A search warrant executed on cell phones by the Metro Safe Streets Task Force found the Trinitarios were using a police scanner apps on their cell phones to monitor police communications in furtherance of their crimes. So from an operational perspective, I think we have a really compelling case to limit and restrict access to police radio.
We still need to take a look at media access. We need to, this should be something that there should be a, lack of a better expression, a happy medium somewhere instead of just, throwing the entire baby away with the bathwater. So more to be discussed on that. Let's move on because I know my colleagues want to get in here. Let's take a look at public relations and DCPI spending. NYPD has recently undertaken a number of new public relations efforts that have raised significant questions, including its use of social media and video production. This includes the publication of an NYPD's Most Wanted video and communications that criticize judges and prosecutors, seeming to attack the credibility of other branches of government involved in the criminal legal system. How much is budgeted for the Office of Public Information and other public relations office efforts, including video production and social media? And please provide actual expenses in the current and last year, as well as the number of hours spent on these publications, which some feel is very questionable, quite frankly. How has the actual spending on public relations changed over the past several fiscal years?
So what I do have for you is the current budget, FY24, is $193,000 in OTPS, and last year expenses were about $65,000. That is separate from the PS budget related to personnel, but the data that I have is the OTPS spending.
Who's responsible for vetting the information that comes across? Because a lot of the information is incorrect.
Assistant Commissioner Carlos Nieves.
Can we affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony, and to answer honestly to council member questions?
I do.
You may go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. So the department has over 250 separate social media accounts. In the department, our executives, precinct commanders, are given access to social media accounts in order to inform the public in the area that they cover. Our higher level executives also have social media accounts, and they are entrusted to deliver the department's message.
Okay, my question still was, who's responsible for vetting the information that comes across? Because there has been significant incorrect information that is potentially harmful, actually, to people out there doing their jobs appropriately and well.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, you are correct that we have to get the information right. I think we're all very aware of this. You know, to the extent we have gotten things wrong, we have apologized for that and acknowledged it. And I think I can say, you know, going forward, we are going to be extremely careful to make sure that we're getting our facts right, that things are being double checked. We completely appreciate that when we're putting things out there, we have to make sure the information is accurate. We do not disagree on that.
Okay, why are the NYPD's public relations expenditures a prudent use of police time and resources?
Well, I do think it's actually very important for the department to get its message out there. We are a very important stakeholder in the criminal justice system. And obviously there are a variety of perspectives out there, but the department's perspective on matters related to public safety is, I think, an important voice in the room, so to speak. Getting our message out there, we do it in a variety of ways. And you know, maybe a decade ago, this would have been done via a press conference or via an interview, but in 2024, one very important way to communicate with the public is via social media. And that's something that we've done and will continue to do.
Okay, before I turn it over to the chair, I'll just add or just end my questions for now just by saying NYPD is so very critical. The information that you put out there is taken very, very seriously by thousands upon thousands out there who are watching. If you are going to use social media platforms to get your message across, it is absolutely essential and imperative that it be correct. It is essential and imperative that there is no harm done to innocent folks out there who are just doing their jobs, like I said, appropriately and accurately. It is imperative that if nobody gets this right, that the police department gets this right. Thank you for your testimony. Commissioner?
And Madam Speaker, I'll double down on that and let you know that as an agency, we will be more careful and responsible about what we post.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Council Members Rivera, Yeager, Joseph, Narcisse, and Brewer. I want to start my questioning with, as relates to the subway safety plan as well. Due to the 45% increase in major crimes in subway systems, the administration recently announced an additional 1,000 officers and extended shifts for officers working in the system. Last year, the administration announced a similar plan to decrease crime in the subways with additional officers' deployments and state-funded overtime. What I want to ask is, what was spending on last year's plan to decrease subway crime, and what was reimbursed by the state?
Sure. So we spent in fiscal year 23 $150.7 million, of which we received funding from the state totaling $62 million.
What is the expected increase in overtime hours and spending from the new initiatives?
So So year to date, there is approximately 80 million that has been spent since July 1st for the current fiscal year. In terms of deployment levels, I'll defer to Chief Kemper.
Question to me is? I apologize.
Please swear you in and identify yourself, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, to answer honestly to council member questions?
I do. I'm Michael Kemper. I'm the Chief of Transit for the NYPD.
Thank you.
And I
Thank you so much.
apologize, sir. What was the question to me?
Not a problem. What is the expected increase in overtime hours and spending from the new initiatives?
So in terms of the hours, we're currently at about 5,000 daily hours. That cost per week is roughly $2.7 million.
The department has stated in the past that funding isn't available to continue these programs in perpetuity. Once funding diminishes, we often see an increase in criminal activity in the subway in particular. It seems like increasing policing in the short-term investing hundreds of millions of dollars of overtime doesn't create the systemic changes that we want to see for New York. Instead, the city could invest this funding into an effort to provide appropriate services to those individuals who perpetuate the largest portion of these crimes. So my question regarding that is, do you agree that an increase in funding for mental health and community services would assist in decreasing crime in the subway system?
So I'll answer that question. And I would say personally, there is some truth to that. Absolutely, yes. And why I would say that is, when looking at the subway system, it's so unique and nuanced when it comes to public safety. The mental health issue or the crime issue or the issues in the subway system that really affect perception and fear and crime. When talking about mental health, we could start with perception and fear. When our riders enter the system and they come across someone that's in midst of a mental health crisis, if you will, scares them. It's the unknown. So it's directly linked to perception and fear and crime. You know, more often than not, we find individuals who suffer from a mental illness, victims of crimes, and committing crimes. So there's a direct correlation between not only the perception and fear, but crime, and ultimately spending time would certainly help people. You know, at the end of the day, find the help that these people need. If I answered your question, I hope so, sir.
Oh, absolutely. I have a follow-up to that. Would you be amenable to diverting some of the resources that they are receiving for this plan to those causes?
Just to clarify, from a budgetary perspective, we're constantly working with OMB to adjust our overtime budget. As we discussed earlier, there's a year-to-date spend versus our current budget, and that difference is quite small, and we still have the rest of the fiscal year. So there's no true funding to divert. It's just a matter of where the spending takes place.
So just hearing that about diverting, look, public safety and reducing crime and allowing our riders to travel from point A to point B free from being crime, this is what they deserve, and certainly they need to feel safe. If you're asking me my honest, personal, under oath opinion, more effort needs to be spent on the topic of mental health, particularly in the subway system, yes.
All right, I'm going to pass it to the council members.
Thank you, Chair. We'll now hear from council members for questioning. We'll set the timer at 5 minutes, and we will provide additional time for folks to do a second round as needed. First, we'll hear from Deputy Speaker Ayala, followed by Council Members Osei and Stevens.
Thank you. Thank you and welcome. My first question is around the asylum seeker coverage. It is reported that the NYPD has spent approximately $10 million on the provision of services to the asylum seekers as of February. What have these funds been spent on, and does the department track complaints against officers from asylum seekers?
So in terms of spending, that money is related to overtime, and I defer to the second part of the question again. I apologize.
What do you mean by overtime?
Overtime, so additional coverage at shelter-related security.
Because I have a HERC in Randall's Island, and I when I'm driving up the FDR, I know I usually see police officers' vehicles outside. So is the NYPD providing security? Because my understanding is that we have security inside of the shelters.
So just to answer your question, Randall's Island is one of our mobilization points that we use throughout the city for a variety of events. It happens to be on Randall's Island, but in terms of Randall's Island HERC itself, we have one lieutenant, 2 sergeants, 16 cops every tour, 24 hours. And then if we have recent upticks in assaults inside the HERC or things of that nature, we might ramp it up. But traditionally, 1, 2, and 16 is what we call it, three tours a day, just for perimeter and interior security.
And that's in addition to the security, the private security that's also provided inside of the perimeters of the...
That's correct.
Is that necessary to have that much?
So when you have anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 people in that HERC and people are hanging out, we do see internal assaults between the migrants or assaults on security guards. We had a homicide up there also, so it fluctuates what we're doing, but again, the standard package is 1, 2, and 16. But if we need more from time to time for events that go on, we will adjust to that and then bring it back down to where it should be.
You know, I just wonder because we're paying two different entities for the same service, and so that's, you know, we're talking about the budget, and it just doesn't feel right that we're paying.
Well, from a
safety
point of view, and I said the number's like 3,000, sometimes.
Yeah,
according to the borough commander up there, it could be 5,000. And if things go wrong on a safety level, we have to be prepared. And even the numbers that I just gave you of 16 cops and a couple of sergeants really doesn't do that. So we have to multiply that with the security up there. And even that is probably not enough, but like the chief says, a light touch, a visual presence, and we always have cops on standby if need be.
Okay. The second question was regarding complaints. Does the NYPD track complaints from asylum seekers?
Chief Michael Petrie, Chief of Crime Control Strategies.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, to answer honestly to council member questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
The answer to your question is no.
You don't track them?
No.
Do you get them?
Get what?
Complaints?
About assaults on police officers?
No, from asylum seekers complaining against police officer.
I don't know if we don't know if that person's an asylum seeker or not. We don't elicit immigration status from the city of, New York City Police Department does not elicit immigration status.
I'm not going to accept that response because I find it really convenient that sometimes we know and sometimes we don't know when somebody is being identified as an asylum seeker. But I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave that there because I have a couple.
Council member.
Yes.
The challenge is we don't know. Sometimes we don't know who the person making the complaint is. They can mail in a complaint. They can telephone in a complaint. We will not know that information. We just see their name. We don't know, if they're an asylum seeker or not.
If you're in a HERC specifically, and you're offering that level of service, of security, and somebody is making a complaint, then there's an assumption, right, that a person that lives there, maybe I should have said, from individuals residing in HERC facilities, maybe that would have been a better way to ask the question.
The only way we would have that if the person actually walked into a precinct and gave us that information. If they're doing it any other way, we won't have that.
Right. As a police department, we police crime. We don't police people.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I lost my train of thought here, but, okay, regarding, my next question is regarding the trauma-informed sexual assault victim interview and investigative training hours. In the PMMR, trauma-informed sexual assault victim interview and investigation training hours increased by 82% in the first 4 months of fiscal year 24 compared to the same period in 23. How often do investigators and supervisors receive refresher course training? Yes.
Thank you. Please repeat the following, or just affirm the following. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, to answer honestly to council member questions. Please identify yourself and go ahead.
Good morning. Chief of Detectives, Joseph Kenny. So based on working with a whole new model with the special victims, our training has increased tremendously, and we're doing a lot of work with the civilian advocates to help us out with that. So it's just training in general for special victims detectives. We have a new 8-week mentoring program for all newly assigned investigators. We have a new 6-day investigator course for all newly assigned. We have a mandatory 3-day annual refresher course for everybody that's assigned. We have a 1-day refresher course for all supervisors. The trauma-informed interview training is done. We have a new vicarious trauma training that is done for all newly assigned officers. We're up to about 85% of everybody's trained in that. We have our regular NYPD training that they go through. They go through the CIC course, the homicide course, things of that nature. We have a newly created drug-facilitated sexual assault training. And we're taking all of this information, and Special Victims is actually going out to the precincts themselves to train roll calls, to teach the officers on patrol about all these new techniques as well. So we've taken everything that the advocate has said. We're working with our training unit with Chief Obey, and we're getting this information out. We've become one of the most highly trained special victims units in the country.
I love Chief Obey.
Yes.
But the question was, how often are investigators and supervisors receiving the course, the refresher course?
Like I said, they'll get it once a year, the mandatory training.
Okay. And the Special Victims Unit inherited the responsibility of investigating human trafficking case previously handled by the Vice Unit. Did the department move resources to SVU to handle the increased responsibility and number of cases?
Yes, so human trafficking moved over from Vice to Special Victims based on the type of cases that they work on. We realized that the majority of the people that are being human trafficked are also victims of sex crimes. So we have, since December of 2022, 1 captain, 2 lieutenant, 24 investigators assigned, along with 3 undercovers. We made 73 arrests last year, and the main focus of the unit is casework, outreach, rescues, enforcement, training, and collaboration with other federal units.
Okay. And regarding retail theft, the governor's executive budget included funding for a state response team to target retail crime. Additionally, in the last city executive budget, there was a projected increased revenue from the pay detail program, in which businesses can pay a fee to the city to have off-duty officers detail their stores. What resources are allocated towards combating retail theft in the city, and how is the NYPD going to work with the state teams?
Chief Michael Petrie again, Chief of Crime Control Strategies. So, by the direction of the Police Commissioner and Chief of Department, my office was, spearheading the crime-fighting initiative into retail theft. One of the newest initiatives that we put in place at the beginning of the holiday season was we put more officers on foot than we ever have in recent years in and around business districts, and it was data-driven. So we looked at the top 25 locations in the city of New York, which elicit the most shoplifting complaints, and that's from 3 categories: petty larceny, grand larceny, or a robbery. We then overlaid that with community complaints, and we also overlaid that with arrests at the location. And what we saw was a 4,000 decrease in overall complaints last year. We had about 59,000 complaints compared to 63,000. We also had 25,000 shoplifting arrests last year. And like the police commissioner testified in the beginning, we are laser focused on precision and recidivism. And when we look at the 542 people that were arrested over 7,500 times, those are the individuals that we have conversations with our partners across the city, the DAs, to get that prosecution that we want, to help the city of New York and help the retailers survive.
Yeah.
And I am part of that task force. I've been to many, many meetings. The police commission has been to many, many meetings. We've met at the highest levels, the lowest levels with associations across the city, and we are steadfast in suppressing retail theft in New York City.
Yeah, I look at retail theft a little bit differently than, because I saw after the pandemic, there was a substantial increase in the number of theft cases in my community, and we saw specifically a lot of Walgreens and Rite Aids that were closing because, and I would literally sit there and I would see the theft happening, and we were highly dependent on the local precinct to do this work. But my concern, I think where I need a little bit of clarity is how does this program work? Because if the officer is off duty, then who's paying for? Is it the fee that the business is paying that's going towards the payment of that off-duty officer?
So the pay detail program is that revenue that we receive is an administrative fee, and Chief of Personnel, Chief Benoit, will finish. We'll add some.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to answer honestly to council member questions?
We should just swear in the whole room. Yeah. That way.
And please identify yourself as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Benoit. I'm the Chief of Personnel. I oversee the paid detail program for the police department, and we recognize that paid detail is a vital service that we provide. So we have 5,972 members of the police department that work for 200 vendors at 400 locations, which include many of our retail establishments, including some of our larger clients, such as Target, Burlington Coat Factory. But we also have people assigned to hospitals, private schools, to provide coverage for those locations.
Damn it. Who's paying them?
The retail establishments are responsible for payment.
Okay.
So the officers receive payment from the retail establishments.
Okay. All right. And how is that different than any other worker? Because my understanding is that one of the reasons that the theft rate is so high is because security at these locations are not allowed to physically stop an individual that's stealing. How is that? If the officer is off duty, then they're acting in a civilian capacity, no?
Well, they're acting on the interests of the private corporation.
Understood, but then the rules are still the same. How is it different? I think you might.
I'm sorry, excuse me. It's off-duty employment, but the officer is in uniform working. They're in uniform, they're working. If they're there, if a crime happens, they address the crime, they call a local precinct, and then the local precinct will take over.
So the only thing that's different is the payment structure, right?
That's it.
Their time is compensated differently.
They're paid by the retailer, that's it.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, I don't have any more questions, but I just really want to end with, the recidivism, issue. I know that, it's received a lot of media attention, but I think that we are not necessarily looking at this in the right way. When you take the retail theft, for instance, we did see an increase after the pandemic. What I noticed in my community was that a lot of the theft was happening as a result of individuals that were looking for money to sell to, buy drugs with. There was an increase in drug use after the pandemic. A lot of the resources from the NYPD that normally would go towards the narcotics unit division were redirected towards gun violence. And we saw that there was kind of an abandonment of that community and an uptick in drug dealing in our, in my community. I'll speak for, at least for me. That resulted in a lot of the retail theft that we saw. And so it's interconnected. I think that when we started to pay a little bit more attention and increase the narcotics visibility and work in that community, we saw a drastic decrease. So there is a real correlation there, and I would, welcome having a further conversation, with you about this, because I know every community is different, but I think that in this instance, that common denominator is the same for all of us. And in terms of the mental health stuff, you know, obviously in the subways, you're going to see recidivism if people are not treated. If we are incarcerating our way out of a mental health crisis, you're going to continue to see that. You can use us as, you know, to help advocate for more services. I think that the state also has to do their fair share. We cannot incarcerate our way out of, you know, a situation that has been left unattended for so many, you know, years. I think that, you know, we saw a dramatic decrease in the number of hospitalization beds because it was cheaper to offer community-based services that, quite frankly, do not exist in our communities. And so what you're seeing is the reflection of that failure on government. That was on us, on all of us, to ensure that those services were available and that they met people where they were. So you're not going to see a reduction in recidivism until we are serious about treating folks and not sending them to Rikers Island. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to continue on with councilmember questions. We are first going to turn to Councilmember Caban, who is remote with us today, and then we will follow back with Councilmembers Osei, Stevens, Holden, and then Areola. Councilmember Caban, I will unmute you in just a second, and we're going to we'll have staff unmute you in just a second.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the patience while I was getting unmuted. Josh, I can't see the timer clock, and I want to be respectful of time, so please do just let me know when my time is up. And I'm going to dig right in. Earlier testimony acknowledged that the department needs to do a better job of making sure social media posts are accurate. That's correct, yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so you acknowledge that there were false statements with inaccurate info that were posted publicly, correct?
To the extent you're referring to a mistake that was made in a particular post regarding a judge, yes, there was a mistake. We acknowledged it. We apologized for it.
Okay. So this, I mean, you call it a mistake, but it is by definition a false statement. It was inaccurate info that was posted publicly. Now, these false statements made on official department accounts, they are subject to the disciplinary system in the NYPD's own disciplinary matrix. So my question for you is, were the officers responsible for these posts subjected to the disciplinary system and matrix?
I'll take that. Absolutely not. This was an honest mistake. That's all this was. It was acknowledged. We publicly apologized. That's all this is.
Okay, so, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your answer correctly. If there is a mistake that takes place in the community that is against the law, and if that's all it was a mistake, there wouldn't be any sort of disciplinary action or arrest being made. But if there is an quote unquote honest mistake within the department, and that it is set aside and it's not subjected to the rules, the disciplinary systems that are in place, which, by the way, the presumptive penalty for a false statement is termination. So it's good to clarify that's double standard. I want to move on to questions about how many. I want to move on to questions.
No, hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on. You, council member, you made a series of statements. I think pretty much all of them we believe are incorrect and inaccurate and very unfair, actually. And just so we're very clear, this was a mistake. Mistakes happen. We apologize. This has nothing to do, literally nothing to do, with the NYPD disciplinary system, how we police. I just want to be very clear about this.
All statements are subject to the disciplinary
Council
systems,
member,
and these were false
this is
statements. But I would like to
completely
move on because I
inaccurate
only
and
have 5
completely
minutes.
unfair.
I only have 5 minutes, so I would like to move on. I want to ask you now about the how many stops implementation. What steps has the NYPD taken to ensure that the How Many Stops Act will be properly implemented on time? So, like, you know, what shape will the form take? Will the form be digitized? Will it be a revised UF-250? Like, what are we doing here?
So, Councilmember, we are going to follow the law. We are working on a plan for implementation that is not finalized yet, but we need to start collecting the data on, I believe it's July 1, and we are going to do that.
And that, can this data be added to the UF-250s that are already used and available on the forms and finance systems?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, I actually did not hear your question. If you could repeat it, please.
Sure. Can this information be added to the current UF-250s that are already used and available on both the forms and the finest systems?
So it would be premature for me to say exactly how we're going to do this. It's a work in progress, and the last thing I want to do is give the council incomplete or inaccurate information. I will say we will not necessarily do it through the 250s. That is certainly, I understand what you're saying, of course, but we may use one or more separate forms. You know, that remains to be determined.
What type of training are you going to be providing to ensure, and I understand that there is training that currently happens, but in addition to that, what kind of training will NYPD provide to ensure that officers know the differences between level 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s?
So we already provide that training, and we obviously lay this out in the patrol guide in detail. When we roll out, however exactly we do it, form or forms with regard to compliance with the How Many Stops Act, we will provide training to the members of the department so they know what to do and how to proceed.
So in terms of that training, do you already have a guidance prepared on when to fill out that form for those lower level encounters, and certainly at what point they will have to fill out that information?
Right, so no, we have not prepared that training yet, and as I said earlier, it's still a work in progress for us to determine how exactly we are going to operationalize this. Again, we are going to follow the law.
Time expired.
And thank you very much. Can I ask one final follow-up on that question, on that line of questioning? I mean, it's
Yes.
just basically a request that be shared with the council, the extent of the training, what it's going to look like when that is determined. Thank you.
I'm not sure it's an open question, but you know, we will figure out what we're going to do. We will operationalize it. There will necessarily be training for members of service in terms of forms and how that's going to work. And when that's finalized and when that's done, I don't think it's going to be a secret either, you know, what we're doing or how we're doing it.
Thank you, Councilmember Caban. We're going to take literally a 5-minute break to let folks use the restrooms. Then we're going to continue with the councilmember questions promptly at 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, sorry.
Whatever you need from us. Much better. Much better. We were here one time, probably. Oh, bag of laughs. How are you, Jeff Madrid?
I was outside.
Some send a pie in. Yeah, throw a pizza, send a pie in. I give them $20. Send a pie in. As you done? Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, what's up?
Good to see
We're going to be starting back up in 2 minutes, approximately 2 minutes.
Yeah?
knee replacement and
Really?
oh,
You move better than me.
oh God.
You know?
We're getting there.
You're moving
I
good.
think we're getting back to it.
You're looking good.
It's like a collage.
We will continue with council member questions, and I would like to acknowledge that we've been joined by council member Ressler and Palladino.
Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Osei, followed by Councilmember Stevens, Holden, Areola, and then the public advocate.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner and NYPD leadership. I just wanted to ask a couple questions around the Strategic Response Group unit. Starting off with, what is the total SRG budget?
No, I got it. So right now, FY24 budget for SRG is $75.6 million for personnel-related costs and $153,000 for OTPS.
Thank you. And what percent of the entire NYPD budget is this? You may not have
about
a number.
1.2%.
Okay, thank you. How does the budget for the SRG compare to other units within the NYPD?
Depends what unit you're talking about.
In terms of funding given to a specific unit like the SRG?
The funding is based on the staffing, so depending on what other unit you want to compare it to, that would depend on the staffing.
Is it based? The question I guess I'm trying to get at is it based off of a specific need, especially around the theme of counterterrorism? How was that allotment of funding chosen for the SRG?
In terms of how we allocate staff, I would defer to the chief of department.
Good afternoon, Councilman.
Good afternoon.
Just in terms of, and I'm just making sure I'm understanding your question, the size of SRG. SRG is one of our smaller units compared to like transit, housing. So as far as per person personnel, it's going to have a much smaller budget. We do have small training needs. I don't know the exact numbers, but SRG does have small training needs. But they're just like any other officer out there. They're out there doing their job.
Great. Thank you so much. And according to a statement you made earlier today, Chief Marjorie, you testified that the SRG uses the lightest touch when policing protests, and that SRG accounts for 10% of the $45 million in overtime that they spent on protests this year. How many protests, if you do have a rough idea, has the SRG deployed in the last, let's say, 3 months?
So, and just so you understand, when I say the lightest touch, I mean when we start, when a protest starts, we try to start the fewest amount of officers as possible. So that's what I mean by the lightest touch. If it grows in size, if it becomes volatile, of course we bring in more resources. So I don't have the exact number of protest SRG with.
Okay. How you doing? I'm Wilson Arambeles, Chief of Special Operations.
Can we please swear you in, sir? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to answer honestly to council member questions?
Yes, I
do. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry. SRG has been, there has been about 205 protests in the last 3 months that SRG has been deployed.
Thank you so much. And what has been the subject matter of these protests, would you say?
The subject matter is their purpose in there is to facilitate the ability of people to express their First Amendment right and to ensure the safety of protesters, non-protesters, and citizens that are there. And to do so in a way that they could bring peace to New Yorkers.
I guess the question I'm asking is, what has been the general subject matter?
Please remove the disturbance. Please remove the disturbance.
I guess the question I'm trying to get at is, what's the general subject matter of these protests? Like, is there a common theme that you're seeing at some of the protests that have been happening over the past 3 months, or has it been a range of different protests that have been taking place?
I just want to be clear about one thing before others jump in. I'm not sure I understand your question exactly, but to the extent you're asking about subject matter of protests, that is irrelevant for how we police, how we deploy. There are a lot of considerations which the operational folks can, of course, speak to. But to be very, very clear, to the extent you're suggesting or asking about, subject matter of protests, that does not bear on how we police at the protest. But I'll turn it to others to talk on the operational side.
If I think I'm hearing properly, since October 7th, we've had 1,884 protests. Okay, that comes out to 12 protests a day. Right, the average protest is 135, but that could be 0. Some people don't show up with a smaller one, or it can go as high as 10,000 people when a certain group takes over the bridge. SRG is only on set 200 times of that 1884. We have other cops that will handle those protests, but SRG is on standby. When we have 10,000 people coming over the bridge, we have to have a full complement. So it ranges. The protests range in size. The field commander has to make different decisions based on what is going on. But I just want to go back to that number, 1,884 since October 7th. That's a large number for our city. And as a matter of fact, there's a protest going on outside right now.
I mean, the only reason I was asking about subject matter is because there have been multiple reports that we've been hearing within the council, as well as NICLU, about subject matter being an issue when it comes to the deployment of SRG. It's some oversight that I wanted to receive through this hearing. There have been reports of NYPD not taking action when the Proud Boys have been, holding protests that have turned out to be violent, as well as other white supremacist groups, especially when it comes to anti-vax protesters. So I wanted to see if there was some level of clarity that we could receive, or that I could receive in this hearing, in terms of any discrepancies of subject matters when it comes to.
Look, our stance is real simple.
I'm sorry. I'd just like to after this question, we're going to move on to other council members. We're going to have a second round as well.
Our stance is real simple. We want everyone to voice their opinion on First Amendment. We want it done safely. We try to coordinate with the leaders of the groups to see what they want. And like the chief said, the least amount of cops we could use, the better. But we have to draw the line, like on Monday mornings, a couple of Monday mornings where they block the bridges for a couple hours. We have to draw the line when they stop for hours, when it disrupt the whole community. So we can't allow that. In certain circumstances, we can't allow breaking windows. We can't allow assaults and simple assaults. So we want it fair for everybody. The First Amendment rules out. We do the best we can, and I think we're doing a very good job as we've been getting more and more of these. And the summer and warmer weather's coming, and we're going to get more and more.
Chair, can I ask one more question as a follow-up in regards to the statement on
next round?
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Stevens, followed by Holden, Areola.
Hello, how are you guys doing? So just a couple of things. I know in the testimony, Commissioner, you talked about the rise of young people in crime, but I just have to make a couple of statements because this is a subject that everyone knows is near and dear to my heart, because we talk about the rise in crime with young people, but we're also at the same time, as Chair of Children and Youth Services, I'm fighting because there's so many cuts to programs specifically for the age group that you're talking about. And so there's a real discrepancy on when we're seeing crime with young people rising, but we're still cutting programs. And then even we spoke about, everyone knows for the last 2 years I've been here, I don't like the YOs. I don't understand why we have youth officers. It really makes me uncomfortable. You have 368 youth officers, but right now currently 450 social workers are on the chopping block for schools. It's not making sense. And so if we really want to see a decrease, we know where we need to invest, and we need to be investing in our young people, and what that looks like, we need to be investing in programs that actually work. And so this is not saying that you don't have a place with young people, but that's not it. And I really, we have to get to a place where we move past that. So I'll get off my high horse there because that had to be said. But the question that I actually have, there's so many officers here, and I hope that no one is getting overtime because our Madam Speaker did talk about overtime, and there's just a lot of officers here today. But what is the internal mechanisms that are in place to prevent overtime spending? I know some of that was talked about, and what internal discipline measures exist to keep NYPD from overspending? And can you provide examples of how discipline measures can be enforced regarding overtime?
So like I stated before, it's closely monitored by my office and by the bureau heads. So if we see an excess of someone abusing the overtime system, discipline will be addressed.
Could you give an example of what that looks like? Could you give an example, please? Because I know you stated that already. I asked for an example.
All right.
Thank you.
Can I? Thank
yes, absolutely.
So, for example, we had, an officer that went over a lot amount, the allotted amount of overtime. So moving forward, that officer would not receive overtime for the next 3 months, 2 months, whatever it may have been.
Okay, and so is that widely done throughout the department? Because, you know, we see, I know there's instances where it's needed and necessary, but we know that there's instances there where it isn't. And so just thinking about how do we make sure that we are instituting practices so that that can't happen?
So that's why we instituted the bi-weekly bureau meeting with each bureau head to ensure that we're monitoring on a grander level, right? So each bureau chief is responsible for their subordinates and their superiors. So they bring back the messages that's being brought to my meeting bi-weekly to their subordinates, ensuring that if there's an overspending that's being done, we're making sure that, okay, what are we doing about it? Why was it done in the first place? And moving forward, it can't happen again. And if it does, then we'll take further action.
Yeah, I would hope that there would be more than a meeting, but I have to move on because I know time is running out. So the next question I have is, does NYPD conduct contract with third parties in any way to produce or carry out social media monitoring? And if so, how much do you spend on it, and how many officers are engaged with this? I know it's a lot of people to move around, but my time is ticking. So we got to move a little faster.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Chief Beltran again. We do have contracts with companies that do social media scrubbing and provide that information to our analysts for counterterrorism intelligence and for crime investigations, especially gang crimes, where there could be retaliation.
And just to be clear, the social media sort of analysis we're talking about is on publicly available information. In other words, public social media accounts. You know, we're looking to gain.
My time is limited, and so how much are we spending on that, and how many officers are engaged in that? I'd like to get to those answers because that was part of the question.
Okay, I think I believe probably just on the social media on the Voyager piece. I believe that's around $3 million.
$3 million okay.
A year that we're paying.
How many officers?
That we're paying for that. The number of officers, I'm sorry?
How many officers are engaged in this as well?
In that, they're engaged from their operational activities. They're working from their offices. They're working on cases. So I don't know. The total number fluctuates.
Okay. All right, I'm going to have to move on because you guys, I only got 2 seconds. What are the specific training programs or protocol that NYPD provides to officers related to interacting with individuals with experiencing mental health crises, and how much funding is allocated for those trainings?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think you have to swear in, too.
Thank you so much. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and answer honestly to councilmember questions?
I do.
Thank you. And also please answer your name. Thank you.
Chief Lolo Bay, Chief of Training. Good afternoon, Councilwoman. So I'm glad you actually brought this up because this was a question that you had last year. So I have good news for you this time, right? I can't speak to money, can't speak to the budget. We'll have the money guy talk about it. But just real quick, you talked about children in crisis last year.
We did.
Yes. So I talked about Mark Rampersad, I talked about the DOE. Just real quick, so you know, every class since July of last year, we've had the DOE have a module with us moving forward through now. They teach specifically on youth autism. That's their seminar. We also partner with an organization called the Osborne Institute. So their module is based on safeguarding children. So that's the update that we have. And
well, I want to say, I appreciate that because that wasn't my question, but I love that y'all know that I'm a youth person and that y'all even thought that that was an accent.
No, you said training. When you say training, then, but yeah. I do remember this question. So
I know, and I appreciate that. That actually warmed my heart that people know I'm a youth person. But I was asking specifically, I do, that really warmed my heart. But I was asking specifically around mental health, people in general, and mental health crisis. So when they're interacting with folks who have mental health crisis, what does the training look like, and how much money is allocated for those trainings for officers in NYPD?
Okay. So I'll speak specifically to CIT training, and Seth will talk about the money aspect of it. So the curriculum itself was developed as a part of an MOU. We work with the DOHMH, and we also work with a community-based organization called Urban Community Services. Every officer gets a one-time course. It's 4 hours. Of course, we emphasize the department's values on human life, respect the dignity of each individual, and also rendering services to de-escalating crisis situations. As it pertains to numbers, since its inception in 2015, we've had 19,201 active and retired members trained. As of March 15th of this year, active UMOS, that uniform members of the service, we've had 14,404 trained. Of relevance is the fact that of the 14,404, 9,772 are assigned to operational commands. That's housing, that's transit, that's patrol, because I would like to say that they probably have most encounters with people in the throes of mental crisis. So.
That wasn't exactly my question, but they said I have to stop, so I'll wait for the second round.
Just to add to Chief Obey, in terms of the funding, that was funded in the fiscal year 2020 January plan, approximately $2 million.
Thank you.
Please remove the disturbance.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Holden, followed by Areola.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all from the NYPD for your testimony. My community actually works well with the police. We actually want more police officers. We don't get them, though. That's the problem. My community, like most communities around the city, welcome police officers in their neighborhoods. So I just want to get that out. But we all know there's a retention problem on the force. I know you have programs, recruitment, morale. How do you measure success if we're seeing more officers want to retire early or just leave the force? How do we measure the success of programs that are meant to retain officers and to build their morale?
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Answer honestly and councilmember questions. Please say your name.
I do. Again, John Benoit, I'm the Chief of Personnel. So I want to talk a little bit about attrition because I have some good news to report to you. We're seeing a decline in attrition, actually. I think we're moving in the right direction. So our 3-year average of attrition is actually higher than what our current attrition rate is today. So what we've noticed is that there's been some media reports that police officers with less than 5 years on the police force are leaving in droves. Well, interestingly enough, in the first quarter of 2023, we saw a 52% reduction in that number. And that's pretty noteworthy for us because the PBA settled their contract in April 2023. So this doesn't include the first quarter of 2023, so it's actually increased. We believe there's some correlation with the new contract. Another noteworthy piece of data that says the opposite, sir, is we've seen a substantial increase in our requests for reinstatement. As a matter of fact, 178. That's pretty high. I've been in this role in various capacities for a couple of years, and it's usually under 50. But I see it's 178. 128 of those requests for reinstatements immediately followed the announcement of the new contract. We've been meeting our hiring objectives for the last 20 years. And again, our average hires, we average about 2,219. That's our 20-year average. We're over that average with 2,600.
So I might interrupt you though. Yeah. When can we see a change? Because I keep losing cops in my local precinct. In fact, you talk about crime stats. Year to date, I'm up 10% in the 104. 2-year, 23% rise in crime, and a 14-year, 22%. These are not great numbers. And then we keep losing officers. And then what's worse, I go up to the detective squad. I used to have 20 detectives. I have 9. And more wanting to leave. When I talk to the detectives, yeah, I'm counting the days. It's really, our workload is ridiculous. So I'm looking for, all right, we're going to retain what we have, but how do we get more officers in the precincts that need it?
Well, I know there are some, like in any large organization, that are not satisfied with their job. But I want to point out to you that we have 3,223 uniformed personnel that are past their service time. They could retire, and they have not elected to do so. That includes 276 from our January 2004 class. So that's pretty noteworthy to us, and I monitor this every day, my staff and I. Those are noteworthy figures that actually contradict. You know, just in terms of staffing, I look at the staffing. It's a big part of what I do in coordination with our first deputy commissioner, the police commissioner, and the chief of department. And I can tell you that in all of our enforcement commands, our 98 enforcement commands, we have 17,267 uniformed personnel assigned to those commands. And I know that some of the commands are down, but those numbers fluctuate on a regular basis. A command could be down by 14 police officers in 1 month, and then that, because we do so many transactions and transfers, that the numbers could be cut in half. It changes on a regular basis.
All right, could I just want to talk to the detective squad, though. Do we have a program to recruit more detectives? Because when you get cut in half in your local precinct, that takes its toll. And you know, we don't have enough crossing guards. We don't have enough school safety officers to cover every school. I mean, there's a shortage everywhere.
Council member.
I think
just,
the
just
chief.
to answer your question, no, Chief Madrick, just to answer your question, and as John said, a lot of times the commands fluctuate. Myself, the Chief of Patrol, Chief of Transit, Chief of Housing, we constantly look at that. I know right now the 104 is down a little bit. We have a new class coming out, so you'll get some more officers there. All right, we've looked at it. I've looked at about 8 commands in the last week, and I realized, okay, some of the numbers are lower than what they need to be. As far as the detective squad, you know, probably every 4 months we put more detectives in. Every 6 months, it depends on the size of the group. I'll make sure that we sit down with Chief Kinney, take a look at what's going on in 104, and to get some additional detectives there. You are up in crime. I acknowledge that. I speak to people in your community. I hear the same complaints. We'll take a look at it.
Thank you, Chief. The chief, did he want to say something about, because my question was how many, I'm sorry, Chief, what are we doing to recruit from the ranks in the detective squad?
And after this question, we're going to have a second round, so we're going to move on afterward.
Sure. We're constantly evaluating the officers that are out on patrol, and we're looking for viable candidates. So, as you know, you just can't fill that spot. It has to be an officer that's experienced. It has to be an officer that's well trained, and quite frankly, an officer that's engaged with the community and the crime that's going on in that community. So we're constantly looking, and like the Chief Madry stated earlier, we get very fortunate that sometimes we can pick up 150 at a time to replace some of the officers that have moved on in their careers.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Ariola.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank all of you for coming, Commissioner Caban, all the chiefs of the department. And I'm happy to see so many police officers here because you have all the answers that we're asking for. And a lot of times you can't have it in one binder. So oftentimes we say not enough people show up, but today just enough people showed up, so thank you. I want to go to the YCOs. How many YCOs were assaulted by the demographic that they are entrusted with protecting?
We don't track it by individual YCOs, but I can tell you this. Assaults on our police officers are up 20% for the last 14 months. 20%. So we don't break it down a type of officer. We just assault on police officers. Could be a detective, could be a police officer, could be a sergeant, lieutenant. We don't break it down that way.
So that could be any type of assault, even the recent assaults that we've seen on video by known migrants who are assaulting our police officers.
Just like I said, we just put it as when a police officer gets assaulted, a felony,
Good.
we're up 20%.
Okay, thank you. Now, after those assaults are made and they are arrested and they are felony arrests, what happens at that point?
Good afternoon. So with assaults on police officers, what the data shows is during the arraignment process, the majority of arrests are arraigned on the initial felony charge. What happens after the arraignment down the road is a different story. And I will be very upfront. Sometimes there are good reasons why it gets downgraded to either a misdemeanor or maybe even a decline or a deferral. But those are definitely not the majority. The majority is that we would like to see a better prosecution, you know, as the case proceeds. We'll always have the conversation with the DAs. The DAs are great partners, and I've been doing this for a while. And if you ask me, there's not a better cooperation right now between the NYPD and the DAs across the city. It's also our part to bring the best case possible, and we feel a lot of the times we are. Our detectives enhance all 7 major arrests, including assaults on police officers. Obviously, the body-worn camera footage that we have helps, but it's something that we're always in conversation. But like Chief Shao, we are at unprecedented levels when it comes to you know, assaults on members of the service. And a lot of, majority of the assaults happen while the officer is actively conducting his or her business in the best way possible.
How important do you think is maintaining the gang database when identifying alleged perpetrators of crimes and illegal gun violence in our city?
So the criminal group database that you're talking about, it is one of a small data collection that is important. It's important for real-time deployment, and it's also important to prevent future violence in areas that we know either are frequented by local crews or local crews could live in that area. So it is one of the things that we do look at in regards to deployment in the New York City Police Department. Remember, field deployment is the #1 crime-fighting tool that we have in the NYPD. That's our staple of policing. It would always be, but we're data-driven. And looking at the criminal group database is one of many, many things that we look at when we deploy.
Thank you. And we mentioned earlier that recently 178 members requested for reinstatement and 128 more during the after the collective bargaining. Have we reinstated any of those members, or will they be reinstated?
Yes, they're in the process of being reinstated, yes.
Wonderful. So I just want to make as a last statement that recidivism that we're talking about today with mental illness and drug abuse, this continues because there are more programs that we're pushing through that enable this disease than to treat this disease. And regarding the National Guard, yes, we need the National Guard because we need our officers to get off the train platforms and back into our precincts so that they can patrol and keep our communities safe. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Public Advocate Williams, Councilmembers Joseph Rivera.
Thank you so much. First, I just want to make sure we're clear that the reason that some council members have certain questions and some have others is because some of our communities have different experiences. And it's not that those communities don't necessarily want the service. The experience they have is often different. Commissioner, thank you for being here. In your opening statement, it said that 27 months later, violence is no longer at the forefront of our conversation. I just want to push back a little bit because I think it actually is. I think people, as we often say, want to be and want to feel safe. I do know that you point out the statistics of crime going down. That doesn't seem to take root when people are afraid, and I know that. I did want to make sure I'm clear that I do believe the mayor himself is responsible for some of this perception. A few years ago, when he was running, he consistently put forth a perception that wasn't based in the reality of what was going on, and people have begun to believe him. And so that makes it a little difficult when we're trying to actually get across that we are relatively safe compared to other cities. As you mentioned, that means nothing to a person who is a victim of crime, so we do have to have dual conversations at the same time. I would also say sometimes the department aids in it as well, and how they discuss things like bail reform and recidivism. And so the Data Collaborative of Justice from the John Jay College, they just put out a report that the New York Post actually misreported that actually talked about recidivism. I don't know if you've seen the report. But very often when we're talking about recidivism, we talk about it in a finite point. And I just want to be clear that if you look at recidivism rates, and if you can let me know if I'm wrong, but recidivism rates now versus before 2019 bail reform, they are actually pretty similar, and some points have even gone down. And so I do think recidivism is something that we have to look at. But I don't want to make it seem as if all of a sudden, because of some of these policies, recidivism has skyrocketed, when that's just not the case when you look at all the data points. What I did want to ask about recidivism, because sometimes it's offered in a binary, that recidivists should remain in jail. When there are other options, oftentimes judges can mandate that they go into programs that aren't jail. That's also not happening. And so I'm trying to figure out if that is something that you can also publicly discuss as a possible solution. Like sometimes it seems that the carceral solution is the only thing that we're pushing.
So if I can just touch on the recidivism statement. No, that's not accurate. Recidivism is at its highest levels when you start looking at it from 2017 and after 2017. So I'll just give you a very simple breakdown. When you got arrested for a burglary in 2017, only 8% of that population get arrested for a burglary. Only 8% of that population reoffended within 60 days with any type of felony. In 2022, a quarter of that population reoffended with a felony within 60 days. Last year...
Do you have data within 2 years?
I'm sorry?
Do you have data within 2 years?
Sure. Whatever year you want to have the data.
Yeah, recidivism within 2 years of arrest.
Oh, I don't have within 2 years.
That's the data to look at because, no, hold on. Obviously, if someone is in jail, they can't recidivate. And so the reason John Jay looked at 2 years is because they looked at recidivism rates after they eventually get out. Right. And so the reason I'm asking that is you can skew the numbers to make it seem as if you just keep someone in jail, then we've solved the problem.
So I'll just say this, I don't skew anything. First of all,
You did.
I understand it. I understand it. And you speak to John Jay, we work closely with John Jay, and I work very, very closely with Mock Jay. We compare our data, and I am very satisfied in the data that my office produces.
I'm satisfied too. I'm not saying that it's incorrect. I'm saying what you're pointing to is the fact that people were held in jail possibly because they couldn't afford bail. What I'm telling you is we should look at the recidivism rates because as opposed to not discussing how to prevent this, I actually want to talk about it not happening 60 days or 2 years. And what we're saying is there are programs that people can be put in, particularly if they're doing certain crimes that we know there's another root cause. And if we only look at keeping people in jail, the problem won't be solved. And particularly if people are in there simply because they cannot pay bail, which is about making them come back to court, not to be remanded. And so the reason I asked you about the 2 years is because there's 60 days, I'm sure of what it's going to say because the person was held. But in 2017 and 2018, they were held, now they're not, and they're released. But if you look at 2017 to 2019 to 2020, the recidivism rate might be similar because they were eventually let out.
Councilmember, if I could just add, if I could
Public
swear
advocate.
in. Public advocate, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I can give you.
Can we just swear you in quickly? Do you firmly tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Answer honestly to councilmember questions.
I do.
Please state your name and go ahead.
I'm Bob Barrows. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Strategic Initiatives for the department, so I'm very well aware of the report that you cited, and actually the most recent one covered upstate counties, right? The report in New York City was last year. One thing that I would just highlight, with the back and forth, is that that report actually found, and I can send this to your office, it said that individuals that have significant arrest histories or have committed violent felonies actually saw recidivism increase during the time period. And that really has been the point that this department has made when it comes to reforms. We're not talking about...
I'm sorry, that was for a very specific band, because when you look at it all together, it went down. But I know what you're talking about, a very specific band. But I will say to you again, even with that specific band, all I'm saying is that incarceration doesn't necessitate that it doesn't happen again. Right. And so what I'm trying to figure out is how we use all of the tools, because I know the tools that the police have and the tools that they have in the prison system. The reason I'm saying this, and I'll end now, is when I was growing up, I saw a over-policing. And I was told that was going to stop the violence, except the people I know who were shot and killed only kept growing. My daughter rides the train almost daily, so I am concerned about what's there. And I want to make sure that there is a safety plan so that when you sometimes have to deploy additional law enforcement, when that's removed, there's something else there. And I admit that there are people who can feel at ease when they see a law enforcement officer. I will not concede that that is the same for National Guard. When people see National Guard, that usually means something else is there. I had more questions. Obviously, I'm out of time. I did want to end with this, and I hope the answer is yes, but I asked this during the Bloomberg administration. I didn't think I'd have to ask it now. But, Commissioner, my hope is that when cuts are being made to other agencies, or when police are deployed to schools, there's a conversation with the mayor and administration about how that impacts public safety, the burden it's going to put on you. When law enforcement has to go to a school for some reason, when they're removed, is there a plan to make sure that that community remains safe? Those are the conversations that I think we have to really push, because if we change the way leadership looks, the way leadership thinks, but we don't change how it addresses public safety, I'm worried that my daughter is going to have the same concerns I did. And the generational change should come, and it should come from us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll hear from Councilmembers Joseph, Rivera, Brewer, and then Ressler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair. First couple of questions were around crossing guards. We've seen crossing guards get hurt on the job. We want to know, I'm still getting called as the education chair that there are not enough crossing guards to make sure that our children are traveling to and from school safely. What are the numbers, and how do we retain them, and how do we attract them?
So currently, we have a budget for 2,219 crossing guards. That's down from 2020. We are assigned, we have 2017 assigned, we have 202 vacancies. We also have 200 crossing guards.
Why do you think the vacancies are?
Say again?
Vacancies, why do you think you have them?
Well, I think we have a lot of candidates, but they all want to work close to their home. We raised the salary.
What is the salary? What is the current salary?
It was $15.45. We raised it to $18. Okay.
I think we can do better than that, and it's women of color that's working that job. I'm familiar with crossing guards, and I see them every day. I talk to them. So I think we can do better on the salary so we can attract and retain them. Go ahead.
What?
You done?
Yeah, but you have
Okay.
question.
So a couple of questions. As the education chair, we're facing a $1 billion cut in schools, right? While funding school policing at $400 million, programs like restorative justice, counselors, social workers, things that are accessible that keep young people safe in schools. And I always say over-policing is not what keeps young people safe, right? It's also investing in resources. So we also see neighborhoods that have resources are under-policed. Neighborhoods that have less resources are over-policed. So I'd like to see a shift in that, right? So what is the head count of active school safety agents in our schools, and how many uniformed police officers are currently part of that school safety division?
Do you firmly tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Answer honestly to councilmember questions.
I do.
Please introduce yourself and then go ahead.
Hello, I'm Inspector Tracy Millette, the Commanding Officer of School Safety. The question was how many school safety agents we have?
And how many uniformed police officers are currently part of that school safety division?
So we have 3,870 school safety agents. There are one located at least in every school. The officers, there's about 50 to 100 officers part of the whole division, but they're doing varied things. They're doing anything from the youth response team that secures the corridors where the children are walking to and from schools. They could be doing the operations desk. So, to your question.
Thank you. How many uniformed police officers are in the youth response team? And can you confirm this is part of the school safety division or another division within the NYPD?
It is part of the school safety division, and there are approximately, thank you, there are approximately 50 to 55 officers in that unit.
And is there any type of training around restorative justice for the school safety agents?
Yes, they get, in terms of training, they get de-escalation, they get restorative
justice.
Yes, restorative practices, youth mental health and first aid. This is done by DOE. They're providing the training for us in our recruit training.
How often are they trained?
Initially, they're trained at the academy, and then yearly they're trained.
And their refresher courses
Yes,
available to
as a
them as well?
refresher course, yes.
Also, NYPD taking officers, lastly, we've heard that NYPD had taken officers who are on modified duty due to allegations of abuse, reassigned them to youth coordination officers, putting officers with documented history of violence, abuse, in direct interaction with young people. Can you share that with me? Can you share with the council the head count for youth coordination officers and how many YCOs have allegations of violence or misconduct against them?
We have 368 YCOs in terms of how many have allegations that are not working. I'm not aware of that. I'll definitely look into it.
Definitely, because they're interacting with our young people.
I have to look into it. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but I will take a look. That shouldn't be the case. They should be active out in the street, like I mentioned earlier, working those corridors, working with school safety. You know, our commanding officers are talking to the principals once a week on any issues they may have. Our borough commanders are talking to the superintendents once a month to see any issues they have. And our communication system with DOA under Chancellor Banks and our commissioner has been, extremely well. Real-time communication 24/7.
And your timeline on hiring those crossing guards?
We're going to be,
A little louder.
on May 24th, we're going to be hiring 100 crossing guards.
And we are going to disperse them throughout the city. I have one particular precinct in my district that is lacking a crossing guard. Thank you, Chair.
Give me that, please, and I'll take a look.
And before we move to the next member, I just have a follow-up question regarding recruitment. Given the challenges regarding recruitment and attrition rate, I'm curious on what resources you plan to allocate or have allocated to make sure that precincts, outreach programs, and environments, that precinct outreach promotes an environment where people policed by officers are represented by the communities that they live in, particularly in Black and brown communities. For transparency, I'm asking this particularly because I want to know, because I know young women and men in my community that have been having a desire to be guardians of society. And, but the gap in direct outreach may keep them from finding their path. I'm speaking specifically to folks who are really finding their purpose at a very young age and wanting to kind of go into that purpose, being a guardian of society to protect and serve.
I would like to add to that. I totally agree with you, and that's why in the position, in the capacity that we are in, I am particularly in, that I make it a point to go into Black and brown communities, in every community, and I employ it, a request for me to talk to young adults and let them know, I'm a kid, I'm a woman from the South Bronx, and when I was growing up, we didn't have the police officers talking to us and coming to the school and trying to recruit us. Just yesterday, we had a female officer from the 7-2 precinct. She was getting into some trouble in PSA 1, and I talked to her. And I told her, listen, you try to join the police department, what you want to do with your life. Yesterday, she came to my office and told me that she joined the police department because of our conversation. So we are all actively doing our part to recruit in our communities.
And Chair, when I opened up, I spoke about our diversity and how proud I am of our diversity. And it wasn't the case years ago, but it is the case now. I'll give you a quick stat. We have officers that hail from over 107 different countries that speak in excess of 70 different languages. We are the fabric of New York City.
Just in terms of the budget question, because there was a question about the cost, we do have a budget allocation of about $2 million in fiscal year 25 dedicated for recruitment.
Thank you. And also, as a follow-up, I was wondering about, in terms of the question and response about assault on police, does the department track the law enforcement's activity at such time that the officer was engaged in this, when this assault is happening? And specifically, for instance, initiating an arrest or conducting homeless outreach, involuntary committing an individual with mental illness, stuff like that. I'm just wondering, in terms of an assault, is it I'm going to go out and try to physically assault an officer and there we're capturing that, or it's a situation where there's a mental health challenge or something like that?
Well, I know the department does capture that, but for the purposes of what I oversee is our medical division. And one of the things I wanted to get out there in relationship to what we're talking about, as Chief Chell indicated earlier, we have a 20% increase in assault against police officers. But something I want to just bring to the council's attention, there's 3 disturbing trends that are noteworthy to mention in this venue. We've seen a pretty big increase, 72% increase in police officers getting stabbed. We've seen an increase in officers being struck by an object. That's up. So these are noteworthy. These are events that happen. The majority of our officers that are injured, they have some type of orthopedic injury.
So I'm really asking specifically more about the circumstances in terms of
the police department captures it on our line of duty report, what they were doing when they were in, what they were engaged in at the time they were injured, and for the purposes of what we track is what they were doing at the time that they were injured. We do capture that. I don't have that data from the medical division part of the data for that. But I do know, as an organization, we do have that information.
So we'll follow up with that, and I'll pass it back to the members.
Thank you so much, Chair. Council members Rivera, Brewer, Ressler.
Okay. All right, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I just want to go back to your testimony for a second, Commissioner. You said that fare evasion arrests are up by more than 135%, and you have 1,000 additional officers going into the system every single day. So we have a figure here of 120,000 summonses for fare beating in 2023. Is that the highest that it's been?
So in relation to, I'm sorry, Chief Kemp, Chief of Transit. Ever in history, I can't answer that, but certainly the highest in the past few years.
Have any of those resulted in a frisk or a search?
Yes, if there's an arrest, they're frisked and searched. Every arrest is.
So 123,000?
No.
120,000 times?
That's negative. Let me explain to you how this process works.
Briefly, though.
Well, it's a little complex. I want to explain it to you, but I'll be as brief and as clear as I can. The goal of fare evasion is not to arrest people. The goal of fare evasion is to correct behavior and set a tone of law and order in the subway system. Fare evasion is by far the #1 complaint, not even a close second, that I get from our riders. And there's so much discussion we could have, but just going straight to the enforcement, 97% of the people, so 9 out of 10 people that we stop for fare evasion is issued a tab summons and released within minutes. A tab summons is non-criminal, it's civil. The 3% others that don't qualify for a tab summons, there's good reason why they don't. And more often than not, they're deemed a transit offender or they're wanted, they have warrants. So it's the 3% that don't qualify for it. So if you're stopped and given a civil summons, you're not frisked. There's no search.
Okay.
But certainly if you pop a warrant or there's a weapon found on you in plain view, everyone arrested, no matter where it is, the subway system or not, for any crime, is frisked and searched, yes.
Well, we just had a hearing with the MTA, and we're trying to figure out how to increase outreach for fares, for example. I don't think people want to be arrested for $2.90.
Yeah, so that's...
And most of these people are because they are in need, and just to echo my council members who talked about, retail theft, all of this is leading to what was a very debilitating few years. How do you decide who you call into transit out of those 1,000 officers? How do you decide who you call into transit?
So the 1,000 additional cops that support the Transit Bureau each day, it's a mix. Some are on overtime, and we could talk about how that process was changed for the good. And some of it is on straight time. Some of it is personnel that are assigned to administrative functions throughout the city in different bureaus and different assignments, that for that individual day they're assigned to transit. But the overtime component, a large part of that overtime component is opened up to police officers that are off on a volunteer basis, which is something new within the last year that this administration has made. So in other words, we're not forcing cops as much as we can to work overtime in the subway system. So
Okay.
it's
I only ask because Manhattan South, I feel like they're constantly called into the train system, and so.
So let me talk about Manhattan South and why.
Let's talk about it offline.
Okay, but there's
Because
reasons.
I just have, okay, no doubt, I'm sure there's geography and all that, but a few years ago, just to transition to something else, this council passed a few bills. One of them was my legislation requiring a case management system for cases investigated by the Special Victims Division. So what is the outcome of that implementation? Have you increased personnel at SVD? Because one of the concerns was that there weren't even enough detectives for all the cases. And so this all came together into this larger hearing and then a package of legislation.
Yeah, good afternoon. So as of right now, Special Victims has had a huge increase in personnel. While the department and the Detective Bureau itself is down in personnel, Special Victims is up. We currently have 339 total members with 296 investigators. So we've increased it, we've upstaffed it significantly.
Okay, I know there was recently a report on the legislation and things like that, so I will follow up with you all. I just have one other question on my district specifically. I worked with the district attorney to bring a gun buyback to the Lower East Side, just trying to figure out how we can address crime in the Lower East Side, specifically along like Avenue C and Avenue D. Does NYPD have plans to increase gun buybacks? That event specifically was funded by the DA's office and private donations, and I'm wondering, does NYPD have a budget for buyback events? And just to speak on that area again, I just want to mention First Deputy Commissioner Kinsella for working with us to try to bring a Cure Violence program to Bellevue to help address some of the violence in the Lower East Side, so I'm looking forward to that. But can you speak to plans for, the gun violence, getting guns off of the street, specifically what's happening on the East Side?
Hello.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stewart. The gun buyback program is a collaboration between us and the DA's office. We do gun buybacks probably every 3 months in every borough. So when the DA calls us and we get a location, then we'll do the process. So what happens, the gun buyback the program used to be $200, now it's up to $500. So we used to give iPads, so the problem was we were spending $900 on a $200 gun. So, the inflation, that's the cost, but we are in talks with the DA's office.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I just want to say I realize that, gun buybacks are not, this is like one piece of it. I think the Cure Violence and then trying to figure out how we're working with community-based organizations to increase their funding is going to be instrumental. So I just want to thank you all of you, and whoever else will come up to the dais in the next few minutes for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Ressler.
Thank you very much. So I do want to thank the 2-4, the 2-0, and Central Park, great leaders. I also appreciate the ride-along with Deputy Commissioner Doherty. Thank you very much. And I love Chief Obi. Those are my opening comments. I do want to say the budget for hate crimes, how many? I had 3 on Sunday in my district. That's a lot. So I wanted to know that information. I also want to know, I'll just go through a few things and then you can decide. Be heard and just the issue of mental health. Is there a budget? Is there a personnel attached? Is it still happening? Is it working? I also want to know is there a dollar figure for payouts? Obviously, in some cases, unfortunately, police officers, for whatever reason, are accused of doing the wrong thing and somebody has to pay. So how much is that in the last year? I'm also interested in the Manhattan tow pound, which doesn't exist. I've tried to find one space. Is there ongoing, I didn't see it in the capital budget, so what's going on with the, and just generally, I know you, with sanitation, you tow abandoned vehicles. I want to know how many have been towed and the cost. And then just finally, Planned Parenthood on Saturdays. There's so many cops there. You don't need that many cops there. And I want to know what's going on with Planned Parenthood on Saturdays. It's nuts. One Saturday a month, somebody, you know, they're protesting Planned Parenthood, and I saw about 80 cops there. Thank you very much. So I guess first, hate crimes.
Hate crimes? How you doing? Chief Kenny again, Chief of Detectives. So currently, our hate crimes task force is consisting of 1 deputy inspector, 1 lieutenant, 3 sergeants, and 23 detectives. The best way to put what's currently going on in hate crimes in perspective, I'll give you a breakdown of 2023. So in 2023, New York City showed an increase in hate crimes by the end of the year. 6 of the 10 categories showed an increase. All right, we ended 2023 with 669 hate crimes versus 650. That's an increase of 3% or 19 crimes totally committed. As of 10/7/23, the city was down in overall hate crime by 20%. After the conflict began in the Middle East, we saw, best way to describe it is we saw a steady increase in our decrease. This increase predominantly affected the Jewish community. By the year's end, hate crimes against Jews increased by 14%. That's 323 crimes versus 284. That's an additional 39 incidents that were reported. In 2023, Jewish-related hate crime accounted for 48% of all hate crimes committed. 141 of the 323 Jewish hate crimes involved SWAT sticker incidents, and that came out to 43% itself. In the same time period for last year, there was a total of 7 hate crimes that were committed where the complainant was Palestinian. So overall hate crimes in 2023, aggravated harassment 1 and 2 made up for 39% of all hate crimes. Misdemeanor assault made up for 21%. And there were 88 reported crimes, 13% that were 7 major. And it seems that this year, so far in 2024, we're kind of seeing the same numbers, where it's predominantly 51% of all hate crime being reported are hate crimes against the Jewish community.
Okay. Thank you. I think it speaks for itself and a lot of work to be done. I think the governor has some ideas to how to actually increase what is considered hate, because I had one that wasn't considered hate, even though it looked like it to me. So there may be even more as time goes on.
So the hate crime task force itself has a clearance rate of 83% of 7 majors where an arrest is made, and a 56% overall clearance rate for all hate crimes. So they're doing a great job.
Okay, thank you. And then be heard, mental health generally.
You firmly tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and answer honestly to council member questions.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name.
You're fabulous also.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council member. So Be Heard, which is the Behavioral Health Emergency Assistance Response Division, is a FDNY Health and Hospitals initiative that we support totally. All our calls for mental health crises that have no weapons involved and no imminent risk of harm are referred to the FDNY's dispatch unit, and they determine whether they have a unit from Be Heard to respond. If not, the default is the NYPD and EMS with the traditional response to mental health crisis calls.
Is it working?
Yes. They're currently in 31 precincts citywide, and according to the Office of Community Mental Health, they're in the first 6 months of 2023, over 40% of the patients were provided with connections to CBOs.
Okay, so why couldn't that be in the subways if it's working? Why couldn't something similar be in the subways if it's working, like a Be Heard for the subways?
I think that's a great idea.
I have lots of good ideas.
I know you do.
All right, I would suggest that, actually. Okay, shut up.
In Manhattan Tow Pound, just real quick, we are actively working with the Office of Management and Budget as well as DCAS to find a site.
To find a site for the subways?
For Manhattan Tow Pound.
Oh, for the Manhattan Tow Pound, but that's been, with all due respect, to the credit of the governor, he closed 76, but you have a site?
We're in active search still.
No, I've been searching too, but are you really searching, or are you going to find a site, you think?
The goal is to find a site.
So after this answer, we'll go to the next member.
Can I just, one more question though, with abandoned vehicles and Planned Parenthood?
We're going to have to. We got to go to the next one.
Administration can answer.
What's your question?
Oh,
Good afternoon, Council Member. The Planned Parenthood, the one that's downtown, are you referring to that one?
Bleecker, yes, Bleecker.
I'll make sure we reassess it. They do it every month. We had no issues. Maybe about 8 or 9 months ago, it got really violent, so we started putting a few extra police officers out there. I'll have the borough commander take a look, because if we don't see that violence anymore, absolutely we should put less.
Because there were 50 there recently, on a Saturday.
I'll talk to the borough commander and make sure he looks at it. Like I said, we had one time it got really contentious out
But
there,
then you
got
can
physical.
call them in.
So I'll make
When I
sure
was
we
there,
pull
there was no incident.
Absolutely, we'll take a look at it.
I just abandoned vehicles quickly. For 2023, we did 123 operations. Probably our number one complaint in New York City
Yep.
is derelict abandoned vehicles.
Yep.
We took off the street 1,522 abandoned vehicles, RVs, trucks, you name it, across the board. I'm happy to report in 2024, we're already at 58 operations in 3 months at approximately 800 vehicles removed. Like I said, probably our number one complaint universally, citywide, every community, abandoned vehicles. We're addressing it, and we're getting better and better at doing it collectively with other agencies in the city, including the sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll finish with Councilmember Ressler and then turn to a second round of questions. So if any other members have second questions, please let me know.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you all. Good to see Chief Madry here, Brooklyn North through and through. And I want to thank Chief Shale for being on site at Hoyt Schermerhorn with us last week in light of the terrible tragedy that we had in downtown Brooklyn. Commissioner, I'd just like to start by asking, is precision policing kind of one of the core kind of overarching philosophies of the department? Just yes, it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Yes, great. Because I see nothing like precision policing in the data. Since Mayor Adams came into office, we're just seeing more predominantly low-income, black and brown men get swept up in our criminal justice system. And let me run through the data with you. We've seen a 4-fold increase in minor summons since Mayor Adams came into office, a 90% increase, basically a doubling of stop and frisk, which was deemed unconstitutional. We've seen misdemeanor arrests are up 51% since the mayor came into office. Adult incarceration is up 30%, and most troubling to me, youth incarceration has doubled. So across the board, while the mayor talks about precision policing, while you talk about precision policing, we're just seeing more predominantly low-income, black and brown men get swept up in our criminal justice system. It is devastating our communities. We have returned fully to the era of broken windows policing.
Okay. I'll have our chief of crime control strategist go through the data.
Good afternoon. I'll start with your juvenile statement. So last year, 75% of our arrests for juveniles were of a felony.
Yes, I saw there was a 44% increase in felony arrests. What?
I didn't finish.
In the PMMR, but what drove that
Sir,
increase?
can I finish?
Yes, but I'm on the clock, so I'm going to push you here.
Okay, well then. Okay. So going back to youth crime, the NYPD very rarely now arrests an under the age of 18 individual for a low-level offense. Like I stated, 75% of our arrests last year of an individual under the age of 18 was of a felony. If you just go back a few years, it was 42%, right? So again, we're arresting for more serious crimes. Unfortunately, when you look at the juvenile crime, it correlates. When you look at gun arrests in New York City, over 400 gun arrests last year, which is 10% of approximately the 4,000 gun arrests, were under the age of 18. Again, highest levels that we've seen since 2017.
Chief, just with all, I'm on the clock. So this is the concern, but this is,
to answer them.
well, briefly, or indirectly, but the concern I have, at least what we saw in the PMMR, interested in understanding more about whatever data OMAP has, we saw a 44% increase in youth felony arrests last year, but only an 8% increase in gun charges. And so it's unclear to me what's driving this increase in mass arrests that we're doing and sending more kids to jail. What I do know is that this mayor and unfortunately his agencies have slashed and eliminated the alternative to incarceration programs that keep our young people out of jail, out of detention, off the streets, on the right track. And so we're just putting more and more and more money into incarceration and less money into the initiatives that actually help people get the support they need and get on the right track.
Again,
My
that's
overarching
not,
concern.
That's not what the data, you're not giving facts.
I'm telling you exactly what's in the PMMR and what was testified to by what the law department testified to at my hearing last week. So if you're saying that the facts are wrong, then I expect you to follow up with Judge Hines-Radix because those facts are coming from her. Now, this is the problem with this overwhelming, this approach to policing where we're just sweeping everybody up with more summons, more arrests for minor issues, is that response times are up. Do you know that response times are up 6 minutes since pre-pandemic? 6 minutes. And they're up year over year, from this year to last year, for the most serious crimes. When shots are fired, when a robbery occurs, 2 whole minutes, 40% increase in response times.
So response time to critical crimes are up 47 seconds. So I don't know if your information is right. As far as all crimes,
this is the NYPD
as far as
data.
all crimes altogether, all crimes from the lowest to the highest is up 2 minutes and 47.
For serious crimes in the PMMR that is in the NYPD section, it is 7 minutes. It had been 5 minutes historically forever. And now we're at 7 minutes year over year. That's a 2 minute increase.
We're going to have to agree to disagree because I got 47
Do you want
seconds.
this is the NYPD PMMR data. Do you want me to show you my copy of the PMMR?
Council member, listen, we acknowledge.
I don't like being gaslighted. These are the facts that you all report in the PMMR.
Sir, nobody is gaslighting you.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, response times are up, but remember, our resources are stretched more than ever. You just heard the Chief of Patrol testify earlier. We have addressed 1,800 protests. Sometimes we have 100, sometimes we have 10,000 out there. It is a significant strain on our resources. And also, we're moving around cops as well. We have areas in the city that are really struggling where we're putting extra cops out. And unfortunately,
Chief, when I look at the data in the PMMR, we have about the same number of cops
keep on interrupting.
as last
You
year.
have repeatedly interrupted the executives who are
we have
here. We're
very
here to
limited
answer
time.
your questions, and repeatedly now, over and over, just keep on interrupting the executives who are doing their best to answer your questions.
Thanks.
I just want to ask that the council member statement be completed.
Councilmember, the NYPD answers tens of thousands of calls every single day, and we do that as quickly and efficiently as possible, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
For me, the most important thing that we can do as a city, the most important thing that we expect of the NYPD is to respond and prevent serious crime. And when I see in the data that is reported by the police department that we see a 40% increase in response times to serious crimes, like shots fired, like robberies, that makes me deeply concerned. My belief of what is driving that increase is that we are over-policing minor issues. The summons increases, the misdemeanor arrests. We're arresting over 30 people every day for drinking in public instead of focusing on responding to the most serious crimes. I just want to ask the question.
I
just want to ask the question, Chief Shell, please.
No, respectfully. First of all, 301 calls, quiet life calls are up. People are asking us to address drinking in public. People are asking us to people urinate in their stoop. That's the response to help the community. Number two, violence crime. When we have over 700 less more shooting victims in 2 years in this city, and homicides at record lows, I don't know if what you're saying is correlating to what you're talking about. You said violent crime. The amount of guns coming off the streets at record numbers in 30 years. I don't know if what you're saying is really correlating to the facts here.
And hold on, and we're at last year, you talk about whatever your statement was. We were at a 24-year high, and this year we're at a 26-year high for serious crime arrests. Go back 24 years and see what the crime was then to what it is now. And sir, go back, look at, we have hundreds of thousands of less misdemeanor arrests than we have in the past. We are as precise as we're a precise organization.
A 51% increase in misdemeanor arrests in a 2-year time period is a major increase. A 4-fold increase in summons in a 2-year time period is a major increase. These are big changes. Can I just get, I haven't been able to ask my question because I got interrupted. So can I ask my question now? This is the question. With a 40% increase year over year in response times to serious crimes like robberies, what is NYPD doing?
We're going to go back to a second round of questioning for all members.
Thank you. We'll now turn to second round of questions for members as well. Councilmember Rustler, you're welcome to as well. First, we're going to go to Councilmember Osei, followed by Holden.
Thank you. You testified earlier that officers and resources are deployed based off of how, quote, volatile the protests are. In the SRG Bicycle Crowd Management Instructor Guide for Module Number 2, Crowd Management and Crowd Control, it's page 18, it differentiates two types of crowds. One is peaceful, which lists parades and New Year's Eve as an example, and violent, which lists Occupy Wall Street, BLM movement, and anti-Trump demonstrations as examples. Earlier, you said the SRG is deployed and acts without consideration to, quote, subject matter. Does this page out the SRG handbook not indicate the exact opposite?
So I'll start and then turn it over to Chief Arambulis. I want to be crystal clear about this, if you know confusion. The subject matter of a protest has no bearing whatsoever on how we respond to the protest, how we deploy, how we address it. It has nothing to do with it. With that, I will turn it over to Chief Arambulis.
So how you doing? So like in the guide, we do not mention any particular group or any subject on
I'm
the
looking
guide.
at a page right now from your handbook. Again, it's the SRG Bicycle Crowd Management Instructor Guide for Module Number 2, page 18. It lists violent protest examples as BLM, Occupy Wall Street, and anti-Trump protests. That's from a document from the NYPD.
Now, you're probably referring from the executive handout books that they name specific, but not the guide. The guide does not portray to any subject, any groups or anyone. We are a political organization, and we do not, deal with any type of the viewpoints of any.
You said it's not a guide, it's what?
It's a handout to the executives. It's a handout or training for the executives. It's a handout.
That seems like an official document to me that
it's
comes from the
just
NYPD.
A handout for the executives. That's it. That is just that.
It seems like a specific document coming from the NYPD that specifically labels violent protests as being BLM protests, anti-Trump protests, and Occupy Wall Street protests. To me, as an English speaker, that sounds like subject matter. Is that not subject matter to you?
Councilmember, you are asking the leadership of the NYPD whether the subject matter of a protest affects how we police the protest. And the answer is no. That's the answer to your question. The answer to your question is no.
So why does
stop.
Why does it list those three types of protests rather than any other subjects of protests?
I am not familiar with the document. I can tell you, I am 100% sure of this, and I speak for every executive in the department. The answer to your question is no.
So this document that I'm referring to does not exist?
I have no idea. I have never seen this document. What I'm telling you again, for I think the third time maybe, is that the answer to your question
So you do
is
not know
no.
about this document, but I'm so sorry, I forgot your name. You know about this document.
Yes, I'm Wilson Arambulis. Let me just answer. It's a handout that is an example just to show the executives what's going on and what the groups are there that are protesting.
Sure. There is nothing
about
those are, okay, I'm so sorry to cut you guys off. We're getting cut off on and asking questions. But the only reason I raise that is because those are three specific types of protests. And even if they're an example, do you believe that naming just these three movements could have led officers or anyone who works in the NYPD or who interacts with the SRG to treat these specific protests differently when the SRG is deployed?
No, we do not treat anyone differently. And what type of groups are you referring, sir?
Again, I'm quoting from the
what's the
same
name
book
of the group,
that
sir?
I've said them multiple times.
Which
BLM,
one? No,
Occupy Wall Street.
BLM was
and
never put on the handout, sir.
I'm looking at it right now.
Sir,
and
it's not.
so it's never put on, you're on record saying it was never, it was,
understanding.
great, okay, good. That's on record. Why were no right-wing groups like the Proud Boys included?
You know, Councilmember, I'm also not familiar with what documents you're looking at, so I'm going to try and grab it from you later.
Okay.
All
We
right.
also have another document here. Does this look familiar?
No.
No, this is from 2019.
Listen,
Okay.
I'm not doubting the
Okay.
veracity. I'm
So-
not questioning. I'm just saying I'm not familiar with that. If that's a 2019 document, He wasn't around, I wasn't around, and we'll make sure that's adjusted. all
The
right?
only reason
Listen,
I'm
the only
asking is because
subject
it's
matter-
very concerning to me that there is an arm of the NYPD, a unit of the NYPD that receives a decent amount of taxpayer funds in a time where we're seeing cuts across many different agencies. And it seems as if this unit of the NYPD is targeting certain types of protests compared to other types of protests that happen in New York City. That seems like a political arm used by a specific administration rather than a unit that is apolitical. That's concerning to me, given the cuts that we're seeing across other agencies and seeing a militarized force squashing any type of dissent based off of political examples that are labeled in official NYPD documents.
Councilman, but let me assure you that's not true, okay? SRG, Strategic Response Group, they have many functions. Many functions, and dealing with protests and large crowds is just one of their functions. They do many other things on a daily basis. And not only that, we have leaders out there every day, our chiefs, our inspectors, who go out there and and give direction, all right? We give direction. I have been on many protests, where I say, send half the cops away, send the SRG out there. We have leadership out there that understands their role. So like I said, the document that you're referring to, it's definitely before my time as chief of department and his time as the commissioner. If it needs to be adjusted, we will absolutely adjust it. The only subject matter that we deal with at protests is peace or violence. That's it. If it's a peaceful protest, and I've done thousands of peaceful protests, we let them walk in the street, we let them march, we let them raise their First Amendment rights.
Thank you. Thank you for responding to the questions. Thank you for that commitment of making any adjustments if they're being made. Please reach out to the council about that document that some people know about and some people don't, because we would love to see the examples that you use, and hopefully I'll ask more questions in the future.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Holden.
Thank you, Chair, for a second round. I appreciate it. Thank you again, and I know it's a marathon here, but some questions on subway deployment, Chief of Transit Kempler. When you deploy officers in the subway system, what percentage of the crime, do you keep an accurate crime stats of what percentage of the crimes are committed on a moving subway car?
We do, yeah.
Versus platform or station?
We do. It's actually a good question, absolutely, and because that's how we deploy in large part, and I think Mike LaPetri said it before, proper deployment is critical. So we take a close look at that, and that fluctuates. It fluctuates week by week, sometimes day by day, and we like to say we're a dynamic police department, and we are. We shift resources as we see trends changing. But as we're sitting here right now, if I can give you an answer, just around 50% of crime occurs on a moving train versus the other 50% off the train. When I say off the train, mezzanine area, turnstile area, or the stairwells. Give or take.
Yeah, so speaking to my constituents, they're always concerned when those doors close, they're trapped. They can't get out.
Yep.
And that's the fear. I think you'll see more people in the subways fear while the subway is moving, while the car is moving.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do the same deployment for officers in a moving train rather than standing by the turnstiles?
So yeah, and Councilman, that's a great point. That's the stark difference between upstairs or in the street versus in a subway because of that train. And when those doors close, it's an enclosed environment, and depending on where that next stop, it could take longer than others. But yeah, so we do regularly patrol the trains. So let me give you the challenges with that, and let me give you the good news. I'll start with the good news. The good news is with the increased deployment of 1,000 cops by the police commissioner and by the mayor, it allowed us to put even more cops patrolling. We call it train patrols. But, if we're going to be honest, we have thousands of train cars rolling around New York City right now. We cannot be on every train car. So people have to understand that. And then the same people that say we should be at every turnstile. There's thousands of turnstile areas. And then the same people that say we should be at every platform. There are tens of thousands of if I'm trying to make sense. So we need to find that balance. And that balance is dictated by ridership levels, time of day, and certainly crime.
All right, thank you. And just one question on the NCO program, which started out to be a great program and was rolled out to all the precincts. When we have a shortage of police officers, the NCOs were pulled. And I brought this up at hearings many times, that we try to, are we going to get back to really an NCO program that we originally started out to deploy, or is it the shortage of police officers that's really driving this?
No, the shortage will not drive that. I assure you, we're going to get back to the 2015, 2016 model of the NCO program.
Yeah, because the NCOs are actually helping with the squad, the detective squads. That's what I have in
Very
my...
familiar with the NCO program. Brooklyn North was the first borough that was a complete NCO, completely under the NCO model, and we did some phenomenal work there. And we have lost some of that, and I want that back. And I know many people, when I go to communities, they always talk about that. I assure you, it's going to come back better than ever.
Great, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Councilman Ressler, go ahead.
I took the liberty of printing the PMMR just so you could have the data. PMMR from this year. Back to the facts. So, in FY21, when the mayor came into office, response times, average response times to critical crimes in progress, dispatch and travel time, was 5.6 minutes, 5 minutes and 30-something seconds. Now, FY24, first 4 months of this year, average response times, critical times in progress, 7 minutes and 20 seconds. That is a major, almost 2-minute increase since the mayor came into office responding to serious crimes in progress. Police officers haven't changed in a substantial way. Year over year, we have about the same number of cops. Why are response times to serious crimes in progress up by almost 2 minutes since the mayor came into office?
I'll pass over my Deputy Committee of Strategic Initiatives, Bob Barrows.
So I'm looking at these numbers. I mean, generally, just looking year to year, we've had more 911 calls and more 311 calls for service. At the same time, we've had some attrition in the department, which accounts for increased response.
It was a less than 1% change in the police department headcount, officer headcount year over year. We're seeing a nearly 2-minute increase since the mayor came into office in response times to crimes in progress. Why is this not a serious issue that the police commissioner himself is focused on? This is a major problem across the 5 boroughs. I think it should be addressed.
Well, first of all, I'm still going to disagree with that piece of paper until I match my numbers.
You're disagreeing with the PMMR that was reported, NYPD's data in your own city's report.
So I said in the beginning, let's agree to disagree for the moment. Is that fair enough?
Chief, come on. This is the city's report. This is NYPD's data.
And the seriousness of the report in terms of, I'm going to say it again, critical response to critical jobs. Do you see our enforcement numbers in terms of what we're doing at critical jobs, the lives we are saving?
I'm focused on the data. I'm focused on the data, and I want to make sure that when a critical crime happens, that we're getting there as quickly as possible. Historically, Chief Madry, how long have you been in the department?
33 years.
33 years. Historically, that number was always 5 minutes. Chief Madry knows that. 5 minutes to get to a serious crime in progress. We're now at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. That's a big difference.
So
it matters. What are we doing about it?
Let's agree to take a look at the numbers, and we'll have an off-site topic, a conversation about it. Okay.
I'll tell you this.
Number two.
Sure.
Number two. Great. We are down a little staffing. No big secret here.
1% change year over year in the number of officers.
Everybody matters. We have increase in...
But you can't tell me it's a 2-minute increase.
Can I finish my statement?
All right, go ahead, Chief.
Respectfully.
Please.
I thank you for coming to the scene the other day, by the way. You were a big help. Now,
I'm always here to help.
We had a nice conversation. So increase in 301 calls, we have to answer all those out. Increase year over year, some a little down, some up. We have to address those. We are being pulled in many different directions. We just went over all the protests we have to do, moving resources around. But at the end of the day, if I take you on your numbers that were a little...
These are not my numbers. These are your numbers. This is the NYPD's numbers in the Mayor's Office of Operations annual report.
We keep violating the agreement. We have to agree to disagree. But at the end of the day, homicides in the city are down tremendously. Shooting victims of shootings down tremendously in the city. Probably the best in the country, decline. The amount of firearms we're taking off the street to protect our community at all-time highs. Our enforcement in 7 major crimes, those critical responses, all-time highs. So I don't want to lose sight of that. Okay, so
I am not, there are very good, there are some important positive stories that are happening with public safety in New York City that I think are, that I am not disputing. What I am concerned about is our ability to respond to serious crimes in real time. There's a major increase, Commissioner, that has happened under your watch, especially under Mayor Adams' watch. It needs to be addressed. So what I want to hear from the department is what you're going to do about it. I get that there's protests happening in New York City. There are always protests happening in New York City. What I want to know is what you're doing to speed up response times to serious crimes and progress.
Like we talked about, there's tens of thousands of calls to NYPD every single day. And they gave a number since October 7th, NYPD has responded to over 1,800 protests a day in our city. Now take the totality of what you're talking about. Those numbers could be skewed, because if you're responding in Manhattan South, it could take you hours to respond based on 10,000 protesters walking through our streets.
Commissioner
Whereas
Caban,
less in the Bronx. So let's look at the totality of that.
Commissioner,
1,800 protests in New York City since October 7th. So let's be fair about that.
Commissioner, I appreciate that there are always protests in New York City. There are always
Not
a lot
to
of
this
calls.
magnitude.
There are always a lot of 311 calls. There are always a lot of 911 calls. What, frankly, I find most disappointing about this exchange is not that you're denying the report that came out from the mayor's office with NYPD's data about the response times to serious crimes and progress, is that you all seem surprised by it, that you're not aware of it, that you're not.
Clarify, that report is on a fiscal year basis. A lot
for
of
the first 4 months of this fiscal year. This fiscal year.
A lot of the data that's tracked by this department is on a calendar year basis, except budget stuff. So I'm very familiar with fiscal year, but a lot of the crime stats are calendar year.
But this is Mayor Adams' report on how him and his agencies are doing. This is a major indicator moving in a very wrong direction. And what I'm hearing from the senior leadership of the NYPD is they're not even aware of it. You're not attuned to it. You're not responding to it. And I want to hear what the solutions are for how we're actually addressing it.
So listen, this is how we're going to address it. Like I said, this is accurate, all right? This is accurate. Let me go back to the command. Let me take a little deeper dive, all right? Response times can be skewed. They can be skewed. So you can have 60 precincts that are doing well, 65 precincts, 75 precincts, 2 precincts, bad response time, it skews the numbers.
And then we got to ask what's that commanding officer doing and how we're managing it. I appreciate you saying you're coming back.
This is a broad look. I'll give you some real details, command by command. Hey, this is where we're having a problem with, and wherever we're having problems with, we'll get the additional resources.
And we want to help, right? So we want to think together about how do we actually improve this. This is a serious concern. I'm raising it because I want to help identify a solution together with you and support whatever we can do.
Absolutely.
And we're going to move. We're going to move to
help.
the next member.
Appreciate you pointing this out. We will address it.
Thank you, everyone. Next, we're going to turn to Councilman Palladino for questions, and then we're going to turn for an additional second-round questions from Councilmembers Joseph and then Osei again.
Councilmember Palladino doesn't have any questions. Our police force is more than equipped to answer every single question that's been given. Welcome to the Inquisition. The Inquisition, once again, of the New York City Police Department, with about as much respect as I don't know what. This is an embarrassment to the New York City Council that reflects the city of New York, that you are being torn into pieces here. When this is the city council that has defunded you, disarmed you, and has seen you put in the situation that you have been put in today, and you have been abused, you have been used, and you have been overworked and underpaid. And yet you're coming under the scrutiny here of people that don't even have the accurate facts. All they want to do is look for their little snippet of airtime as to how they can condemn the greatest police force in the entire country. And it's an embarrassment to me, and it should be an embarrassment to this city council. And the fact that the chairman here did not slam his gavel down as he should have to keep the council member and several other council members in control is another embarrassment. My goodness, gentlemen and ladies, You have my heart and soul, as you do of many other members on this council, and I pity you that you have to sit in front of these people and actually try to explain the job you're trying to do so desperately while your cops are getting beaten up every single day. Yeah, you do this in the back. You go ahead, you do that. All right? Anytime you want to talk sense, we'll talk sense. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. Hey, hold on, no, hit that, no. Seriously.
We're going to have to maintain decorum while in the chambers.
Everyone.
And we have to respect the
Councilmember.
hearings.
Councilmember, this one. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Joseph Osei.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I just have a quick follow-up question on school safety real quick. We have about 3,100 school safety assigned to schools. I'm always going to ask about schools. I'm the education chair. I'm forever educated. I got to ask about my young people all the time.
Is it off? Thank you. Hi, Tracy
Hi,
Millett.
how are you?
How are you, ma'am?
Good, good.
Question is?
The question is, how many SSAs of the 3,100 are assigned to
Can we
schools?
quickly swear you in if you haven't been sworn in already? Or? Oh, I already.
Hi, I'm
okay.
already
Okay, cool.
sworn in,
I'm
Tracy
sorry.
Millett.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Inspector. To schools. So I gave you the overall head count, 3,870, and school buildings, 3,062.
And the ones that are not, with the short for the agents assigned to schools, are all of the agents placed in the school?
Did you just say what was the shortfall of
Yeah.
the? So we have a due to attrition, a loss of 358 school safety agents in the fiscal year up to March 10th, averaging about 40 per month.
How does that impact schools?
You know, we're providing security to schools. We have a lot of resources. Of course, more is always better, as I say, you know, with school safety agents, but we're still maintaining a secure corridor, a secure environment for the school staff as well as the students.
I'm going to ask you a question of my young people. I had a hearing here on Monday on education budget, and it was 12 hours because I wanted to listen to young people as to what they would like to see we do as leaders, right? A lot of them said they didn't want school safety agents in their school. I asked for the alternative. A lot of them, those were the things. They wanted to see more guidance counselors, more social workers, because our students coming back from COVID, and I taught through the COVID time, they're facing a high mental health crisis. How do we address that for young people?
So we have in school safety, we have, so let's just start with that student-agent relationship. For a lot of students that I talk to, they think of the school safety agent as like an aunt.
Mhm.
They refer to them sometimes as auntie or, you know, mama or whatever. So that's surprising to me. But then also, we have in school safety, we have a community outreach that provides mental health. We also have other programs, options programs, another programs, we call it Little Giant Stay as well. In the options program, we have mental health available in this program. It's at 127 Penn as well as in Arthur Avenue.
One of the things they also brought up to me is during the summertime, this is for the commissioner, do you think about probably switching out the uniforms to less blue, maybe polos they can wear during the summertime?
Are we talking about the school safety agent?
Yeah, school safety agents,
So
in
we
terms of
have-
uniforms.
Just to that, please excuse me, Commissioner, if you don't mind. I am new there, I just started, but during the summertime, thank you. During the summertime, they are allowed to wear like the softer yellow T-shirt, you know, because it's summer.
It brings down the anxiety level.
Yes,
They're there at least.
And agents, they're working with DOE staff. They're working, like you said, with, unfortunately, the counselors that are there to, you know, mitigate. As you know, we have some children in crisis, and we work and go guided by what DOE, you know, what they want to mandate.
Okay. Well, let's have an ongoing conversation around that. I would like to see maybe a pilot program or something we can talk around young people and their relationship with school safety, mental health, and guidance counselors and social workers.
So just on the outreach that I mentioned earlier, not only is it mental health, we have, so it's in every borough, just so you know, this is like what you can give the kids. School safety is in every borough. School safety has an outreach, and we have explorers, we have POS, and we're actively engaging them, and they have, say, wig making, they have lessons on, the media, AI, different, say, things that to appeal to the kids to try to reach out to them and connect with them.
How you doing? First up, Tanya Casella. I love the youth. I'm big on the youth and making sure that we're present. And as a prior precinct commander, not too long ago, school safety is an integral part of their learning and their safety and their well-being. A lot of these school safety agents, they live, Councilwoman, in the communities. They are the ones, I promise you this, they are the ones that a lot of times are bringing concerns to us to stop fights, to stop certain items going on, or if a child is abused at home, if so many different things that the school safety agents do that is invaluable to our young adults. I promise you that. And I love children. I love the youth. I'm passionate about that. And I was a precinct commander twice, and I would say that always because that's integral. That's an integral part of knowing your city, knowing your kids, and knowing your youth. And it's important that we appreciate our school safety agents. It's not a perfect system, but I promise you that I would love to work with you.
It would be great. I was an educator for 2 decades before I became a council member. So this is my life's work here is for young people to always advocate for them, for their needs. Guidance counselors, social workers. I'd love to sit and talk about that.
Please.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Deputy Speaker Ayala.
Yeah, I don't have a question either. I just wanted to kind of take an opportunity to bring it down a little bit. I want to thank you all for being here today. I want you to know that this council supports the NYPD and that we want you to be safe and we want you to be compensated and we want you to be all of those good things. But our job is to act as an oversight authority, and we have to ask tough questions sometimes, and that makes people feel uncomfortable. But the idea here is that we all collectively work together to create a safer New York City, one that acknowledges that there are injustices that happen in some communities that don't happen in others. And the fact that we are having a conversation and making this a fight, both of those things could be true. Both of those things could be true. And so I am really embarrassed by the behavior of my colleagues today, and I just want to apologize to everyone that is watching and to all of you that came here today. But I do not want you to leave here with the impression that this council is anti-NYPD. We are anti-discrimination. We are anti-abuse tactics. We are anti a lot of things. And there has to be an acknowledgement, right, that those things sometimes do happen, and that we should be working together to make sure that we are eradicating bad behaviors, but that we're also supporting good officers. And I will tell you that in many of us, there's 51 of us, and if you ask many of us, I don't know that there's one member in this body that doesn't have a good relationship with their local precincts. I love my precincts. I love my NCOs. I love my YCOs. I work with them. I invite them over for Thanksgiving. I invite them for Christmas. I invite them, to come in and just say hi and use the restroom if they have to, because I value them. But I will also hold them to task if I see something or if I know of something that is inappropriate, because that is my job. Here we have a responsibility when we're talking about budget to really take a good look at how we're spending those public dollars. We're talking about increasing policing mechanisms, but yet we're cutting community centers, right? We need social workers. We don't need the NYPD to have to spend their day in transit all day, every day, because the system is not working for mentally ill individuals, my brother included. I have spoken about that repeatedly. So it's not about one thing or another thing. Collectively, we want a safer New York City. There is no this or that. Maybe the way that people ask things is differently, but I just want, I want to make that very clear. We will always fight for what is right. We will always scrutinize your budget the same way that we scrutinize everybody else's budget. And that is our, prerogative. That's our right to do. That is our responsibility. But I want you to know that, I'm really grateful for all of you here. I see, Chief Tobin, my BFF, Obey. I have many of you, the commissioner and I go back many years. He was my CO for a long time. And so I really do appreciate these relationships, but there is work that has to be done. And I welcome an opportunity to have that discussion.
Thank you. I'm going to pass it to Chief Jose, council member.
Thank you so much. I do have a copy of the document that was told to me that it wasn't a guide. Can I have committee counsel bring this over to the commissioner of police? Is that okay?
So, Councilmember, just to jump in for a second, this may make things simpler. So we checked, and in fact, this document is the document that you were referring to was changed years ago.
Okay.
Which is why why the executives were not familiar with it, because it has not been operative for years. It was changed, my understanding is, a number of years ago.
And is there an updated document that is a similar instructor guide that is deployed to those who are training folks who are joining the SRG?
So I don't know, but we can get back to you on that.
Okay, that would be great, and would love to see the language in terms of what's specifically noted as violent and peaceful.
I'll invite you to come help write it.
I did want to follow up on protests that are labeled as violent, especially in terms of the ones that we've been seeing recently post the conflict in the Middle East. What specific actions have these recent protesters taken in these pro-Palestinian protests that warrant the use of force from the SRG?
Before the chief responds, I want to be clear. You referred to pro-Palestinian protests. Again, that's not the category for us. It's just not. It's protests, and then the things we see at protests. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Shaw.
Just like with all the protests, we don't care who you stand for. We want to give people the place and the space to do their First Amendment. We'll allow you to go on the street at times, but each protest by volume and by who's in it changes time to time. And I will tell you, some of the peaceful protests get hijacked by people who aren't with that protest, and that seems to be a problem once in a while. In terms of what we're arresting for, most of our arrests are violations, blocking the street. We do see some criminal mischief to windows and putting stickers and graffiti, some minor assaults. But again, the vast majority of violations are arrests, and they differ from protest to protest. But at the end of the day, we always attempt to talk to the organizers of the protest and see what they want to do. How can we both accomplish the same thing of giving you your voice and for us getting you there safely? And I think we've done a pretty good job with that so far this year.
Sure. On March 2nd, I do want to refer to a protest that was concerning, especially in the wake of the State Attorney General's tiered system in terms of how the SRG should operate. On March 2nd, I know that police swarmed a pro-Palestinian protest. I'll say that, but it was a protest in your book. And reports are saying that cops saw a grenade or had reports of a grenade that was about to go off. I think NBC reported it as, quote, tensions escalated between police and protesters when an NYPD vehicle tried to break through the crowd while responding to a call of a possible grenade near Times Square. My understanding is that this would be a Tier 4 incident. Is that correct?
Well, just a few things.
Sure.
First, I want to be clear. We're in phase 1 under the protest settlement, so we are working on the policy, working on the training. Ultimately, once that is done and we go through the process set forth in the settlement agreement, we'll be going into this tiered system. We are not doing that.
We're not doing the tier system right now.
That's important.
Do we have a timeline of when that will be established?
Not yet. I will say though, just the settlement agreement by its terms provides for certain time frames. Not all. Certain things are left open, but there is a time frame for the back and forth between the parties before we finish phase 1. And then, frankly, with respect to the particular incident, I'm actually not sure which incident you're referring to.
This was the incident where a cab driver called in and someone left
in Times Square, I believe.
Explosive device in the back of his truck, and the route that our emergency service took just happened to coincide with people in the street that we allowed to be in the street. And that's the risk you run when we give the streets up. There's vital services that get disrupted for all our communities citywide, EMS, police department, you name it. So That's the dicey part that we're going to have to deal with in this new settlement.
And just to be clear, and again, I want to be a little bit careful here because I'm not familiar the way some others are with the details of this particular protest. I actually don't think that'd be a tier 4. I think we're talking tier 3. Again, we're not there yet, and
Sure.
I can't speak to really the particulars here. But my understanding is, if I'm thinking about this correctly, there were a particular group of people who were blocking an ESU truck that needed to get through to address a potential grenade situation. They were blocking. They were not getting out of the way. I would think about that as they're engaged in that situation, authorized red light offenses, meaning they are subject to arrest. So we're at tier 3, and arrests were effectuated. But the protesters were otherwise, that was a group of protesters. Most other protesters were simply continuing to march and did continue to march. And critically, for tier 3, we had those arrests, there were individual arrests, and otherwise the First Amendment activity continued.
Thank you. And can I ask one more question in this? Because the tier systems or the phases haven't been established, what protocol is the SRG using when it comes to dispersing protests right now? And with those protocols being placed, whether they're antiquated or not, how have they been changed so that future lawsuits won't happen like the ones that were established before?
So I can speak to some of this. I mean, I think our policy now, right, is that obviously in most protests in the city, SRG is not there and nowhere to be found and not even close. And then when SRG is requested for a detail, in the normal course, they are kept sort of offset or off scene, so to speak. They are nearby in case they need to be deployed. That is, of course, always subject per our policy to safety and logistical concerns. But you are certainly correct that our policy in place now is that as a general matter, even when SRG is called for a detail, they are remaining off scene or off site, available if needed.
So just a final question. Since the settlement, I think it was established, was going to be $4 to $6 million for the settlement in regards to kettling that happened in the Bronx, or since the AG's announcement, there have not been major protocol changes within the SRG and how it operates?
With regard to what you are referring to as kettling, when we talk about encirclement, and this is addressed squarely in the protest settlement, if you have a group of individuals, all of whom are subject to arrest, if you have 10 individuals, all of whom are subject to arrest, we are allowed to encircle those individuals and then effectuate arrests on that entire group. To the extent there are individuals who are not subject to arrest, they cannot be enclosed, they cannot be encircled, they have to be able to leave. That is our policy now, that is our practice now, and that is memorialized in the protest settlement.
Okay, I know I'm over time. I might go for more questions, but thank you.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up as well regarding the proposal. So I saw that PEG reservations were in the plan as it relates to the class. I was wondering if there will be any more restorations in the future.
So we are currently actively working with OMB in regards to the executive budget, and that will come to fruition. Again, this is an ongoing thing, and there will be a hearing in May, and the executive budget will probably be released around late April, so we'll know. But there are ongoing conversations with OMB right now.
Thank you. So I just want to say thank you for being here, and this has been a marathon. A lot of stuff is going on. I can understand the energy in the room. And I want to say thank you for all the stuff that you are doing and that you will continue to do, because it's about being guardians of society in the best way so that we can be the best city, best department possible. So thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to take 10 minutes, and then we're going to turn to CCRB next.
Good afternoon, everyone. The next section is due to start in about 5 minutes. If you are here for the CCRB portion of the public safety hearing, it should be beginning in 5 minutes. We just have a couple of rules. We ask everyone to please not approach the dais at any time. If you are here to testify, even if you have signed up online, we need you to fill out a testimony slip in the back table by the Sergeant at Arms desk. And any food and beverages, we ask you now to please remove from the chambers. Once again, any food or beverages, please remove from the chambers. Thank you. Once again, if everyone could please find their seats, we are ready to reconvene. Also, CCRB, if you'd like to take your seats at the dais. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. We'll now hear from the CCRB.
Chairman Salam, members of the Public Safety Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I am Arva Rice. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the interim chair of the Civilian Complaint Review Board. I am joined by the CCRB's Executive Director, Jonathan Darsh. I joined the CCRB in June of 2021 and was named the interim chair of the board in February of 2022. Prior to joining the CCRB, I served as co-chair of the New York State Police Reform and Reinvention Collaborative, commissioned by Governor Andrew Cuomo. In that role, I spoke with NYPD leadership, rank and file, and community members on how to strengthen police-community ties and increase accountability.
Can we just pause a second just to swear you in? I forgot to. I apologize so much. Do you just affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and to answer honestly to council member questions? Seeing that you both affirm the following, please go ahead. Thank you.
In my 2 years as interim chair, I have witnessed firsthand the exceptional level of work being produced by our small team. Executive Director Darsh and I are here today to emphasize the critical importance of the CCRB to public safety in the city and the risks that could arise if the CCRB continues to be underfunded, namely not being able to investigate complaints, police misconduct going unaddressed, and the public losing faith in our public safety system. The CCRB was created to ensure civilians had a recourse for justice and accountability if police officers abused their power. For decades, many New Yorkers felt police officers operated above the law and NYPD could not be relied upon to discipline their own officers. The CCRB was created as a vital part of public safety to enforce officer accountability and ensure all New Yorkers felt the city was working to protect them. The CCRB is a vital component of New York City public safety ecosystem, and if it is not adequately funded, that ecosystem collapses. 30 years ago, New York City was at an inflection point. The City Council was faced with a decision to reimagine what safety and accountability should look like in the city and determined that the people of New York deserve more. Together, that City Council and Mayor Dinkins created the CCRB. Today, this city is facing another inflection point. There is a fork in the road. One path leads us down the same trajectory we have followed for 30 years, incremental changes that still leave us with a chronic issue of misconduct and lack of accountability. The other path would allow this city to realize the vision that this council and Mayor Dinkins had 30 years ago when they went out on a limb to create this agency. New York City has continuously underfunded the CCRB, making it almost impossible to keep up with their ever-increasing workload. With adequate funding, we would be able to close cases more efficiently, clear backlogs, promote investigators to retain talent, raise awareness, increase transparency, analyze data, educate and serve more people, and keep New Yorkers safe. In order to function as a truly independent police oversight agency, the CCRB needs $37.7 million and 376 personnel. This is $13 million more than last year's budget and $15 million more than OMB's proposed budget. This is just over 0.5% of the budget of the agency we are tasked with overseeing. The NYPD's proposed budget is $5.4 billion with 35,000 uniformed officers. We do not have enough funds to investigate all the complaints within our jurisdiction. A priority for the agency was to reduce investigation timelines, which last year we were able to bring down by 22%. Yet, in 2023, civilians filed 50% more complaints than in 2022, a 10-year high. So far in 2024, we have received even more complaints, 14% more than the already increased rate of last year. We are on pace to receive 6,300 complaints in 2024, which will inevitably cause timeliness to increase again, which is worse for officers and civilians alike. In December, the CCRB announced for the first time that due to the cuts, we did not have the funding to invest all complaints within our jurisdiction. This was a last resort, and if it were possible, we would continue investigating all civilian complaints within our jurisdiction. Unfortunately, we know it is unfair to provide subpar services to the public, so we decided to focus our resources. Starting January 1st, 2024, the CCRB stopped investigating the following allegations when they are not accompanied by other allegations within our jurisdiction: failure to provide right-to-know act cards, refusal to provide name or shield number, discourteous words or actions, threats with no action, refusal to process a civilian complaint, forcible removal to a hospital, untruthful statements, and any complaint that has only the above referenced allegations. I want to be very clear that if one of these allegations is part of a larger complaint that includes any other allegations outside this list, the agency will still investigate it. Thus far, the agency has had to close 459 complaints as budget closures and refer 73 cases back to the NYPD. These might be the only first-round cuts if our budget is not restored. The proposed cuts undermine the important role that civilian oversight plays in public safety. For people to trust in the police, they must have faith that there is a system that holds police officers responsible for misconduct. The CCRB is an unbiased, independent civilian voice in the police disciplinary system, and failing to adequately fund the CCRB shortchanges public safety in the city. Over the years, the CCRB's responsibilities have grown exponentially, while the budget and staffing levels have not kept pace. This council has been instrumental in enacting some of the most meaningful changes in the CCRB's jurisdiction. In 2019, 74% of New Yorkers voted for a proposition that gave the CCRB jurisdiction to investigate untruthful statements. In 2021, this council passed a bill that shifted the responsibility of investigating racial profiling and bias-based policing from the police department to the CCRB. In the 8 years leading up to this bill, NYPD investigated 3,480 cases of bias and only found 4 officers guilty, highlighting the necessity of having an outside body investigate these allegations. In 2020, the City Council even passed a resolution calling on Albany to give us final disciplinary authority in the complaints that are substantiated by the board. The CCRB also voted internally to change the rules that define our jurisdiction. In 2021, we voted to begin investigating untruthful statements made to other entities and sexual misconduct as abuses of authority. In 2022, we voted to implement the charter changes regarding profiling and bias-based policing and investigate body-worn camera, or BWC, misuse as an abuse of authority. These changes are key steps towards improving accountability in New York City and ensuring all police misconduct is addressed. Yet with these expanded powers, some of which are charter-mandated responsibilities, comes the need for more budget and staff. Since 2021, the CCRB investigated 305 allegations of untruthful statements, 160 of which it substantiated. Additionally, the agency received 1,127 allegations of sexual misconduct during that time and substantiated 67 of those allegations. Since October 2022, we investigated 1,388 allegations of body-worn camera misuse, 56 of which were substantiated. During that same period, the CCRB investigated 1,005 allegations of racial profiling or bias-based policing. The 50% increase in complaints last calendar year overwhelmed investigator dockets, causing the number of cases to investigators to increase. As stated earlier, the trend continues, as January and February 2024 saw a further 14% increase in complaints compared to the same period last year. This would put the CCRB on track to receive 6,300 complaints in this calendar year, numbers not seen since 2010. This makes it hard for investigators to meet the 18-month statute of limitations, let alone reduced investigation timelines. We need 73 additional investigators of a variety of experiences levels to manage the current workload. This does not account for the 20 investigators who have had promotions and pay raises delayed due to budget cuts. Without timely promotions and fair compensation, we are at risk of losing most of our most experienced and talented investigators. In 2020, when New Yorkers filled the streets and exercised their right to protest in the wake of George Floyd's murder, police officers responded en masse. The CCRB was inundated with hundreds of cases in just a few days. We found 146 officers committed misconduct during the protest, but many officers were not held accountable because of statute of limitation disputes. If the CCRB received the same influx of cases now, the agency would not be able to investigate those complaints. New Yorkers continue to protest across the city, and they deserve to know that the agency created to protect their rights is actually able to do so. When this council passed the bill empowering CCRB to investigate racial profiling and bias-based policing, the council also agreed to fund the creation of a dedicated team to conduct those investigations. The CCRB's testimony before the council regarding the bill explained the agency would need a team of 50 investigators, attorneys, and data scientists to conduct this work properly. The FY 2022 budget funded a new unit for these investigations with 33 positions. OMB only authorized us to hire 19 people. Just in 2023, the RPBP unit received 364 cases. These are extremely complicated cases that require a comprehensive team. 19 people is not sufficient. We need budget and headcount to hire a minimum of 10 additional qualified investigators, attorneys, and data scientists to do this work. In 2012, the CCRB and the NYPD signed a memorandum of understanding that the CCRB would prosecute cases with the highest level of misconduct, referred to as charges and specifications. This created the Administrative Prosecution Unit, or the APU. The APU takes on some of the most serious cases of misconduct that come through this agency and prosecutes them in an administrative trial before an NYPD trial commissioner. We need to be able to offer competitive salaries to attract high-quality talent to take on these cases. The APU needs additional prosecutors. The CCRB and NYPD signed a memorandum of understanding a few years ago agreeing to abide by NYPD's disciplinary matrix, which led to the board recommending that many more members of service receive charges and specifications. In 2019, the board only sent 82 members of service to the APU. In 2023, that number was 282 officers, an increase of more than 300%. Currently, the APU has 8 prosecutors, and each prosecutor has approximately 83 cases on their docket. In order to close these cases in a timely fashion and keep up with the growing docket, the APU needs to hire 2 more prosecutors. It is unfair to officers and civilians to have cases languish for years because the CCRB is not funded for an appropriate number of high-level prosecutors. The Case Management Unit, CMU, is responsible for coordination of all CCRB complaints. It facilitates and records board panel votes, manages case closures, and communicates the final disposition of investigations to both complainants and officers. The CMU is in need of extra support to manage the thousands of extra cases that came in last year. While the CCRB's outreach team connected with more New Yorkers than ever last year by implementing strategic planning, fostering meaningful partnerships, building community trust, and embedding diversity in our outreach methods. These initiatives display a holistic approach to outreach that includes creative methods of providing information, canvassing, volunteerism, and the use of dynamic settings. This includes our CCRB Courtside Initiative, where we interact with New Yorkers on basketball courts and other organized sports games. CCRB Barbershop and Salon Series, where outreach coordinators connect with New Yorkers in their local barbershops. CCRB Cares, a volunteer initiative where CCRB staff members with community-based organizations to provide public education while physically engaging in charitable activities that serve the public, including community cleanups and food pantries. CCRB Block by Block, and more. Community feedback through our outreach efforts emphasize the need for further education and awareness around the city to ensure New Yorkers are aware that the CCRB exists and know their rights when interacting with police officers. This success only emphasizes the need for further education and awareness around the city. The agency needs more outreach coordinators and additional budget to host events in order to maintain and enhance public education for New Yorkers. We are also requesting $1 million for advertising. It is the city's responsibility to reach New Yorkers and meet people where they are. And that means advertising on social media, on radio, on city streets, and more. People don't know to file a complaint of police misconduct if they don't know an agency exists to investigate police misconduct. Some people are not even aware of their rights when interacting with a police officer. This city must invest in educating New Yorkers. Only once most cases of misconduct receive a complaint will New York City understand the full scope of police misconduct that we are facing and be able to address it. We are also requesting $100,000 in language access services to ensure that we reach New Yorkers of all languages and accessibility levels. And of course, increased public awareness and accessibility will further increase the agency's workload. The Civilian Assistance Unit has become an integral part of CCRB services offered to New Yorkers. The CAU is staffed by victims advocates, licensed social workers, and trauma services professionals who provide free and confidential assistance. They work diligently to connect our most vulnerable civilians with desperately needed city resources, such as social and psychological support services. Last year, the CAU helped over 800 New Yorkers. It is important to remember that some of these New Yorkers are in need of trauma care because of their encounters with the criminal justice system, while others might have entered the criminal justice system due to previous unresolved traumas. CAU helps people address their needs from the root causes, hopefully preventing further need for law enforcement intervention. The CAU is a key component of the CCRB, yet 2 members of the CAU are currently funded by a grant, which means the employers are given no benefits and the grant is not guaranteed beyond 2026. As the agency is moving towards implementing a trauma-informed approach and services, CAU needs one full-time therapist that can allocate time to work with civilians and internally with staff. There has been a high need to assist civilians who struggle with the aftermath of trauma and staff internally who suffer from vicarious trauma and burnout as a result of interacting with traumatized civilians and viewing hundreds of hours of graphically violent video in the ordinary course of their work. Currently, we have a grant-funded therapist, but her hours are limited to 7 hours a week, and the grant doesn't allow the specialist to meet the demand for these kinds of services. Since the repeal of New York State Civil Rights Law 50A, the CCRB has put a large emphasis on transparency. We created a member of service database where civilians can look up all NYPD officers' CCRB history. We have created data tables that allow civilians to search through the number of complaints and type of allegations the CCRB is receiving on a day-to-day basis. In the last year, we started publishing closing reports from cases online along with NYPD departure letters which explain why the police commissioner is rejecting the CCRB's disciplinary recommendations. While we are being incredibly proactive to increase transparency, redacting documents to protect civilians takes a huge amount of work and time. We have only scratched the surface of what can be shared because we have so many years of documents to redact before we can publish them. We also receive hundreds of complicated and time-consuming Freedom of Information Law requests a year, and we are now down to 1 staff member responsible for all of this work. We have identified a candidate and submitted them to OMB in November and are still waiting for that approval. In order to fulfill FOIA requests in the timely manner that the Freedom of Information Law intended, the CCRB needs several more staff members working to redact and publicize our documents. We are also asking for $600,000 in funding for software licenses, subscriptions, data processing software, and more. In order to get the most out of the data and information the CCRB has access to, we need adequate tools to help us analyze and maintain our information systems. The NYPD is considered one of the most technologically advanced police departments in the world. In order to serve as their oversight body, we need technological advancements to keep up. In April of 2023, the APU finally tried the case of Kawasi Trewick, the young man who was killed in his home in April 2019 by 2 NYPD officers. This case was particularly complicated because it took the NYPD over a year and a half to fulfill the CCRB's request for body-worn camera footage and other evidence. The NYPD would not share evidence while they were concurrently investigating the incident, and this made it impossible for the CCRB to complete the investigation within the statute of limitations. We therefore had to use the crime exception to try the case. This means that we no longer had to prove that the conduct was a violation of the NYPD patrol guide, but that it actually violated criminal law. While the CCRB believes it was able to prove the crime exception and that both officers should face discipline for their conduct, the Deputy Trial Commissioner recommended no discipline for both officers on all counts. She did, however, note that the officer's conduct and the NYPD's investigation into the incident thereafter were concerning. Essentially, the NYPD did not thoroughly investigate the killing of Kowalski Trawick. Clearly, cleared the officers of any wrongdoing, refused to share evidence until it was beyond the statute of limitations, and then has once again tried to avoid holding the officers accountable because the case was not closed within the statute of limitations. This circumvention of the disciplinary system is unacceptable, and further proof why the CCRB is such an important entity for public safety. We hope that Commissioner Caban will still hold these officers accountable as we wait for his final decision. Largely due to this incident, the CCRB and the NYP have now signed a memorandum of understanding that NYPD will share within 90 days of a CCRB request whether or not they are still investigating the incident. Another high-profile case that is at a standstill is the killing of Delron Smalls. In July of 2016, Officer Wayne Isaacs killed Delron Smalls in his car in front of his 4-month-old baby, stepdaughter, and girlfriend. While Officer Isaacs was cleared in criminal court, the CCRB has found that he violated the patrol guide and committed misconduct when he killed Mr. Smalls. After this case was substantiated, the CCRB requested the court documents and evidence involved in Officer Isaacs' trial. Unfortunately, these documents were sealed, which required the CCRB to file an unsealing motion in court to access the necessary evidence to prosecute the case. We then waited over a year and a half for the judge to make a decision, and in March of last year, he granted the CCRB's unsealing motion and determined that we should access the evidence. However, the PBA immediately filed an appeal which blocked the unsealing motion, and this case continues to stall as we await another court decision. Delron Smalls' family has been waiting nearly 8 years to see accountability for their son's death, and this unnecessary delay of the disciplinary system should not be allowed. Unfortunately, this problem cannot be solved by an MOU, but needs legislative change. The CCRB has long advocated to be exempt from stealing statutes, and we hope for your support as we ask for the state legislature to pass a bill that would exempt the CCRB from stealing statutes. This would guarantee us access to all relevant evidence for our cases and avoid needless delays. Last year, Speaker Adams introduced legislation that would allow the CCRB to access NYPD's full body-worn camera database. NYPD's main criticism of the bill was that it would be illegal to share sealed evidence with the CCRB without proper unsealing motions. If the CCRB is exempt from stealing statutes, it would make access to body-worn camera footage faster and more efficient, allowing whatever budget is allocated to the CCRB to go further. BWC footage is critical to CCRB cases, more so than any other type of evidence. The presence of body-worn camera footage allows the CCRB to close a case based on the merits 75% of the time. Without BWC, cases are closed on the merits 29% of the time. Being closed on the merits means that there is a definitive conclusion as to whether or not there was misconduct. This is better for civilians and officers alike. While we have worked closely with NYPD to improve the BWC footage request process, direct access would be revolutionary to the efficiency of our investigations and agency as a whole. Investigators who have the most detailed understanding of what footage they are looking for should be the ones to search for the video they need. Other cities, such as Chicago and Washington, D.C., have already given direct access to their oversight bodies. Relying on the police department for all documents and body-worn camera footage necessary to completing our investigation compromises our independence. We are supposed to be a completely independent entity from the NYPD, yet we are dependent on them for access to any paperwork, transcripts, evidence, and footage. With direct access, investigations in the agency would be more efficient with its time and resources. We appreciate the City Council taking this issue on last year, and we hope you will continue to work for such important reforms. The CCRB conducts oversight of the largest police force in the United States. There are over 35,000 members of the New York Police Department. Other cities such as Chicago and Miami have their budgets tied to their local police department's budgets. They are guaranteed to maintain at least 1% of the budget of the entity they are overseeing. If New York were to adopt the same rule, the CCRB's projected budget for FY25 would be $54 million, more than double what the proposed budget is. Even other cities in New York State commit to higher levels of funding for police oversight. Rochester's Police Accountability Board has a staff of 30 and a budget of $3.5 million to conduct oversight over a police force of approximately 850 officers. The NYPD is 43 times the size of Rochester's police department, which is appropriate given New York's population is 41 times greater than Rochester. If the CCRB's budget was 41 times the size of Rochester's Police Accountability Board, our budget would be $146 million, 7 times our current size. While we are often looked to as a national leader in police oversight, we fall starkly behind when it comes to direct access and budget. While I understand our city is facing a difficult fiscal situation, this is a pivotal moment for public safety in New York City. If the city sets the CCRB's budget at the level requested, $37.7 million, an increase of more than $15 million over the proposed budget, we will follow through on the promises made when this agency was created. The promises made in 2020 when I sat on a police reform commission within the NYPD, and the promises made in 2021 when this council passed the racial profiling bill. New Yorkers should not be policed differently because of their zip codes or the color of their skin. Adequate funding, the CCRB, is necessary to give the people of this city confidence that misconduct will not be tolerated. Thank you for your time. Mr. Darsh and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that. Maybe I can start with something you mentioned in your remarks. In fiscal year 2023, the city spent $298 million on settlements related to NYPD. In your testimony, your agency is requesting $13 million, approximately 4% of the cost of payouts. My question is, do you believe $13 million, the $13 million increase to the CCRB budget would decrease the amount of and total cost of payouts each year, which in turn will create a savings through investment into oversight?
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for that question. I'm going to ask our executive director to talk about, because it's complicated, the correlation between the work of the CCRB and the settlements that are negotiated through other offices within the city.
Thank you, Chair Rice. Chair Salam, as my chair said, it's difficult for the CCRB to have a direct correlation between the two. One of the reasons for that is the CCRB does not have a policy director because of the budget cuts that we've been trying to address. But it's also something that we've never studied. And so it is worth looking into whether or not the investment into the CCRB would result in a reduction in the amount of money that was spent on settlements for police misconduct.
Could that be something that you can look into with the requests that you made?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, it would.
Okay. Then following that, in terms of attrition, what is your agency's current attrition rate?
So it's tough to know right now because there are so many people who are waiting on either promotions or the raises that are coming through. There's a real concern that we're going to lose a lot of people in the next few months, especially if the promotions that are pending at the Office of Management and Budget are not approved.
We have just short of 10% of our staff at this time that is in that category, and so as a result of what happens here, will have a big impact on our attrition rate.
Are there certain job titles in which the attrition rate is considerably higher than the agency as a whole?
The role of investigators is the role that's most sensitive and within our agency, and we have investigators at 3 different levels, they work in a number of years in one level, and they're looked to be promoted to the other. And so I can have the executive director talk a little bit more about that.
The chair is correct. The investigator position is the one with the highest level of turnover. One of the reasons for that is the difficult nature of the position, investigating complaints where you're viewing hundreds of hours of body-worn camera footage. And that, as the chair said in her testimony, is extremely stressful and exposes the investigators to vicarious trauma.
Interesting. When do you plan to hire the next class of investigators, and how many investigators will be included in that class?
So at this point, the agency does not have a plan to hire a new class. Currently, the agency's present headcount is higher than the Office of Management and Budget's proposed headcount for the agency starting on July 1. We expect to be under the headcount because unless those promotions are approved, we expect folks to leave. Generally, the office hires between 3 and 4 classes of investigators a year. I know you just heard from the NYPD, that might sound like a lot of people, but our classes are typically 8 to 12 folks. So but right now, we are not in a position to be able to hire anyone. We've identified one person, a FOIL attorney, whose hire is on hold at the OMB, but as the chair said, we right now only have one person doing that FOIL work, so we really need to hire this second person.
Are there any positions for which you have submitted a request to hire that were declined or denied? And if so, what was the reason given for that decline of approval to hire?
So, as I just said, it was that one FOIL attorney whose hire is on hold, but generally speaking, the reason we're hearing from the Office of Management and Budget about the reason the promotions and this hire are on hold is that they've been monitoring the CCRB's budget, and we are likely to be over budget. That is because of the structural deficit in the CCRB's budget. For years and years now, the CCRB has not had the funds allocated to actually pay for the positions that it was given by this council, and that has caused there to be a disconnect between the number of positions that we are supposed to be able to hire and the amount of money we have to pay for those positions. In a unfortunate feedback loop, one of the things that happens when we are short investigators to do investigations is we pay people overtime to try and keep up, because we had made substantial gains in reducing investigation times, and we've been using overtime as a way to bridge the gap between not having enough folks to do the work and actually closing cases in a timely manner. And so I don't actually know how much we are saving as a city by keeping our headcount low.
I want to pass it to Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you. I guess that my question is regarding the
the complaints and cases versus time to complete the investigations, because according to the PMMR, it showed that in fiscal year 2023 there were approximately 1,200 more complaints and 700 more cases received than in fiscal year 22. But the time frame to close investigations dropped by over 100 days. How have you decreased case investigation times while the number of complaints has increased?
So it's been a combination of factors, and I think the one factor I want to highlight is the hard work of the staff, especially the investigators, have been putting in to really focus on closing cases, some of which had gotten old during the pandemic. And there's been a lot of really hard work. We also, in partnership with the department, centralized on both sides. At the department level with NYPD Legal, and at our level, we centralized how we request records and body-worn camera footage from the department, and I think that has led to a decrease in how long it takes us to get evidence from the department, which has led to quicker investigations.
Okay. I have a question regarding, and I don't know a lot about this, but my understanding is that the CCRB can take a case and then, based on the findings, make a report, right, that there was in fact reason to believe that there was inappropriate behavior or that something went wrong, and then it would but that the NYPD has the ability to pull those cases and decide not to offer some sort of punishment. Is that the case, and how often does that happen?
It's a very interesting question, council member. And if you don't mind, I'm going to take the opportunity to talk more broadly before I get into the numbers about the CCRB's process and how it interacts with the NYPD's disciplinary process. When the CCRB gets a complaint, we conduct an investigation. The investigative staff makes a recommendation to the board, which sometimes meeting as a panel of 3 or sometimes meeting as the full board, will review the case. They review the primary work product of an investigator is a closing report, which summarizes and analyzes the case, but the board members also can review body-worn camera footage, other video footage, can listen to the interviews that the investigators conduct themselves, review medical records. All that work is available for the board members to review and then make a determination if misconduct occurred. So if the board determines each allegation against each member of service in every complaint individually. So there may be some allegations that they find did not occur. The conduct alleged by the civilian did not occur, and those, if they find that by a preponderance of the evidence, the board will unfound. If they find by a preponderance of the evidence that the conduct occurred but was within NYPD guidelines, then the board finds them within guidelines, which in the old days we would call exonerated that conduct. Sometimes the board can't make a determination by a preponderance of the evidence on an allegation, and it unsubstantiates that allegation. And finally, if by a preponderance of the evidence, the board finds that misconduct occurred, it substantiates that allegation. If the board substantiates an allegation, it then recommends to the police department what level of discipline to take against that member of service. And the board has entered into an agreement with the NYPD to use the NYPD's discipline matrix as a guide when making those recommendations. The types of discipline from least serious to most serious that can be recommended are training, command discipline, and charges. If the board recommends that a member of service receive training or command discipline, that goes to the department, and then the department decides whether or not to issue discipline and what form of discipline it is supposed to take. Since 2012, the CCRB has had an administrative prosecution unit, as the chair described in her testimony, and that handles the most serious allegations that are substantiated against members of service. And in those cases, the administrative prosecution unit stands in the shoes of the department's department advocate office and prosecutes those cases administratively in the trial room at One Police Plaza.
And how often does that occur?
That was the question you asked. I apologize,
It's
council
okay.
member.
No, that was a great education on this. Because I don't think that, the general public understands that that is an option, right? That the NYPD, there is some sort of correlation there, and that they may pull a case or two.
So in 2023, calendar year 2023, the concurrence rate, the number of times where the police department gave discipline in non-APU cases, that was the level of discipline the same that the CCRB recommended, was 55%. And that same number for the APU was 58%. I think it is worth noting that under the current police commissioner, those numbers are up. Clearly, it hasn't been that long, but so far they are at 61% and 64% respectively.
The number of cases that have been disciplined?
The number of, where they agree exactly on the level of discipline. If we're just looking at the discipline rate, where the CCRB recommended one level of discipline and the police department gave discipline just another form of discipline, in 2023, the discipline rate for non-APU cases was 57%, and in APU cases it was 73%. And again, those numbers are all higher under the current police commissioner.
That's good news. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Holden.
Thank you all for your testimony. I have a few questions on procedures. You said the investigators, the highest level of turnovers in your office, right, for investigators. What are the qualifications and the starting salaries for an investigator?
They have to have a 4-year degree, and their starting salary is $44,000.
How much?
$44,000.
44. Well, there's your problem right there. An investigator, how do you live in New York City on $44,000 if you have a bachelor's degree? Do you require any experience?
We don't require it, but we look for it among the applicants that we get.
So I can have a degree in anything, any field, and get a job as an investigator?
Correct.
Okay. So it seems to be that the job description is much more demanding than obviously the pay on $44,000. And the hours, what is a normal, is it a 35-hour week for an investigator?
Correct, but there's been substantial overtime in recent.
There's overtime involved, and that's where OMB comes in. So you brought this up to the administration, and by the way, we're hearing it from a lot of different agencies that OMB is not cooperating in filling lines and hiring people. It's not only your agency, but I'm just curious as to the ask of this administration. Has it improved over the last? Because you were here under the last administration too. I think both of you were. So have you seen an improvement in the cooperation from the previous administration to now?
So,
without getting in trouble.
So first, I think I made a mistake because I forgot that after the last DC 37 agreement, our investigators' starting salary went up to $46K, but I think you would probably have made your same comment if I had gotten the salary correct the first time. I think it is something we have been working with the Office of Labor Relations on, increasing the starting salary. I don't know that that's
Well, it's again, it's with inflation, with everything else that's occurred, everything costs more. If we're going to get good applicants, it stands to reason that we'd offer a competitive salary of an investigator, meaning if we want talent, we're going to have to pay for talent. If we want somebody, I mean, I thought that an investigator would have possibly an investigative background in something, whether they worked for an insurance company or they had some previous experience, and they could start at a much higher rate if they had that experience. So is that the case?
So in a way, it's similar to how the NYPD will take in people, train them, and then have them go to other police departments. Our investigators who we train and bring into the agency often leave because we've turned them into very highly qualified investigators, and because their salaries don't increase the way we would need them to, they become very attractive and very easy to poach because they're not getting paid enough.
Right.
I was just going to add that we have the investigators at 3 different levels because they're supervised by others, and so when they come into our organization, they're trained for these roles, and then once they become efficient at them, then they move up to the next level. And so just to give you a sense that they're not philosophy majors that are coming in and making these.
So what's the top salary for an investigator after 10 years experience? Just an example. It's somebody that went up through the ranks.
So we have no level 1 investigators who have been here for 10 years. It just
Nobody stays.
not if you're going to stay a level.
Not at that salary. Okay. So I mean, that's the problem here. If we're not going to pay people, and the administration is not funding you properly, we're kind of spinning our wheels, aren't we?
I just want to point out that this is not something that just happened.
I know, but I'm asking you: is it getting better? Are we
The fact that
improving?
this agency is here and able to describe our need, which we had not done previously, to me is a sign of improvement.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just a follow up to that. Does your request in an increase in pay also basically, is it like going to make sure that the starting salary for those individuals is higher? Because to your point, if we want folks to stay and we're paying them, especially in the city of New York, not even a salary that gives them the opportunity to survive. I'm just wondering, is part of the budget request also for them, for that to be increased for them?
No, because the level 1 starting salary is negotiated directly between the Office of Labor Relations and DC 37. So one of the things we hope to do in our budget proposal is have the money available to promote people up from level 1 to level 2 to level 3 in a relatively when they show they're ready to take on the responsibilities, rather than have to languish at level 1 or languish at level 2 when they're ready to do the work. And sometimes, frankly, we're making them do the work because we need people to do the work and they're able to do the work.
I want to go back to the disciplinary matrix. At last year's budget hearing, the NYPD testified that they were making changes to the disciplinary matrix. Did the board submit recommendations for those for changes?
So the board did not submit formal suggestions on the disciplinary matrix. The general counsel of the agency and myself met with the chief of staff to then First Deputy Commissioner Caban and his team. After speaking to lawyers who worked in the panels that saw some of the problems that board members brought up during deliberations, issues they thought could be improved, the biggest suggestion we made was on the in the matrix, there are different levels of penalty for entries, for example. So the CCRB just has improper entry as one level, as one allegation, but the matrix breaks it up into different levels of how egregious that behavior is, how bad the entry was. Was it merely sticking your foot in the door, or was it going into someone's home and trashing it? So we suggested that for offensive language, it might be better to do the same thing, that there are certain phrases that if a member of service uses show that they might not be suited to be a member of service, but that there are other times and other situations where using offensive language just doesn't rise to that level, doesn't show that level of, it is misconduct, but it doesn't mean that you're necessarily shouldn't be a police officer.
Gotcha.
As far as, so we, the general counsel and I then met again with the chief of staff to the police commissioner early on when the police commissioner, I think he was still the interim police commissioner, frankly, had another conversation about the matrix, but the 2022 matrix is still in effect, and so there have been no changes made to that matrix. There has not been another version of the matrix since the 2022 matrix, which is, I think, the third matrix.
So I mean, I'm wondering, even though there wasn't I'm trying to understand, there wasn't an official recommendation to them, but there was a conversation. Am I understanding that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know. I got a question here. That's about, you know, whether recommendations implemented, but I'm now wondering if the suggestions were received and perhaps adopted.
So the 2022 matrix is still in effect. Yeah. So we are still hopeful that whenever the next iteration of the matrix is released, it would take those suggestions into effect. It might see the problem that we suggested and address it a different way. We don't know, but we're still waiting to see what the next matrix looks like.
So I maybe have one final question. And that question is, how can the council assist you in reaching the goal of filling the vacancies and meeting the budget that you need?
I think the way that you can help us most is to approve our request for the $37.7 million budget, and the 261 headcount would be the best way that you could support us. There's other things that we've asked for legislatively in terms of the lifting of the ceiling statute so that the CCRB has direct access, and also the work that you've done around body-worn camera footage. So those are the two things legislatively you could help us with, and the other ones are approving our budget as requested.
Thank you. This has been helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
We will now be turning to the district attorneys.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are heading to the next section of the public safety hearing. We need everyone to find a seat. Any food or beverages, please remove from the chambers at this time. Once again, everyone, please find a seat. We ask that nobody approach the dais at any point. Thank you.
I'm going to turn to committee counsel to swear in this panel.
Thank you, Chair Salam. Next, we'll turn to the panel of district attorneys. Representing the Bronx, we have District Attorney Darcel Clark. From Staten Island, District Attorney Michael McMahon. From Queens, District Attorney Melinda Katz. From Brooklyn, District Attorney Eric Gonzalez. We also have the Special Narcotics Prosecutor, District Attorney Bridget Brennan. And from the Manhattan DA's office, we have Meg Reese. If you could each raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions? Noting for the record, all the witnesses answered affirmatively. You may begin your testimony in whichever order you choose.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chair Yusef Salam, and also Chair of the Finance Committee, Justin Brannon, and all the council members for this opportunity to speak before you today. I bring you greetings from the Boogie Down Bronx, the birthplace of hip hop 50 years ago, and the home of 1.5 million people of rich, diverse backgrounds and cultures. The resilient, wonderful people I serve should not have to live in a place where 13 and 14-year-olds carry guns and shoot other teens in broad daylight, where last month an innocent bystander was killed and 5 people wounded when 19 shots were fired in a subway station in rush hour, where family-owned stores and large retail chains are closing because they are plagued by recidivist shoplifters, where fentanyl is killing innocent children as well as drug users. I come before you today, as I have ever since 2016, when I was first elected Bronx District Attorney, to tell you proudly that we are performing our duty to the Bronx with diligence, compassion, and the judicious use of public tax dollars allocated by you. I do want to acknowledge my dedicated and committed staff for their tremendous work during this time of drastic attrition, increased violent crime, and changes in the criminal justice system that makes the work extremely challenging. They show up every day, nights, weekends, holidays, in the heat, in the dark, like postal workers, but they do deliver for the people of the Bronx. They inspire me to think bigger and to reach further for the deserving citizens of the Bronx. I want to thank Bronx DA for being the true public servants that they are to help us pursue justice with integrity every single day. And I want to thank you, the City Council, and the Mayor for the continued support for my office. I know this year has been financially challenging for the city, and I appreciate you maintaining our baseline budget. Instead of asking for additional funding for my office today, I am here as a call to action, asking you to take a bold step toward correcting decades-long neglect of the Bronx. I have said it loud and clear and repeatedly to 2 governors, to 2 mayors, to senators, to Congress members, to state legislators, and to you, the New York City Council. I cannot prosecute my way out of this. This neglect has led to deep-rooted social and economic conditions that cause crime. The lack of resources for youth and mental health are driving violence, subway crime, and retail theft. Unemployment in the Bronx is the highest in the 5 boroughs. 1/3 of Bronx children live in poverty. There is a dearth of affordable housing. The Bronx has ranked the least healthy of New York State's 62 counties. And we have the largest share of the city's drug overdose deaths, nearly 30%. Also a low rate of high school graduates. And we suffer from an overwhelming supply of guns. There were 12,062 gun arrests last year in the Bronx. And in 2023, nearly 1/3 of the city's shooting involving people under 17 years old occurred in the Bronx. We have an epidemic of gun violence. Areas of the Bronx that were violent and under-resourced over 30 years ago when I was a young ADA are still enduring disproportionate levels of homicides and shootings while they still remain under-resourced. The homicide numbers are a fraction of what they were in 1993, but they are still shocking. Thank goodness the incredible work of my Homicide Bureau, who have worked extremely hard to hold murderers accountable and secure justice for surviving families. We work tirelessly to bring justice for victims, fairness for defendants, and improve public safety through community engagement. There must be a holistic approach to turn this around. Last year, I started a youth advisory council. I increased victim services. I targeted retail theft with designated prosecutors, strengthened our financial fraud and construction industry corruption investigations, and expanded diversion programs and reentry services. All of the details are in my written submission. But all of what we have done is having a direct positive impact on public safety in the Bronx. But I still need your help because the Bronx needs your help in order to thrive. We will not need to invest in jails and more police if we invest in alternatives to violence. We must invest in communities. The Bronx DA and NYPD should be the last resort, not the first, to solve society's ills. We need more jobs, good schools, housing, healthcare, community centers, youth development, thriving local businesses, and effective drug treatment programs. This will allow my office to use the necessary resources to focus on violence and those offenders who threaten public safety. The safest neighborhoods don't have the most police, they have the most resources. The Bronx deserves its fair share. Right now, we can see that there's a mental health crisis. Far too often, the only place where someone with mental health issues is treated is in the criminal justice system because other systems have failed. We need additional mental health resources and problem-solving courts. The Bronx has more defendants in need of mental health treatment than the one court we have can handle. There also needs to be an expansion in the capacity for secure therapeutic facilities. We have had enough with people cycling in and out of the criminal justice system. Of course, my Community Justice Bureau will try to get people into a treatment program, but the reality is defendants can refuse a lengthy program or opt for a short jail stint, thereby avoiding the help that they really need. We have asked the Office of Court Administration to provide more mental health and problem-solving court parts and resources. I ask that you support us in this request. I support the new Forensic Assertive Community Treatment, FACT teams, that provides mental health treatment to people wherever they are, even if they are displaced, unhoused, or unsheltered on the street or in the subways. The Bronx also deserves a community justice center, which responds to quality of life crimes and low-level offenses by offering services that keep people out of the criminal justice system. A center that partners with the clergy, businesses, not-for-profit, and community-based organizations, which focuses on violence and crime prevention, provides family services, and strengthens communities. A community court was opened in Midtown Manhattan way back in 1993. From that came a community justice center in Harlem. Brooklyn has a community justice center in Red Hook and one in Brownsville. And yet still, the Bronx lacks this vital resource. In addition, in addressing violence against women, for decades, the Bronx District Attorney's Office was the only DA's office in the state with an accredited rape crisis center. It was one of only 2 accredited rape crisis centers in the Bronx. We serviced 389 sexual assault survivors in 2022. The New York State Department of Health recently changed its rules to exclude DA's offices from housing such centers. Therefore, our office lost its accreditation, leaving the Kingsbridge Heights Community Center as the sole rape crisis center. Every borough has at least one hospital-based rape crisis center, and Manhattan has 6. We have none. We request that the city support the establishment of additional rape crisis centers in the Bronx to help provide free and confidential services for sexual assault victims and survivors. I also would like to mention a reoccurring concern and complaint in my community regarding unlicensed cannabis or smoke shops. There are over 200 shops identified by NYPD as operating without a license in the Bronx. And yet there are only 3 licensed shops in the Bronx. At 2 of the illegal shops, there have been 3 shootings, shots fired incidents. At 6 others, there have been robberies, narcotics calls, and quality of life calls. People are selling marijuana outside the storefronts. I'm constantly being asked by the community residents, what is your office doing about these places? Of course, I'm handling any criminal violent acts, but I am unclear what other city agencies are doing to crack down on these shops, since this is now a civil matter. In the meantime, I have directed my Civil Litigation Bureau to work on notifying the landlords of their legal liability for unlicensed sale of cannabis by tenants and warn them of the potential legal action that may come against them. The city needs a real comprehensive strategy to ensure sellers are following the rules and the good intentions behind the decrimination of marijuana are realized. I truly hope you can see the urgency of providing resources of the Bronx. I look forward to the days when the Bronx is no longer the first in all things bad and last in everything good. So long as my constituents and neighbors are in need, I will keep advocating for them. You know that I will not stop fighting. We are Bronx strong, and we deserve better. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. You can see now why no one wanted to sit in this chair, because we have to follow the presentation of the great DA of the Bronx, Darcel Clark, our colleague. I'm honored to be here with my colleagues, Eric Gonzalez from Brooklyn, Melinda Katz from Queens, our narcotics special prosecutor, Bridget Brennan, and Chief Assistant Meg Reese, representing Alvin Bragg from Danny, from the DA of New York. It's an honor and pleasure to appear before the City Council today, and I hope your families are well and safe, and I look forward to continuing our work together to improve our criminal justice system in line with our shared goal of better protecting and serving the people of the City of New York. I want to thank you, Chairman Salam, and your staff and Councilmember Holden for showing the interest in the work that we are doing by being here today, and I'm sure that you will take the opportunity to share our testimony with the other members of this committee and of the council who couldn't be here today because they probably have pressing business back in their districts. I once served as a council member representing the northern part of Staten Island, and I certainly appreciate what they have to do, but I also would say to them that it's important to show up and listen to the others who work in city government and are trying to serve the people of New York. Mayor Adams has said time and again that public safety is a prerequisite for prosperity. I agree with that sentiment, as I know many of you do as well. However, as Staten Island's chief law enforcement officer, I remain deeply concerned that the public safety challenges facing all 5 boroughs, particularly those unique to my home borough, are not being addressed with the seriousness, urgency, and creative thinking necessary to restore both public safety and peace of mind for all New Yorkers. While I am incredibly proud of all the work we have done in my office, together with our partners in the NYPD and all partners across our borough and city and neighboring law enforcement agencies, and those who call our borough home, unfortunately, crime rose 10% on Staten Island last year. And with the notable exception of an 11% decline in stolen cars, Staten Island saw increases in 6 of the 7 index crimes in 2023. And these statistics beg the question, what caused these disturbing increases in New York City's safest borough? During my testimony before you last year, I warned the council that Staten Island was facing a dire shortage of uniformed police officers patrolling our borough. During the first 6 months of 2023, our borough had 40% fewer cops than we did in 2019. In fact, for the majority of last year, there were fewer cops deployed on Staten Island than there were in 1968, when our population was nearly half of what it is today. Fortunately, our call for more uniformed personnel was answered in the second half of last year, and although we are still short of what our appropriate staffing should be, it is no surprise that our crime numbers began to fall and move in the right direction after this deployment was made. This is a trend that has continued so far this year. Despite these decreases, Staten Island continues to face significant public safety challenges, frustrating law enforcement professionals and causing crime victims and hardworking Staten Islanders pain and suffering. Grand larcenies, spurred by omnipresent and increasingly sophisticated scams, increased 13% in 2023. In fact, over $2.6 million that we know of was scammed from elderly Staten Islanders in 2023. These scams are no longer just innocuous, easily identified phone calls, texts, and emails, but cleverly disguised attempts to rob innocent New Yorkers of their life savings and retirement funds in the blink of an eye or the click of a link with a mouse. While my office does all we can to identify and aggressively prosecute these fraudsters and recoup stolen funds for victims, the city can and must do more to ensure New Yorkers are better protected against these threats. I urge you all to invest resources in awareness and prevention public awareness campaigns. Another significant driver of crime on Staten Island is domestic violence, a terrible reality that impacts far too many families and we know goes wildly underreported. These insidious crimes drove felony assaults up by more than 20% in 2023. And while we will always support survivors and hold domestic abusers accountable in the courtroom, we once again ask that our City Council members support the life-saving work of the Domestic Violence Bureau and Victim Services Bureau with the DOVE funding. I would be remiss if I did not mention the overdose crisis that continues to rage, claiming the lives of over 150 of our neighbors in 2023, a record number that should shock all of us to our core. It's a 5-alarm fire that shows no signs of abating and has been ignited further by the omnipresence of fentanyl in the illicit drug supply. Now found in at least 80% of fatal overdoses on Staten Island. And we are also concerned with the growth of xylazine, a dangerous animal tranquilizer which is mixed with fentanyl, heroin, and cocaine, and methamphetamine now we see, and does not respond to naloxone. This substance deserves the attention of the Council as it is the latest development in our year-long fight against the overdose crisis. I'm also gravely concerned, like my colleagues, with the rise in violence amongst our young people. Incidents of violence perpetrated by and against our young people skyrocketed in 2023. Felony juvenile arrests increased by 40%. 11 shootings were committed by perpetrators under the age of 18, compared with just 1 the year before. And we lost 4 young Staten Islanders under the age of 18 to unspeakable acts of violence in 2023. Simply put, we are failing our kids, and they are not all right. Well-intentioned yet recklessly naive and unfunded criminal justice reforms do nothing to serve these young people, and instead protect youth offenders from ever facing accountability in the courtroom and leave them as prey to adult gang members who use them to carry out their dirty work. Combine this with a dearth of meaningful programming post-arrest, and we are witnessing our young people who never receive the care, compassion, and support they need to move past their trauma and lead meaningful, productive lives. It is for these reasons and more that my office remains dedicated to addressing the underlying conditions of crime while encouraging supportive programs that build families up. However, for far too long, the Richmond County District Attorney's Office has done this critical work with one arm tied behind its back. Thank you. Staten Island is the only borough without a community justice center besides the Bronx. And as you can see, when we two join forces, we are going to make this happen. And while we've received funding for expanded programming and identified a site, the former criminal court building on Targee Street in Stapleton, to house the future facility, capital funding is needed to correct this inequity and bring this dream to fruition. And similarly, our office seeks to continue and expand our Ripples of Hope program, which started with funding from a federal grant. This important program connects children impacted by substance use disorder in their households to therapeutic services at the counseling center at our YMCA so that we can end the cycle of trauma and addiction. With grant funding expiring at the end of the year, this incredibly meaningful program is in need of support from this council. And lastly, I continue to forcefully advocate for this body's support of a mental health support and diversion center on Staten Island, and the screening of those arrested at police precincts. As you've already heard from DA Clark, her borough, my borough, and the whole city suffers from an incredible mental health crisis. As a 21st century prosecutor, I fully understand the inherent connection between mental illness and crime and the fundamental truth that we cannot prosecute our way out of every issue. These initiatives would make clear from the very beginning of a case whether a defendant is potentially suffering from a mental illness, and then would give law enforcement and their assigned counsel a place for them to go instead of being sent to already overburdened emergency rooms, examined and released back onto the street with little or no connection to services. As my office continues to work tirelessly to combat these challenges, our success depends entirely on us working together to make our city as safe as possible. We have remained vigilant and consistent in our dedication to the rule of law, the protection of victims of crime, and the overall improvement of public safety on Staten Island. But I must reiterate in the strongest possible terms, we need your help. And with that said, the remainder of my testimony is detailing the greatest challenges as well as our priority budget needs for fiscal 2024. And in my written testimony, I outline more specifically our request for the Staten Island Community Justice Center, which will twin the center that's coming to the Bronx, with a capital request, and explain the building and the site that we have and the programs that we can implement there. I just want to say that together with the Bronx, we are the only boroughs without a community justice center of its own. We all believe in that problem-solving approach and connecting people with the programs that they need. We have to make it available to the people of Staten Island and the Bronx. And secondly, a request to extend our Ripples of Hope program to provide the support of the families that are victim to substance use disorder when individuals in their families have that as well. We have helped hundreds of families with this program, and we can provide the data to show it. We now need funding from this council to continue that program. And then lastly, funding to begin 2 mental health initiatives, which I mentioned. One is to have a mental health screening in the precinct, like we do with health screenings now, so that we know immediately in the beginning of the criminal justice process if someone is identified as a mental health, someone who has mental health issues or suffers from mental health illness, so we can address it immediately. If you think about it, in drug cases, we know because the charge that they're arrested for is usually possession of narcotics, and we know how to deal with it. We need that for mental health as well. And then also to have a connection and crisis support and connection center or crisis intervention center on Staten Island as well, so that those individuals who suffer from mental health illness can be connected to services before they go down a path of a lifetime connected to or being incarcerated. I thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony. and it would be my pleasure to answer any questions you may have, and I look forward to working with this body and its members and my colleagues and all our partners in the city to achieve these goals and further our shared mission of a safer and more just New York for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez, and I want to say thank you to Chairman Salam and the members of the committee for the opportunity to address you today alongside with my great colleagues regarding the Mayor's fiscal year 2025 budget plan and the needs of the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office. It's my honor to lead a dedicated team of more than 1,200 attorneys, investigators, and staff serving New York's most populous borough. Working together with our law enforcement partners, we continue to make great strides in improving the safety of the communities we serve and improving fairness in our judicial system. Since the pandemic era peak in 2020, Brooklyn has seen a 47% decrease in homicides and a more than 50% reduction in shooting victims. Hundreds fewer families have been victimized by gun violence, and countless lives have been spared. Last summer was Brooklyn's safest on record, and we will continue to surgically focus our efforts on the drivers of crime who cause the most harm while working to prevent violence using every tool at our disposal. In last year's budget request, my office sought funding to continue the innovative work that is engaging communities, making them safer, and reducing the footprint of the criminal legal system. We sought funding for the staff, technology, and services to meet ever-expanding needs amid rising costs, and many of these needs remain unmet, straining our ability to do the vital work that is so critical to the people of Brooklyn. While the city's fiscal picture has improved, funding challenges continue to place a high burden on our already overworked staff. I also want to offer some background as to how the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office budget differs from our peer DAs. Brooklyn's asset forfeiture resources are much less than some other counties, and uniquely, we are the only district attorney's office that pays a significant portion of our budget, $22 million, to rent our space from a private landlord. This leaves us with much less to support our programs and staff. When rent is subtracted from our top-line budget number, the disparity with our peer offices becomes very clear. While my colleagues work in city-owned spaces, mostly rent-free, the decision to lease space at 350 J Street was made in the 1990s. While the decision was made decades ago to centralize court operations, it continues to pose a budgetary challenge unique among our peers. I ask you to keep that in mind as you consider the fairness of our current budget and our ability to serve Brooklyn's 2.7 million residents. My colleagues in their offices deserve every penny they get, but while Brooklyn serves the largest population and prosecutes the largest case volume, our budget lags behind our peers. I offer this background to provide context to our funding request and ask the Council to work with us to remedy the inequities that constrain our operations and limit our ability to adapt to challenges on the horizon. Now, some of you had the opportunity to join me at my legislative breakfast last month at Brooklyn Law School. We were joined by a young man named Jason Bostic, a graduate of Project Restore Bed-Stuy. Jason told us about his path from life as a gang member with little hope to his success this year as a student at Columbia University, looking forward to what I know is going to be a very bright future. As part of this 15-month pilot program launched in the wake of takedowns of two rival gangs in Bed-Stuy, Jason was one of 30 young men who participated in this first-of-its-kind restorative justice initiative.
to address generations-long gang rivalries that have caused violence in their neighborhoods for decades. The program offered these young men not just a way out, but a path forward through internships, job opportunities, intensive healing circles, and the invaluable guidance of mentors and case managers. With support from the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, my office collaborated with Bridge Street Development Corporation, Inside Circle, and Columbia University to help these young men to address their trauma, to learn the skills they need to support themselves and their families, and to reject violence. The pilot program recently ended, and I feel strongly that Project Restore played a significant part in the reduction in violence that we have seen in the 7-9 and 8-1 precincts. Project Restore illustrates what we know, which is that traditional law enforcement responses alone are not enough to make our communities safe. For that, we need to engage with communities as partners in determining for themselves what they need for their communities to thrive. The improvements to public safety we saw with this project are beyond what we hoped for, and the participant stories are inspirational. I welcome the chance to share them in more detail with any of you, because I know you will agree that this is a program that deserves funding not only to continue, but to also be replicated in other parts of Brooklyn. To do that, we're asking for $3 million this year, and I hope that you will advocate with OMB for this amount to be baselined in our budget. Last year, I told the committee about the establishment of Brooklyn's Division of Gender-Based Violence. With about 20% of our employees dedicated full-time to investigating and prosecuting these cases and supporting victims and their families. Our battle against domestic violence in Brooklyn is both a moral imperative and a key pillar to our public safety strategy. A significant portion of our domestic violence cases arise from open complaints. This means that the police are making arrests weeks or months after the crime has occurred, but before the case comes to the district attorney's office. To better help us serve these vulnerable victims, I'm requesting $750,000 to hire additional staff to gather evidence and discovery material proactively so that when cases reach our prosecutors, they have all the essential information to proceed efficiently and to engage victims proactively. To continue that we can do this vital work, I'm also asking for your continued support of the Domestic Violence Dove Initiative and the Brooklyn Rising Against Violence BRAVE program. These programs are tailored to help communities facing cultural and linguistic barriers. They are not just about prosecutions, but empowerment, healing, and community resilience, ensuring every victim has access to justice and support that they need. Cannabis sales by unlicensed retailers continue to be a source of tremendous public concern in Brooklyn. There are hundreds of these shops in Brooklyn alone, many of which are located near daycare centers, schools, and other places where young people gather. The governor and the state legislature recently enacted a law that expressly authorized DA's office to engage in civil enforcement, such as seeking injunctions and evictions of commercial tenants. We are renewing our request for funding to establish a new cannabis civil enforcement unit to take civil actions against these illegal shops. The unit would be comprised of 4 staff members, a chief, 2 assistant DAs, and a paralegal, and we're asking for $470,000 in funding to tackle this big problem in our city. As we continue to work to improve fairness and transparency in our work and to build public trust, robust data collection and analytics capacity is essential. Reliable and clear data allows us to analyze our work, refine our strategies, and evaluate program success, and maintain transparency with policymakers and the public. As part of my Justice 2020 initiative, we collaborated with CUNY's Institute for the Study of Local Government to identify potential bias at key discretion points in our work and to guide corrective strategies. While the study offered great insight to the effectiveness of reforms we have implemented and areas for improvement, it also highlighted the need for additional personnel and technology to enhance our data collection, analysis, and dissemination capabilities. These needs were recently underscored by the challenge we face complying with the comprehensive data reporting requirements pursuant to Local Law 161 of 2021, which required our first annual report of prosecutions earlier this month. While we've made significant investments in technology we use to investigate and prosecute cases, our data and analytics capacities lag behind, and we're seeking $750,000 to fund and equip a data and analytic unit within the Brooklyn DA's office. Brooklyn may be one of the only DA's offices that does not have that unit currently. Finally, because hate crimes have seen an alarming spike in Brooklyn, we're seeking funding to hire 3 additional prosecutors for our Hate Crimes Bureau. These horrific offenses not only traumatize the victim, but entire communities, and they demand a robust and multifaceted response. Our comprehensive approach includes community education and engagement, as well as robust investigation and prosecution. To ensure that we have sufficient staff to broaden the impact of our work, we're seeking an additional $300,000 to combat hate crimes. As I mentioned when I began, while my office services New York's most populous borough, we handle the largest cases of volumes, and yet, because of high rent and limited asset forfeiture funding, we are woefully underfunded relative to our other offices. For these reasons, we're left with far less funding available for the programs and the personnel that are essential to continuing the progress we have made. We have received assurances in the past that these inequities would be addressed. As of yet, they have not been, so I asked for the City Council support and advocacy to address them. I know that each and every one of you cares deeply about the safety of our city and about the fairness of our system. And I'm grateful for your past support of the work that we do in Brooklyn. And I thank you for the opportunity to discuss the budget priorities with you today and for your submission. I've put written submissions that detail our request more comprehensively. I look forward to continuing our work as we build a safer and fairer city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Chairman Salam, Bob Holden, of course, the esteemed councilman from Queens. I want to thank you and your staff for doing this so diligently and paying attention to every single person who is speaking. It says a lot to the commitment for public safety. And I'm honored to be back in these chambers after serving with DA McMahon as council member for 6 years. Always happy to be back. And thank you and congratulations on the chairmanship. I'm not going to read all my testimony, so I'm going to go through some highlights. We have detailed testimony on what we'd like to see in the budget that we handed in, but I would like to go through some of the issues that we are concerned with, adding on to what Darcel Clark said. You know, so Queens County is 190 countries, 200 languages. We are the most diverse area on the planet. With that comes clearly the need to be fair and just. People come from all over the world to make Queens County their home. 49% of the residents that fill out the census are born somewhere else, and they come and they make Queens County their home. They choose to be in the county. They don't choose to be in the United States. They don't choose to be in the city of New York. They choose to be in Queens County. And 49% of our residents have chosen to make Queens their home. I believe that comes with a huge responsibility. It comes with a huge responsibility not only for the new Americans, comes as a huge responsibility for everyone who lives in our county. Since I have been the DA, we have accomplished, I believe, quite a bit. I just want to go through a little bit of that with you. Our ADAs have increased from 312 when I first came into this office on January 1st, 2020. We now have 390 ADAs. We have 871 people on staff, including our ADAs, our paralegals, our support staff, and our detective investigators. We had to purchase IT hardware and software to address both the upgrades and our new solutions needed to meet the obligations of discovery reform. We are prosecuting, we have about 49,000 arrests in the borough of Queens County in 2023. We have about 38,000 arraignments in the borough of Queens County. Out of those arrests, 22,000 are felony arrests, 27,000 are misdemeanor arrests. In 2023, I will say that we have decreased our homicides greater than the rest of the borough in general. The rest of the borough decreased 11%. In Queens County, our homicides decreased 34%. The rest of the city decreased their shootings by about 25%. We decreased it in Queens County about 37%. So while we lowered those numbers, other crimes have increased. We've increased in automobile larcenies, we've increased in felony assaults, we have increased in robberies. Our hate crimes numbers have also increased about 35% from 22 to 23. We are prosecuting at this time about 3,000 gun cases, a little over 3,000 gun cases at a time in the county of Queens. At the same time, we have developed over the last few years a human trafficking bureau, a Bureau of Worker Protection, a Bureau of Housing and Worker Protection, a Bureau of Hate Crimes, the first one in Queens County that we have formed. So we have done a lot with the money that we have received from the City Council and from the Mayor in the budget. We are very grateful for the funds that we have received and for any extra funds that we've requested. It's detailed in the testimony that we have handed in. I will say our biggest issue in Queens County is not only the funding for these prosecutions, but it's also the funding for all the other things that I have added. We now have an immigration lawyer on staff to make sure that we don't have unintended consequences. We have an immigration lawyer not working as a prosecutor on staff to go over past convictions, to look to see whether there's unintended consequences of deportation and whether someone deserves, because they had a prosecution 20 years ago or conviction 20 years ago, then maybe we review it for immigration purposes. I added a conviction integrity unit. We had 102 vacatures since I have been the district attorney. 86 of those vacatures were because the testimony and the conviction relied on a police officer who later on was convicted of either perjury or falsification of documents. We went through and we vacated those. 16 of the vacatures are based on long-term investigations. We have added a rehabilitation and restorative justice service. We go through every single DAT that comes into our office, and we review them for mental health, drug rehabilitation, workforce development, anything that we can possibly do to get people out of the system. We had over 500 people who applied or that we referred for restorative services before their arraignment in 2023. Before their arraignment, over 500 people. We had 302 people during 2023 that completed their restorative justice before their arraignment. And so we think the system is working. I hired a director of youth services. His sole responsibility is to go from school to school, from civic, to precinct council, to community, and talk to our young people, get them involved in our Explorers programs and our internship programs, in all of the programs we have in our office. His responsibility is to keep our young people out of the criminal justice system. And that is his responsibility, and that's what he does day and night for our office. So we have the largest, so what is it that we actually need? So we need a building. Quite honestly, we need a lot of the funding to continue the services that I have added. I will tell you that in Queens, we are almost at the lowest of homicides that we've ever been at. We had 52 last year. But our people are very spread out. So it's funny because D.A. Gonzalez may have the most people. I have the largest borough. And yet, My people are in 5 offices, literally 5 offices spread out on Queens Boulevard. And so at some point, we need to have them in one location. I do believe in negotiating, talking, in debating, in having discussions about individual cases. Very hard to do that when you are spread out in 5 locations throughout the borough, but I believe it is a necessity. In general, one of the things that we've also added is our community partnership division. We have almost 20 people now that go out to communities, to precinct councils, to the civic associations, to our community board meetings, and we get a lot of referrals that way. So people say, well, why are you in the community so much? Because we get referrals, because someone says, I have a friend, I sit next to her in church, she's very worried about her daughter. She thinks her daughter is being trafficked. Is there anything you can do about that? Or I have someone who's being abused at home. She's too afraid to go to the authorities. Do you have any suggestions? And the people that are in the community are non-lawyers who people feel very comfortable talking to. And so it's not about just us getting our message out there. It's about the community gaining trust and faith in law enforcement and gaining faith and trust in their district attorney. And we have found that to be extremely useful, and many of our cases come from our individuals in the community who report back and they give an update, but they also give referrals for people that really need help. Lastly, I'll just say the cannabis issue is an issue in Queens County also. Right now, we have about, since November 22, about 186 individuals that we are prosecuting for cannabis. We have seized items from at least 215 cannabis dispensaries. Evidence recovered is, over 1,000 pounds of cannabis, 1,300 pounds of the flower, 9,500 cannabis vapes, pens. And we continue to eat away at it, but at the end of the day, there are legal dispensaries who got their license or add to the tax of the state of New York. They need a chance to survive, they need a chance to thrive, and they are vetted. When they are legal, they are vetted. In Queens County, 75% of our overdoses are due to fentanyl that is laced with other drugs. About 42% of the people who are overdosing are over the age of 50. Those are amazing numbers when you think about it. 42% of the people that have died of an overdose because of fentanyl in Queens County are over the age of 50. 76%, again, like I said, fentanyl, because of the overdoses, they are dying. So we need to make sure that as people are moving into legal sales of cannabis, that we also do something about those that are unvetted, untested, not adding to the tax bases of the city of New York, and that we have the tools to do that. Last but not least, domestic violence. It is extremely important that we fund our domestic violence programs. We stay with our victims. Whether we have an arrest or not, we stay with our victims. We make sure that they have an infrastructure of support. Even if we don't have an arrest, we photograph the victim. We go after, we get the HIPAA releases. We make sure that they have an infrastructure of support. Then by the time the arrest is made, if it's not immediate, we've already gathered all of this evidence and all of this that we can use at trial and use in the case. We have about 2,000 cases pending of domestic violence, approximately 521 felonies, and approximately 1,457 are misdemeanors. Mr. Chair, I thank you for the work that the council has done. We thank you for the support that you have given us over the years, and we look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Bridget Brennan. I'm the city's special narcotics prosecutor. And welcome to the Public Safety Committee and the chairmanship of the Public Safety Committee. It's a pleasure to have you here. Councilmember Holden, it's good to see you too. You're always a stalwart. You always come for our testimony, and we really appreciate it. And thank you very much for the work that we do with the council. We work with them very closely. I hear from them a lot about problems in their individual districts. While they might not be here, we work with them and we collaborate with them quite closely. And before I get into my testimony, first of all, I'd like to refer you to the booklet that we put together. It's very comprehensive, and it may actually have some resources that you can tap into. But I'd like to say a couple of words about the remarkable district attorneys in this city. I work for all 5 of them. My office is a office that is set up with an agreement among the 5 DAs. And I get to see day in and day out how remarkable they are. Their dedication is unparalleled. Their knowledge of their counties is impressive. And the way we're able to work together on this terrible issue that we're all confronting now, you've heard it from everybody, fentanyl and the drug issues. That is truly remarkable. So, big applause to them. They are an incredible group. And now let me just say a few words. I'm going to try to keep my testimony brief. I know it's been a long day for you. Oh, I didn't see you come in. Welcome to you, too. Thank you. I've worked with many of the council members over the years, and I do appreciate your leadership. As you know, ours is a unique office operating by agreement of the 5 DAs and focused on felony narcotics crimes across the city, and most specifically on drug crime that has a citywide impact, perhaps due to the volume of drugs, violence of an organization, or concentration of overdose deaths. New York City is an international hub for narcotics trafficking, and our city's drug market today is more unpredictable than ever, especially as fentanyl is mixed in with other drugs and pressed into counterfeit prescription pills. 80% of our drug poisoning shows the presence of fentanyl. The amount of fentanyl that could kill one of us, the amount of pure fentanyl, would fit on the tip of a pencil. And last year, our office seized more than 700 pounds of it in powder form and more than 1 million fentanyl pills. Roughly 8 out of 10 overdoses in New York City involve fentanyl. It's found mixed with an expanding number of substances. So those people who are buying on the black market have no idea of what they are buying. An analysis of drugs seized from high-level distributors in street markets indicate mixtures may contain as many as 5 different substances, including the narcotics, heroin and cocaine, but synthetic drugs like xylazine, as DA McMahon talked about, and methamphetamine, a stimulant. And xylazine right now is not a controlled substance in New York State. It's under consideration by the state legislature to add it to the schedule of controlled substances, something which I support. Xylazine is an animal tranquilizer, and it is not responsive to Narcan. So when it is mixed with fentanyl and somebody tries to revive someone with Narcan, they may well not succeed. Methamphetamine is a non-narcotic drug, and that has consequences too for enforcement. Because it is not a narcotic drug, it is not eligible for bail in many instances. Even if we seize, as we recently did, about 40 pounds of methamphetamine, and the individuals were not from the US, they were from elsewhere, they certainly weren't from New York either, we were not able to request bail in that kind of a situation. I think that's simply an oversight, and that's something we're urging the legislature to fix as we see more and more methamphetamine coming into New York City. The cocaine supply in New York City is increasing, and the reason for that is beyond our control. The government of Colombia has discontinued aerial eradication of coca plants, and so there's been a dramatic rise in cultivation. As a result, we're seeing a higher volume of that drug in the city, often converted to crack and sometimes mixed with fentanyl. Our mission is to save lives through innovative strategies that stem the flow of lethal drugs. We focus on high-level trafficking organizations, often with international ties, while addressing open-air drug markets that destabilizes neighborhoods and lead to overdose deaths and violence. In New York City, an estimated 3,300 people fatally overdosed between September of 2022 and 2023, according to the Centers for Disease Control. And those are the most recent statistics we have. We believe that will indicate another rise in 2023 when the City Health Department tabulates results in the number of overdose deaths in New York City. And the number the year before, in 2022, was the highest ever. So while in the rest of the state, the overdoses have been leveling off, the overdose deaths, the numbers, have been leveling off, and in some areas even declining. And that's true in the rest of the country as well. The number of deaths, overdose deaths in New York City appears to be stubbornly rising, despite all our best efforts. Every drug poisoning is tragic. But in September, our city was shocked by the death of a toddler at a daycare center in Bronx that DA Clark referred to, and that DA Clark's office is investigating and prosecuting. It was shocking that that daycare center doubled as a fentanyl stash location. But I think the death woke up the city to what a tremendous reach this terrible drug has. Many people asking the question, is no one safe? And then in November, just this past November, a 14-year-old freshman at Brooklyn Technical High School died from a drug poisoning due to fentanyl. We recently met with her mother. Members of my staff met with her as well. And she wants to explore ways she can help educate parents so that no other parent will face the tragedy she has had to face. And we're working with her, and we're working with the Board of Ed as we have been. We've never done as many presentations in schools and as much reach out as we are doing now, because we know that law enforcement alone is not the answer to this. We need to educate people, particularly young people, so they understand prevention is the key. As is treatment, we are not seeing as many opportunities for treatment, nor as many people as should going into treatment. And then harm reduction efforts are critical too, and we support all of that. So I promised you I'd be brief, and I'm going to summarize our funding requests. For fiscal year 2025, we have two specific requests, and they're both outlined in our testimony. We want to expand our alternative to incarceration program, one that we're running. We've been, the Manhattan DA's office kindly allowed us to kind of poach in on their program. We have started to run it ourselves and started to pay for it ourselves out of our own budget, but we need to expand it. It's a great program. It's with Criminal Justice Initiatives and Manhattan Justice Opportunities. And we're doing extraordinary work there, diverting people from turning to criminal behavior and helping them build employment skills, helping them find places to treat their substance use issues, and helping them with those things which cause them to turn to committing drug-related crimes. So we're asking with help with that. It's about $220,000 we're asking for. In addition, we're asking for money to fund new radios for our investigators. The police department changed their radios. Now ours has to conform with theirs. And so that's a capital funding request for about $150,000. And all this is spelled out in our testimony. Like the other DAs, our office is deeply committed to serving this city and to facing the challenges that we're all facing. I look forward to working with the council members on the district problems, the problems that we see with open drug dealing and people's fears about substance use affecting their own families is personal, and I've heard from a lot of the council members about that. We look forward to working with you in the future. Again, our office is fully dedicated to making New York not only a safer place, but a more fair and just place. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Salam and other members of the committee. My name is Meg Reese, and I'm the Chief Assistant District Attorney for the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you here today regarding our office's fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget. We thank the Council for its past support and the other 4 district attorneys and the Special Prosecutor for their collaboration, and know that a safer and fairer city requires all of us working together. The twin goals of the Manhattan District Attorney's Office are delivering safety and fairness, and we know that we cannot have one without the other. We are achieving these goals with a targeted strategy focusing on the drivers of violence, addressing the underlying needs of those who commit crimes, and investing in preventative measures, all of which keep our communities safe today and in the long run. We are proud of the downward trend of serious crime over the past 2 years of DA Bragg's administration, including a 21% drop in homicides from 21 to 23, and a 38% decline in shootings over the same period. Similarly, we are encouraged by the drop in almost every index crime in Manhattan from 2022 to 2023, including an 8% reduction in robberies, a 23% reduction in burglaries, and a 28% reduction in rapes. We are proud of our accomplishments, but we know we have so much more work to do. We will continue our targeted enforcement efforts through continued partnership with the community, elected officials, and other law enforcement agencies, and remain focused on driving these incidents even lower in the years to come to make Manhattan even safer. A top priority of the district attorney has always been fighting the devastation of gun violence. As I previously mentioned, since DA Bragg took office, shootings have declined 38%. We are encouraged by the continued impact of our efforts this year. As of March 17, 2024, shooting incidents are down 43% compared to the same time period in 2023. A great deal of credit needs to be given to Manhattan's tireless community leaders and community-based organizations for the work that they do to prevent gun violence before it ever occurs. Credit is also due to the hard work of NYPD and our ADAs, who take on the fight through rigorous gun possession and gun use investigations and prosecutions. For example, our gun prosecutions have nearly doubled from 280 in 2021 before DA Bragg took office to 592 in 2023. To date, our Ghost Gun Initiative has prosecuted cases involving the seizure of over 104 ghost gun parts, 90 firearms, 442 high-capacity magazines, 47 silencers and other gear, including scopes and rapid-fire modification devices. We are also using white-collar investigative tools to hold those who commit gun violence accountable. In one notable case, we identified a suspect in several gang-motivated incidents, including a gunpoint robbery in August of 2022, where an innocent bystander was grazed with a bullet to the head. During our investigation, we observed that the suspect's social media included posts attempting to recruit others to deposit stolen checks. Our Financial Frauds Bureau then initiated an investigation into the alleged check fraud, and using wiretaps to intercept his cell phone and social media messages, we were able to secure a search warrant for the suspect's apartment. During that search, a loaded 9mm handgun was recovered, which ballistics testing showed was the same weapon used in the August of 2022 shooting. The suspect was then indicted for the shooting, gun possession, and the check fraud. We know the Council supports us in our efforts to fight gun violence, and we are also thankful to the Council for the additional $626,000 in baseline funding we received last year for our Worker Protection Unit. We are using our white-collar practice to protect the hardworking men and women of the city by expanding and enhancing our investigations and prosecutions into wage theft, and other crimes committed by employers. We are also grateful to the Council for additional funding received last year for our Survivor Services Bureau, formerly known as the Witness Aid Service Unit. The Survivor Service Bureau improves public safety in several ways. First, it helps hold accountable those who commit crimes by supporting our victims through the court process. Second, by seeking to heal trauma experienced by crime victims, it prevents future violence and re-victimization. And third, our Survivor Service Bureau helps build trust with communities and boosts the legitimacy of the justice system, which encourages more people to come forward and report crime as well as obey the law. Prioritizing this facet of our office has led to an increase in crisis responses from 386 responses in 2021 to 2,183 in 2023. It is more than a 500% increase in the use of immediate survivor-centered support. Historically, the Survivor Services Bureau has worked primarily with survivors of intimate partner violence, sexual assault, or homicides. Survivor Services have increased outreach to those involved in domestic violence cases from an outreach of 3,877 in 2021 to 5,276 in 2022, and now to 6,611 in 2023. It is the District Attorney's vision that all victims of violent crime are supported by a team including a prosecutor and a victim's advocate from the very beginning of their case. To this end, the office has developed and implemented a heat ticket system that connects a victim advocate to a case when their case is being drafted. Recently launched and still in pilot phase in one trial bureau, the HEAT system has expanded our advocacy exponentially to survivors who can benefit from help connecting to housing resources, safety planning, counseling, and assessing reimbursement from New York State's Office of Victim Services. Already we have seen a substantial increase in referrals from the pilot, and the corresponding increase in individuals going through intake is equally impressive. Historically, individual trial bureaus will refer approximately 10 individuals to survivor services per month. Since HEAT was introduced to one trial bureau on January 29, 2024, that number has increased to approximately 63 referrals in 4 weeks. Given these encouraging statistics, we expect that once HEAT system is expanded to cover all 6 trial bureaus, the number of trial bureau referrals will increase to over 2,200 per year, more than doubling our numbers of intake in 2023. Another primary area of focus has been our hate crimes work. In 2022, our office received an additional $1.7 million in baseline funding from City Council to hire full-time staff, train assistant DAs across the office and who specialize in these cases, and expand our hate crime investigations, victim services, community engagement, training and education, and cultural and linguistic capacity. In 2020, Danny prosecuted 28 hate crimes. That number rose to 81 in 2021, with a sharp increase in anti-Asian hate crimes. Then in 2022, we prosecuted 92 hate crimes. Last year, our workload rose even higher as we prosecuted 114 hate crimes. To build on the progress of the last 2 years, we are requesting additional funding from the city to support the work of our office. Our only request for new funding is not for our office, but similar to our partner in the Bronx, but for our partners in problem-solving courts, without who we could not do our jobs. We make our community safer every day by connecting people with resources that lead to stabilization in community, resources like healthcare, housing, education, job training, and employment to address some of the underlying issues that drive harmful behavior. The issues being substance use disorder, untreated mental illness, joblessness, housing instability, and trauma. Of course, not every case is appropriate for an alternative to incarceration resolution. There are some violent crimes where incarceration is necessary for accountability and safety. However, by embedding a deputy bureau chief from our Pathways to Public Safety division in each trial bureau, our office reviews every felony case within 48 hours of criminal court arraignment to identify and assess whether the person charged can be safely supported in community. In so doing, we see that many of the people who come through our doors are suffering from substance use disorders and untreated mental illness and trauma, and those issues are clearly driving their behavior. In those cases, treating the underlying issues can do more to prevent crime immediately and in the future than incarceration. The results from these efforts speak for themselves. Since 2022, in the 12 months after their felony problem-solving court graduation, 96% of the graduates had not been rearrested for a violent felony offense. 91% had not been rearrested for a felony offense, and 86% have no new arrests whatsoever. Although there is no direct control group for comparison, these recidivism rates are dramatically lower than similar rates for those with people released from city jails or state prison, and the result, of course, is a safer city. Our office funded the creation of a felony ATI court in June of 2019 to fill the gaps in traditional problem-solving courts, and the court has become an integral part of our system. The number of people accepted into felony ATI annually has increased by over 50% since 2021, from 108 people accepted in 2021 to 168 accepted in 2023. This is just to clarify our felony ATI part, not all of our problem-solving courts. Manhattan recognized the need, created and funded a mental health track in our judicial diversion court for drug and drug-related offenses. Unlike other problem-solving courts, the judicial diversion court is statutory and as such is funded by the state. Those that are statutorily eligible can nominate to participate in diversion. However, our office noticed that a large number of people in this court have co-occurring mental health issues, and the staff who are trained to address drug issues were not always adequately trained or prepared to support those presenting serious mental illness. Therefore, we funded the creation of the judicial diversion mental health track to provide these individuals with specialized treatment. To date, our office has funded both felony ATI and the judicial diversion mental health track almost exclusively, using our asset forfeiture funds to create and pilot these courts, spending close to $3 million on these two courts in last year alone. Now that we are seeing positive outcomes from our problem-solving courts and have data that proves that this is an effective enforcement strategy and an effective safety strategy, we need other actors to continue this funding, as our asset forfeiture funds are dwindling and will not be replenished. The failure to fund these courts would be abandoning a viable enforcement and safety strategy that saves hundreds of years of incarceration and enhances safety. At current funding levels, felony ATI costs approximately $2.1 million per year, and the mental health track and judicial diversion costs approximately $700,000 per year. Relative to the ballooning costs of jail and prison, these programs are an excellent fiscal investment on top of being consistent with safety and fairness. Not only do we need this funding responsibility to be assumed by the government, we need to expand the reach of the courts. Since 2022, we have more than doubled annual referrals and acceptances to problem-solving courts. This has brought greater fairness and safety to Manhattan, but has also strained existing resources. At present, individuals detained on Rikers Island can wait up to 6 to 8 weeks to be assessed, and those who are not detained wait even longer. This poses a genuine public safety risk, as those who remain untreated without receiving resources are more likely to recidivate the longer they wait for treatment, and those that are incarcerated in our jails languish there needlessly. As our referrals and acceptances grow, our system must also grow to support this increased volume. Doubling the existing funding to $4.2 million for felony ATI and $1.4 million for the mental health track would be proportionate to the number of people who could stabilize in community with the benefit of these court mandates and resources. Not only would this save the city money overall, it would make our city safer. Thank you very much. Thank you to the chair and to the council for the opportunity to speak today, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you as well. So I guess I'll open the questions up with, the council has heard from some of the DA's offices requesting new needs for fiscal year 2025. Could you briefly talk about your request and how these increase in funding would increase the efficiency of the justice system?
Chairman, I'll take a first attempt at this question. So one of the big asks of my office is money to do preventative work. As district attorney, my office prosecutes the largest volume of cases in the state. We do the most number of trials. We have the largest population. We have a fairly large staff. But the preventative work that we're attempting to accomplish in the county, I think, is a real driver of safety and has allowed Brooklyn to reduce violence, especially over the last few years, in dramatic ways. Hundreds fewer shootings in the county, fewer homicides. Index crimes were down by about 5% last year. Brooklyn's moving in the right direction. I referenced in my written submission and in my oral testimony, Project Restore Bed-Stuy. The Bed-Stuy is where this demonstration project was launched. What it did was it followed a multi-year takedown of two rival gangs who had been involved in dozens of shootings and homicides, continuously shooting at each other, endangering not only their own lives, but lives of ordinary Brooklynites. After the takedown was done, we went into the community, we held a town hall, and we asked the community for what solutions would they like to see to make sure that this violence does not continue. They came up with the outline of Project Restore. That outline was preventative in nature. We engaged a restorative justice group, community-based organizations, violence intervention individuals, and we went on in full participation with NYPD and the mayor at the time, engaged in Project Restore Bed-Stuy. The long and short of it is, looking at that program, we saw an over 40% reduction in violence in the catchment areas where this program ran. Of the 30 men who participated, only 2 were arrested during this 15-month cycle. I should say that these 30 men who participated in the program were identified by the New York City Police Department as being most likely to engage in acts of violence, in particular shooting violence. And so this program, I think, goes a long way into doing a few things, which is shrinking the footprint of our justice system, making sure that we are not just prosecuting cases, but we're actually saving lives by having preventative solutions. It also increases public safety. Very clearly, these men were men that would have cycled in through the system, but did not, because they had the internships, the jobs to go to, the services that were working towards their betterment. And I'm going to say that during the course of the 15th month program, and I believe Council Member Rita Joseph from the great borough of Brooklyn was there when we had a legislative breakfast. The remarkable change that I witnessed in these young men who were traditionally lost, had no purpose in life, had gone through a transformation and are no longer someone that I think are threats to our public safety. The program had not only a public safety improvement for our community, but really had a transformational value to these young men's lives. And I ask that the City Council really work with me to get continuing funding through OMB to support these initiatives, not just in Bed-Stuy, but in other parts of the county where we really need this. We selected Bed-Stuy because we had seen a rise in shootings there, and after this 15th month demonstration project, shootings were down like I said, by more than 40%. And so we are thinking that this is exactly the kind of work that the City Council would want to invest in, work that is preventative, work that prevents needless bloodshed in our city, and yet also moves people from potential, people who are going to wind up in prison to productive citizens.
And if I could just add, Mr. Chairman, that I think we're 6 different people. We come from different boroughs, and of course, a special prosecutor across the city. But I think one thread that was common through everyone's testimony is efforts that we're undertaking to do more diversion, to do more problem-solving work. And there are other requests that we have, but that's one thing that I think is really interesting because we all see, no matter how we came to this position, we see that the way that we can be most impactful is not prosecuting crime, but preventing crime. And the tool that we have is to use these pathways to justice, the alternatives to incarceration, that are tools that are available to us. In Staten Island, and I know it maybe defies expectations or preconceived notions, but in 2018, out of close to 9,500 docketed cases, 3% received offers of diversion. In 2023, when we had over 8,000 docketed cases, 33% are receiving these offers of diversion. What we need, though, is what's on the other side. These programs, the ability to partner with organizations, and that's where funding and maybe even a citywide, diversion, or whatever the right name is, Alternatives to Incarceration Initiative would be extremely helpful because we see it incredibly so with all of our cases. It's really apparent in our youth cases. So in family court, the family court judges really have a dearth of programs that they can connect people to. And so that sort of other side of it, of where, okay, we want to divert more people, we want to be more preventative, but how do we do it? For us, of course, that's where the Community Justice Center request comes in as well. But it's all part of that same, if you will, perspective or orientation that we're trying to take our offices to, but we need the places to go. If I put someone in diversion who has a particular need and I have no program, and for us in Staten Island, it's especially acute because there are many citywide programs that the administration and the council fund that have no presence for us on Staten Island. We can get into the specifics, but I think across the board, I think you heard from each one of us a desire to do this from mental health treatment court, drug treatment court, our HOPE program, our Ripples of Hope. It's all sort of the same idea.
I would just say, as I began my remarks, is that I wasn't necessarily asking for more funding for my office. I'm using my platform today to ask for more resources for the Bronx in general. The Community Justice Center, the Rape Crisis Center, more programming, work development for our young people, mental health courts and resources, things of that nature. There is one financial ask, and that goes back to what was allotted to us by OMB last year, where they gave us funding in November for 70 positions, which came out to $6 million, but there was a technical error in their math, so they shorted us $3 million, so we're asking for the $3 million back. All right, so that's it. But otherwise, we're thankful for the funding that we have. We're using every tool in our toolkit to make sure we do everything to prevent violence and crime and people going into the criminal justice system. And with those resources going into the community, investing in communities, we will continue to see the change. Our numbers are high. We lead the city, but we have seen declines. But to me, a little decline is not enough. I want to see eradication of crime, and I want to do all that we can to have alternatives to violence, not just incarceration, to violence.
So, you've heard that, yes, as DA McMahon said, there's a common thread. For every dollar that we spend on keeping people out of the criminal justice system, we don't have that money to spend on prosecution. And the truth is, the more money we spend keeping people out of the criminal justice system, the less money we're going to need on the prosecution. So it actually works very well together. I do think things like Project Reset, your pre-arraignment diversion programs, having an immigration lawyer, getting guns off the street, it's not just about the diversion and restorative and rehabilitation programs, which we have an abundance of, especially, I only know my borough, and we do that all the time. It's also about getting the guns off the street. It's about doing gun buybacks, where we got almost 450 guns off the street. It's about being the most in the city that we're getting the ghost guns off the street. We have the highest amount of retrievals of ghost guns throughout the city. And that means that the guns aren't there to buy. And if we attack the market for the guns, like we are all doing in our diversion and in our rehabilitation programs and our restorative justice programs and our youth programs, Then we hit it from the market side as well. And that's extremely important when it comes to criminal justice. It's extremely important when it comes to lowering the rates of prosecution. Thank you. I don't know if they want to do it real quickly.
Just very quickly, our office had one funding request that wasn't a capital request, and that's to pay for 2 social workers to work in an ATI program. And that will facilitate the movement of the cases through the system.
And the same for the Manhattan DA's office, resources for our problem-solving courts, so we can expand and take more cases and have them move more quickly.
So does the preliminary plan provide all the resources your offices need to meet the demands of discovery reform? And in addition to that, what additional resources would you need to be provided to meet these demands?
I think we're sort of happy to report, well, there's the history there, and it's a very excellent question. We were almost looking to shut down our offices. I'll speak for myself. We were almost looking to shut down because a year ago, we were facing an incredible, and that's just hyperbole, Mr. Chairman. Because of the demands of discovery, directly linked, we had an attrition, an exodus of ADAs from our office of about 34 in a little over a half a year last year, 34%. And I only have 80, roughly 75 to 80 ADAs. So that's how many left to go to other city jobs, in particular, government positions, the courts, because the pay was so low relative to all other agency attorneys, and the workload was immense. The governor and the state legislature did give us funding to increase the salary of assistant district attorneys. Number one, and since then I've lost one assistant since August roughly, and extra money for support staff, discovery specialists as well. The city in the November plan, I wasn't as fortunate as the Bronx, but we also received some funding for extra staff. So at this point, in terms of the funding to deal with the discovery issues, it's still an issue. The discovery laws themselves, but that's merely a discussion for the state legislature. But in terms of the staffing, at least in our case in Staten Island, it's not so much the issue currently because the governor stepped in and helped in the funding area.
Yeah, I think that's the answer for all of us. We did finally, after years since the laws changed and it was an unfunded mandate for so long, we have finally received funding, and we're working our way and spending it and making sure that we use it to be most effective in order to protect the cases, that we're prosecuting. A lot of it was losing staff. I think probably out of everybody, I lost the most staff. So I have been able to raise the salary. My number one priority for the last 8 years, I've come before this council asking for parity, making sure that I can pay the lawyers to do the work. So I've been able to raise those salaries. We've been able to get money for technology now. Those are all the things that are going to be able to help us. So thankfully, we have that now. We're working through it, and I think that it's going to make a significant difference. Not that there still should be some tweaks to the law, but that's something different. But I'll take the money, and we're going to use it the best way we can to make it the most effective as possible.
Special narcotics is in a slightly different position. We were not on the aid to prosecution grant, the state grant that funded the DAs. We have a separate grant which wasn't funded. I think it was an oversight. We have alerted OMB to this, and if we have issues because of the lack of that resource that the DAs got, since our attorneys are employees of each of the DA's offices, and they set the salaries for our attorneys. So if they raise the salaries, it has to come out of our budgets. And if we weren't funded for it, we could have a problem. And if we do, we alerted OMB, and we'll work with them on that issue. Thank you.
Chairman, we in Brooklyn indicated that we are asking for $6.5 million. The current funding that we have is an expiring source. And so just kind of alerting that while this fiscal year there's funding that is not, there's no continuation of that source. So to answer your question, I think $6.5 million is the request for Brooklyn and a non-expiring, so we can continue to hire and to have the staff to do the discovery.
So I guess that leads me to the next question that you all have been talking about in terms of retention and hiring. Does your office face issues with retention and hiring? And does the preliminary plan provide your offices with sufficient resources to retain and hire staff?
Again, we have the resource, and I was able to raise the salary, so I think that's going to help me retain the ones that I have. Recruitment is a big thing. I am personally on the road constantly, going to law schools, visiting, meeting with deans across the country in order to convince new lawyers, those graduating from law school, that prosecution is a noble choice and work to do. And because as 21st century prosecutors, we're doing it differently than we did back in the day. I mean, I started in 1986 when it was nail 'em and jail 'em, and that's all we did. And from listening to all of us here today, you can tell that we are doing this work so differently. And you, Mr. Chairman, of all people, know firsthand through your lived experience that this is not the same kind of prosecutors that were in office when you went through the things that you experienced. So I'm happy that I can say that, and we are committed to making sure that we do it in the right way, that we have public safety and fairness at the same time, and we're using the budgets in order to do that. So the money is helpful for me to go out and do my recruitment. Every single person in my office is charged with making sure that we bring in people that share the vision that we have for public safety and to pursue justice with integrity.
Again, special narcotics is a little different because we can't hire our own attorneys, and if there's a shortfall in the DA's offices, obviously they're not going to staff us to the degree that we may need attorneys. So we've had significant attrition among lawyers, and so our staffing is pretty stretched right now in terms of legal staff. Our non-legal staff is a problem in terms of some of the more high-level IT people. It's hard to hang on to them, too.
So I want to maybe pass it to other members.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your testimony. It's eye-opening, to say the least. Just this morning, we had Police Commissioner Kaman. He mentioned in his testimony, he said, looking back to 2017, 30% of our total youth arrests were for a major felony. Today, that number has more than doubled to 62%. And over that same period, the percentage of youth gun arrests has more than tripled. And in the 5 years from 2017 to 2022, the number of juveniles who are identified as shooters jumped 156%. Now, this was all, very depressing. That we're headed in that direction, and also he went on to say, when we drill down even further, we see that 1 in 4 young people arrested with a gun in 2020 were involved in another shooting incident within 2 years, up from less than 1 in 10 prior to in 2018. So I think you have a handle on this. All the DAs would have a handle on this as to why this is happening. I think the commissioner mentioned, and by the way, it's also the victims of guns also are youth, as you know. But commissioner said something very troubling. He says the gangs are actively recruiting members because of some of the laws that were passed, a few years ago. Do you all see that happening? Is that because that's, and how do we combat that? How do we address the recruitment of younger people with guns in these gangs? I know that's a tough question, but a few questions.
No, for sure. And in my testimony, I highlighted how in Staten Island we are seeing that dramatic increase in juvenile arrests, in gun cases amongst juveniles, and victims as well, right? So last year, the year before, I had one shooting involving a juvenile, and just last year, 11 with 4 deaths.
We're just going to pause for a moment.
Yep.
For the disturbance to pass.
Sergeant, could we close the second door out there so we can get this hearing? All right. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, so the way we see it, so we've seen this dramatic increase as well, and we see this using of the younger people as mules or carriers for the guns by the older ones, and then you see also many young people who are carrying knives or pepper spray or guns, not so much because they are using them, but because they feel they're in an environment where they need it for their protection. So, that's all there. And for us, the way we see it is that the raise the age laws from Albany coming into effect in 2018, 2019, 2020, and removed accountability out of the equation when it comes dealing with young people engaged in criminal activity. And I want to be very clear. I'm not looking to nail them and jail them or lock them up and throw away the key. But what we do see is when a young person, a 16-year-old, is arrested with a loaded gun in his or her waistband, they are going to family court. There's a dearth of services there, so they're not having any meaningful connection there, and they're back on the street in a few hours because we don't even see those cases, right? In my mind, that young person should face some accountability and receive some counseling and have a connection, because there is a disconnection there and nothing's happening. And that's across the board. You see assault cases, you see larceny cases, grand larceny autos, car after car after car being stolen, and there's no accountability to try to change that behavior. And that's the gap, and I understand.
So there's no mandatory, so if a youth, let's say a 16-year-old is arrested with a gun, and the courts don't have some kind of program that they could mandate that this 16-year-old take certainly some counseling and go into a program and prove, that, and stay clean for, stay off of with the guns for a while. I mean, that's not happening?
No, it's not happening. And, for the most part, the judge is not even, the records are getting sealed. The judge has not even seen that there may have been prior activity, prior cases, number one. And number two, when they passed the raise the age law, I think the number was $850 million was associated with that was supposed to come down to create these programs. That money never came down, or less than 20% of that money came down, as I understand it. So if you go into, I know my family court in Staten Island, if I go in there, the judge is trying, but there is not the meaningful connection, and there's not the accountability with these programs and the follow-through to make sure that they are attending the classes, let's say, or the counseling sessions, or whatever would be appropriate and tailored to those individual cases. In our world, we have that accountability to a great extent, because yes, I'll offer you a diversion, but I have a clerical person kind of keeping track. Yes, they were supposed to go to drug counseling on Tuesday. They showed up, and eventually you report that to the court. and you dismiss or reduce the charges. It's not happening with the raise the age cases, and that to me is the biggest failure in the raise the age legislation.
I think I could add another perspective to this. I was a DA, of course. I was in favor of raise the age. New York and North Carolina were the last two states to raise the age of criminal responsibility from 16 to 18. I was in favor of that. The way the law was written, there was still some, there was some concerns, especially with the guns. Possess, they have to display it before we could keep it in the criminal courts. So there's a difference between what happens in family court and in criminal court. But I could say from base, and having spent 16 years on the bench, dealing with young people and when they were charged as adults and not, see, what we have now is the fact that we need to revamp or do a look back now. It's been 8 years since Raise the Age. We need to look back because the judges in the criminal court that's in the youth part that has these 16 and 17-year-olds now are not allowed to see what is happening in the family court. Some of these same young people have been in the family court system, and they have cases pending there, and they may have cases in the youth part, but the two judges can't see the records in both sides. So how can a judge really understand what needs to happen, or the prosecutor know or understand what needs to happen with this young person if we don't have the full picture of who this kid is? And we have to put the humanity back and look at, these are young people. I don't want to end their lives or whatever. They need second chances or whatever. But some of them are so lost by the time I see them that there's no resources, even in the criminal court. My hands are tied as to how much I can do for them because the programs are not, we don't have enough in the criminal side nor in the family side. So what needs to happen is that all the stakeholders need to come together. The state legislature needs to look back at the laws that they wrote and try to fix some of these gaps because the judges can't do justice for that child or for our community if we don't have the information. It comes before me in my office in criminal court. I don't know what happened in the family court. So we have blinders on, and I think they really have to look back at the law, well-intentioned, but we need to be able to do the right thing for these kids to make sure that we could get them on the right path, hold them accountable, and accountability looks different for each and every one of them because they're all not the same. And that's what I'm teaching my staff. A 14-year-old who's already out shooting on a subway, and they're telling me how horrible the crime is, and my first question to him is, who is this kid and how did he get a gun at 14? And then when we peel back the onion, he's been in the foster care system, or the parent is in prison, or they're drug addicted. That kid didn't stand a chance. The gangs got to him because that's the only person that's showing him love. What do we do with that kid? And we need to have programs to be able to deal with that. So I think that's what the gap is. The police department is doing the best they can. They're committing these crimes, and we have to do something to hold them accountable. But what does that accountability look like, and how are we going to change their path? Because if they're already carrying guns at 13 and 14 and 15, by the time they're adults, they're going to be in state prison if we don't do something to try to correct it now. So that's what I'm asking for. So when I'm asking for more resources for the Bronx, I'm talking about programs for those, adolescent offenders who are the ones that are carrying these guns because the older ones know they're not going to get in as much trouble as if the way the adults are. So we really need to have a real look back.
I'm sorry, Chair, but there's no program right now that exists. The Staten Island, obviously, DA was saying, it's mind-boggling that we're just letting these kids just go out and do it again, and nothing's happening.
I wouldn't say there's no programs, but they have to be effective, and they have to be funded. And sometimes we have to build them. Like, I've built programs because there's a lack of program.
I mean, you're saying there's no program. You're saying there are some programs, but what works? That's what I'm asking here.
And that's the study that we have to look at to really see, because we don't get a chance. There's not enough there. There may be some there we're working on. I built one. I had to build one because there was nothing there. I have a gun diversion program with the Osborne Association and the Fortune Society to help, some of these young men, the first-time gun offenders, things like that. But, these programs only go but so much. Kids or even adults are eliminated from some of the programs because they not only possess the gun, but once they fired it, a lot of programs don't want to take that risk. So we need to build programs that's for the first-time gun offenders, for ones that have actually pulled the trigger or are really involved in more than one case, and we see the violence, and we have to have programs that's going to be able to deal with that kind of kid. Because a lot of the programs, we have the programs, but they don't want to take that risk.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to pass it to Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you all so much for that, and thank you. As you mentioned, no program is a cookie-cutter model, right? I've seen that before. I had a quick question for Ms. Brennan. You said you work with New York City Public Schools on fentanyl. I'm the education chair. I have never heard of your program.
It's not we get invited to speak with by the Board of Ed. We're working with, what's her position? Health programming coordinator.
Well, I would love to be engaged in that conversation as the education chair.
Sure. We'll contact you.
Sure.
Thank you.
I have a quick question for a youth diversion program. How many are there?
I mean, there are a number of different diversion programs. So they're the ones that are court, I think, facilitated, and then there are the many community-based organizations in Brooklyn. We work with many of the established youth diversion programs, but then we try to work with community-based organizations who are willing to take on clients who have been charged criminally. So, probably a dozen court programs that we can send people to, but dozens more.
Can we rate them? What's the quality of delivery? What's the success rate when young people enter these programs?
I think a number of them are fairly efficient and well thought. I think of Exalt as an example right off the top of my head of somewhere that we send people and we get good outcomes. And then I guess the definition of what we mean by a young person, right? Because there's really school age young people and then up to 23, 26, depending on who you ask. But there's a number of programs that we work with in the county. We believe that those programs are efficient, and I always advocate for more funding for them as well.
If we were to expand, how much would it cost us for us to expand those type of programming?
I couldn't speak to that officially, Councilmember, but I know that I do advocate on behalf of individual programs and believe that those resources are the type of resources that allow the district attorneys to continue the fight for safety and fairness.
Councilwoman, I would love for the city to do a review of the programs. Let's do a study on that. How many programs are there?
That's what I'm getting at.
Can we evaluate them and see if they're producing? Because there's a lot of times that money is given out. Like there was $800 million allocated, only $270 million spent. But where did it go? And the programs that are there, what are they doing? I mean, we have... not only do we have the community-based organization and the court has mandates, the Department of Probation is responsible for a lot of these things, et cetera, but we need to evaluate them. I mean, everything that we do, we need to evaluate. The answer is always just throw money out there, but you throw the money out there, but if there's no accountability, then what is the point? It's it's a waste of the money. We work with the Cure Violence Group. I know they stand in the gap, and they do a lot of things, but we need to make sure they're trained properly, that they're doing it right, because it's risky. They're standing in that gap, but if we're giving them money, let's make sure that they're spending it wisely and that we see some results. We want to see positive results. These numbers keep going up, which means there's a disconnect somewhere.
Correct, and that's exactly what my colleague had alluded to earlier, because we're seeing trends in young people going into juvenile detention. I just did a hearing last year, and I saw the numbers as the education chair, and along with criminal justice, we're seeing the numbers going up. We want to know, where do we stop these numbers? What is missing? Where do we put the resources? We have to put the resources in the right place, right? Like, as you said, we can't keep throwing money at the problem, but we need to really find solutions for the problem. I know DA Gonzalez, your criminal justice ambassador program at Columbia is a great model. How do we expand that more into seeing young people who used to pick up guns that are now students at Columbia University? So there's a pathway. As we have to study, when I was an educator, right, 22 decades, data drives my instruction. So data has to be able to inform our decisions and also our policy making. So how do we capture that data, as DA Darcel said, how do we capture that data, improve the work, and expand it? We can't just keep expanding and throwing money at programs without having to evaluate the program.
So in Brooklyn, we are working with both Columbia University, who is going to do a look at our programming, but we also have our gun diversion program is being evaluated by NYU. And so we expect to be able to report on that in short order, to be quite honest. But in general, continuing to work with any kind of group that is working to prevent the recruitment of young people into gangs. I know that when I look at my county and I look at shooting violence in particular, nearly 60% of those shootings are related to gang violence. And so if we wanted to dramatically reshoot gun violence in the county and the use of young people to carry out these crimes, we have to really try to prevent these young people from being recruited into our gangs. And a lot of the work that we've done in Brooklyn is around exactly that. This is a very complicated issue because if you live in certain parts of my county, you have to have some affiliation or membership to safely get to one block to another block. You have to be part of it in certain housing developments. So to say that we have to eradicate gang involvement is, a very complicated solution, but we have to be very clear-minded that the solution to a lot of our young justice-involved young people are centered around this gang life, and so we need to have solutions to that. And I'm happy to show you what the studies in my office show. But many of the young people who have been arrested with guns in my in my office, when they speak about why they had a gun, it's because they're personally afraid of being shot at by a rival gang, or being mistaken for belonging to a gang because they live in a neighborhood that is, belongs to a particular group. And so we have to make sure that we continue to do that. I think generally that New York City does a better job than some other big cities in the prevention of, gang growth, but we have to do more. And I think that DOE has a big role to play in that as well.
And that's why I want to be a partner in this work.
Councilmember, could I just add that for you,
Sure.
the part of that conversation has to be the Corporation Council as well, and maybe data from them, because, when the case leaves us, they take over the, I don't know, use the word prosecution, I'm not sure what the right verb is there. The adjudication, thank you, the adjudication of the case. And so I would be asking them, okay, give me de-identified data on, the cases, outcomes, connection, but de-identified just by head count they could, I think. Oh, I would ask them, maybe, I don't know if the law allows it or not, but certainly they would have a lot of it, because you understand, once the case is identified as a raise the age case, and it's not a very select few cases, then they go, oh, we don't touch them, we don't know anything, we don't know the outcome until we see those individuals back on our end of the criminal justice system. So
Well,
I would make them part of the conversation as well.
That's exactly what DA Darcel just said. No one is talking to each other. All of the stakeholders, exactly.
Law, we're not allowed to discuss it.
So-
That's how the law is written, that it put walls up so we we couldn't. I mean, it's a well-intentioned law, but I think that they thought that if the DAs had that information, we're going to do more to punish them. And it's just the opposite. Like, if I had the information, I'd be better informed as to what I need to do for that particular child. Because they're children still.
Correct.
You know? But they're committing serious crimes that we have to put a stop to it. But the law prevents us from being able to really explain, understand.
Hi, council member.
Hi.
So I also think it's important to note that, you know, there's also opportunities before the young people ever end up in the criminal justice system to begin with, and before, I know you had a busy day. We were talking about the fact that, like, so on my staff, we have a youth director. And his sole responsibility is to go into the schools, into the community councils, into civic organizations, to talk to mothers and fathers and parents and caregivers who need help with their children. We have internship programs, we have explorer programs, we have all of these programs that we are doing in the community and to make sure that they never end up in the criminal justice system to begin with, if that's possible. Then you get to someone who does do something. We have pre-arraignment diversion that we work with, you know, the Court of Justice Innovation, right? So we have over 500 people, a lot of them young people, who end up getting diverted before they even get to the arraignment. We've completed about 300 of those cases last year. And then once they're in the system, vetting those DATs, especially mostly misdemeanors, and also gun cases. For diversion is an important step as well. So I think it's important, and one thing you've heard from a lot of us here today, is the holistic way of looking at the criminal justice system. It has to start when they're very young. It has to start, I think, before they even end up in the criminal justice system. And so you hope that you catch folks along the way, but it's not an easy catch. And then once they're in our system, you know, the diversion programs, quite honestly, in my office, has had great effect. And great success. We started a gun diversion program a few years ago. We vet them, anyone up to the age of 24 years old, 18 to 24, because 16 and 17 aren't really in our parameters if they didn't shoot, if they just possess. So I think it's important to catch, my point is to catch people every step of the way, especially when they're young.
Thank you. Chair, thank you so much.
So my next question is, Dear McMahon testified that 33% of cases in Staten Island were offered an alternative to incarceration. Can the other boroughs state what percentage of their cases were offered diversion programs? And also, how much funding has each of your offices allocated for alternatives to incarceration?
I don't think I have those numbers off the top of my head, but we can get back to you with that information.
I don't either have them handy at the moment. I can only tell you that every single DAT that comes through is vetted for alternatives to incarceration and programming. Apparently, we're getting the numbers.
And I'll have to get back to you with those numbers as well. But we do alternatives to incarceration. I started a community justice bureau just for that, to make sure that we could do those things. But what we also do, because we don't run the programs, you know, so it's through the courts. We offer it. They, you know, they can and cannot accept it, and you know, we've had success. I mean, I did build one, the gun accountability program with Osborne. So we've seen, it started as a pilot, we've seen great results with that, and we're building on that, and the Fortune Society is helping with us as well. But we also, I personally write letters of support for Osborne and Fortune and CJI for Reset, Hope. We have a driver accountability program. We have Common Justice, Safe Horizon, Bronx Legal Services. So all those CBOs, I make sure that I write letters of support when they're looking for funding and grants, that I'm supportive of that, because we use their services in order to make sure that we could provide those opportunities for people that get it. But the exact number, I would have to get back to you.
Excuse me, sorry. So for our indicted felonies, approximately 25% of our indicted felonies are going to a problem-solving court and are pending in a problem-solving court. And then our misdemeanors, I can get back to you on the exact numbers, but I can tell you on our DATs, we've just implemented a new strategy called Rapid Reset, which has, which I think you've heard some of the fellow DAs speaking about, which was a Project Reset was created several years ago and funded by MOCJ, which was outreach to people that were given a desk appearance ticket to do some type of connection to services, meaningful engagement, and not have to come to court. However, there have been many, many difficulties. About 30% of the total population of DATs were able to make connection for a variety of people being unhoused, not having cell phones, not feeling comfortable giving contact information to law enforcement, so the connection wasn't being made. So we've implemented sort of on the continuum, if you're not reached in the community before returning to court, we've actually connected pre-arraignment when they do come to court. Surprisingly, people are returning to court on when they must appear for their desk appearance ticket. And the number of cases that we've now connected and been able to divert with deferred prosecution under Rapid Reset, which we started the end of November, is about 50% of the DATs. So the number I need to get back to you on is the online misdemeanors and what our diversion rates are there.
In terms of budgeting, just so sort of an example, so in our office, I have, I'll get you the exact number, but it's a staffing issue, right? How do I dedicate personnel to this? So we've got 12 people that in the ATI unit that we created last year. That's ADAs, a social worker, paralegals, a coordinator who tracks the cases. And out of our budget, we gave about $1 million to our program supporters. So that's the YMCA, EAC, Staten Island Partnership for Community Wellness, the Staten Island PPS, a few others that are providing the programs that we're connecting to. So I'll get back to you with the exact budget numbers.
Mr. Chairman, my staff has reminded me that we also vet all the misdemeanors and felonies for diversion as well. But I would like to apologize. I have to speak in Queens at 6:30, and I thought I had allocated enough time. It's probably going to take me longer than that to get back to Queens. So I do have staff here if there's any other further questions, and if you'll excuse me, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I would say that in Brooklyn, we've had a very proud history of being a place that offers diversion regularly on our cases. We've seen a decrease in the number of participants who choose diversion. I think there's a number of reasons for that. One has been in the past, a lot of people have chosen to enter into treatment or diversion programs because they had bail set against them, and now that they're no longer detained, they choose to go forward with their cases. There's also less involvement in early diversion because of discovery reform. In the past, people were more interested in resolving their cases, but with discovery, since there's a chance that cases will get dismissed, especially in misdemeanor court, there are less takers for diversion. Nonetheless, last year in Brooklyn, we completed 5,537 cases that were successful in our diversion processes, and I will get back to you the total number of diversion that was offered. But like Queen said, in virtually every case, there is an examination of whether or not diversion is appropriate or not appropriate, and in the majority of cases in the county, there's some offer made preliminarily before the case proceeds to diversion, especially in criminal court.
I'm going to pass it to the member.
Thank you. I just have a question on those illegal pot shops that are popping up or have opened. For instance, I have a legal shop, my first one in the district, and on the same block, there's 4 illegal places. And I went in with the sheriff a couple of weeks ago, and we closed 3 of them. What we found, I mean, I knew they existed, I just had no idea how blatant, how right out in the open, they had pot displayed, but they had mushrooms, psychedelic drugs, other things, and and the special prosecutor, you could probably tell us what. I mean, there's obviously fentanyl in some of those things, possibly. We don't know because they're packaged on the location. They have like sort of these bags that look like they're for kids, and some child could certainly ingest it if it's there. But what the sheriff's people were telling me, that if you took some of these mushrooms, you might be incapacitated for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And what I'm concerned is so many of these illegal shops, we can't close them. By the way, we closed them one day and they're opened again. And that's frustrating to any law-abiding person, especially a council member who wants to keep the community safe. When I got these guys, and you see them pulling up at all different hours, going into those places. One place was totally about pot and drugs, nothing else, no bodega on the side. That's all it was, blatant drug sales, illegal, and they had a place to get high, a lounge down the basement. Now, how is that making the community, how is the community supposed to, really put up with this? Because obviously when these guys are getting out, they're stoned and they're driving. We don't know how to even test somebody for smoking pot, much less how do we test them for when they're driving under the influence of mushrooms. So where are we headed with this? We have to come up with a solution, and I know your offices are trying, and the special prosecutor, but how do we give you more power to close these places and to close them permanently?
I kind of have to beg off on that, in that those are not narcotic drugs. And so the jurisdiction of our grand jury allows us to look at those cases sometimes in Manhattan because the grand jury has jurisdiction there. But citywide, if you had fentanyl or narcotic drugs in there, then we would have jurisdiction over it. We haven't per se seen that. More likely is the mushrooms and the psychedelic drugs, which are controlled substances, as opposed to narcotic drugs.
So it's not under your jurisdiction at all?
No, sometimes we see fentanyl dealers using those spots as stash spots, but it's not clear that it's with the consent and that the ones running the spots are actually involved.
So how can we empower the DAs to deal with this, or can we, or do you?
The law has to change. It's been decriminalized. Like, we do crime, and the violations that you're talking about are all civil violations. That's why the sheriff is involved, the Office of Cannabis Management. They have to have more enforcement, and the process has to be shortened. Like, things take forever. When you talk about civil court, with trying to get people evicted and things like that, it takes forever. Yeah, they shut them down, but like you said, they could turn around and open right back up. So everybody's so used to us being the ones to do that. Like, we don't have that power anymore. I have my Civil Litigation Bureau that's looking at it, but it's a real process in order to make sure. Look, this should be all about compliance, like you said. You have a legal one on the block. The state needs to work faster and better and more effectively, and I heard the governor's looking at this now, to make sure that people are in compliance. It should be about compliance. Help them get the licenses so that we can make sure that what they're selling is,
But you get involved when they get behind the wheel.
Yeah, but like you said, there's no test yet for marijuana use or whatever. The police can't stop people because they smell weed coming out the car and they drive. All of that is gone.
So you haven't prosecuted anybody for driving under the influence of mushrooms or psychedelics or pot?
No.
No.
We don't know. There's no.
So, and we know it's happening.
Not like alcohol is a test. They
right.
don't have. But drugs, narcotic drugs, controlled substances, yes. Marijuana is not in that category.
I would add that one issue that I've raised with the state legislature is that the current laws around marijuana, when it's changed, and now the district attorney has to prove the pure weight of the THC, which is an impossible standard. So what that means is, before the change in the law, it was the cannabis, the marijuana was collected, it was dried, it was weighed by the police department, and that was the weight. And so if there was going to be a charge of possession of over 5 pounds, it was dependent on the weight of the marijuana. What the law has now said is the parts of the cannabis that no longer can get someone high, the twigs, the seeds, the things like that, have to be separated, and only the part of the marijuana plant that can actually get someone high can be weighed, and they call that the pure weight. That's an impossible standard. The lab is not able to do that. As you can imagine, pounds of marijuana, someone picking through to try to take out all the pieces that are not doing. So it's not being done. It means that it's almost impossible in my county to bring a weight count for marijuana cannabis. It's been raised to the state legislature. I know Senator Kruger has some bill to try to deal with that, but it's one of the enforcement paradoxes, because even if you get a truck full of marijuana who's shipping it illegally from California in violation of all of our laws, the chance of having a case that's more than a misdemeanor is very slim.
Thank you.
Can I just add about driving under the influence of marijuana? We can prosecute it, but we need the drug recognition experts from the police department to sort of be on scene, because they can make a visual observation and make a determination with their training that someone is under the influence. They are few and far between, and that's a question for the police department. I think maybe there are 12 or 13 in the whole city. Staten Island gets one every so often. So, in reality, the DA Clark is absolutely right. It almost never is prosecuted, but it could be. And maybe it's a question for the PD, where they train more people, because you drive, I know, on the roads in Staten Island, it's wafting into your car from the next car. So people are doing it, and it's leading to a dangerous situation.
Thank you.
So we are almost there. This probably will be my last question. It's a 3-part question. The NYPD Commissioner Caban testified that despite his department's efforts, there's little accountability on the back end after they catch a suspect in the act of committing a crime. NYPD says this lack of consequences is furthering growth in recidivism by smaller numbers of people who he called career criminals. So my question is, do you agree with this perspective, and what are the types of offenses that make up much of recidivism, and what does your office see behind it from data and information from your prosecutors?
I'll give it a shot. In terms of what we see in, career recidivism, recidivists, we've used the term in our office, high utilizers, people who have, 50, 60, 70 arrests and prosecutions. They come in and out of the system. Traditionally, they are engaged in low-level offenses, things that are misdemeanors, and will not land them in state prison. So they wind up getting arrested, being prosecuted, and within days, weeks, or months being released and go back into that system. I think that the city needs to invest in solutions to that population. Even by NYPD's own calculus, 30% of a very small percentage of recidivists are responsible for up to 60, 70% of retail theft. These are the people that go back in and out. There's been some efforts in Albany to deal with that, but the reality is, you know, when I look at that population and we look at each and every one of those cases in my office very carefully, you know, we see the same troubling facts, which is you see high usage of drugs, dependency on drugs. You look at mental illness, issues of homelessness, and other you know, things that sort of relate to why they continue to go back and engage in that conduct. Separate and apart from some of the other conversations about organized retail theft, you know, that are, you know, done strictly for profit, but these are people who come in and out of the system because of drug use, mental health issues, and homelessness that, you know, we, and, you know, DA Clark talks about this all the time. They are causing great harm in our community, but the solutions to much of their problems look like mental health treatment, housing, opportunities to build life skills and to get job training and to get back into the market. In my office, when we see a repeat offender, when appropriate, driven by, you know, their level of recidivism and their level of harm, we will sometimes choose to indict them to try to force them into a program. You know, whether it be a mental health program or a substance use program. But those are the rare cases that meet the qualifications of raising it to a felony offense. But we see, you know, quite honestly, hundreds of people who come in and out of the system that are repeat offenders of low-level offenses, and the only solution that we have is, you know, a small jail sentence or the attempt to try to place them with a community-based organization to provide support and services. You know, our thinking in Brooklyn is that if you build enough community support around the person and have a placement, that we may have a better opportunity to prevent recidivism. But we've struggled. We've struggled tremendously with this population of high utilizers because the fact is that most of them are not housed. And without some kind of basic shelter in order to continue to make sure that they're getting their services, that they're receiving their medication, that we're keeping track of them, they get lost, and the next time we see them is because they've reoffended. And so there has to be much more infrastructure built around that. We're looking in Brooklyn to do, I think, what Manhattan is in the process of building, which is create more of a mental health services at our arraignment so that we can continue to keep track of these individuals and continue to make sure that we're getting services to them and having them take their medicine so that they'll decompensate and continue to commit more crime. But this is what we're seeing, you know, in terms of other violent offenders. The system, I think, has held them accountable. We work and you know, again, I stress this tremendously because it's contrary to the notion, but, you know, violent crime is going down in Brooklyn, and that is due to the hard work of many players, including the police department and the people in my office and many of the people on the ground, stakeholders who are working to prevent violence each and every day. And so I am optimistic that there will be a peace dividend in this city, that we are not going to continue to see rising crime levels. But this low-level offenses, these, you know, these the random attacks on our subway are problematic. And if we're seriously interested in reducing crime in this city, we have to have real substantive solutions involving mental health and housing. Those two go together. Without that, we will continue to see this low-level quality of life that is causing a lot of fear and is driving away business in communities, especially in our communities, communities of color.
What he said.
That's what she said.
This, the next part of the question, I'm gonna just ask both of them together. What role do you see the availability of diversion and intervention programs playing in recidivism? And what's your perspective and thoughts on what might it take to reduce recidivism?
I think it's just that, dealing with the root cause of why they are committing the crimes in the first place. You could keep throwing police and National Guard and the state police, but if you don't deal with in the subways that people actually are living there and that they're mentally ill and they don't even know better that they are sick and that they need help, we're never going to stop this. All the police in the world down there is not going to stop a mentally ill person from pushing one of those cops in the tracks, right? So we have to deal with the root cause. That's where the investment needs to go. We've never done it. We've never done it. The answer has always been put more police in there and put the DAs on it. We are not equipped to do it. It's not fair. It's not our job to do what needs to be done for unhoused people, for mentally ill people. That's not the police job. That's not my job, but it is now because nobody else is doing it. So the city needs to get real serious about putting the investment in that and looking at the laws that are there that unfortunately has to make the people get the treatment or the help that they need, even if they don't want to do it. And it takes everybody. Everybody plays a role in public safety, and that includes the people, the advocates for people that are mentally ill. That's the advocates for people that are homeless. That includes the defense bar. Like, when these services are there, we need to make sure that the people get the help that they need, and we all play a role. I'm willing to offer it every single time if it's going to stop them from doing what they're doing. But if they want to wait me out on discovery and say, don't take the plea or don't take the help, the case is going to be dismissed. We're not treating the problem. And throwing police at it and DAs and everybody else is not going to solve it. I want to help the people to stop them from having to go through what they're going through. It's painful to watch people suffer with mental illness. I have people in my family that deal with it. I know how hurtful it is. I know how hurtful it is with people that are suffering with substance use disorder that can't stop, so they're stealing because of it. I have that in my family as well, and my neighbors. I'm not just visiting the Bronx. I live there with the people every day. I know what's happening. So I think that if we really want to stop it, stop thinking that law enforcement is the answer and put the money into the social workers and the treatment and the job training and the housing. Housing is the #1 thing. If people had a stable place to live and be able to thrive, we would eliminate a lot of this. So I think that you asking me honestly, stop making me do that work. It's not my job. Let me focus on those real crime drivers that are causing the harm, that in spite of the treatment and everything else, if they're getting the treatment, we'll make sure we get that done. But those who just keep doing it for the sake of, causing crime, let me deal with that. That's what I need to deal with.
I repeat my last answer. I'm with her.
Well, yeah. So I guess we are. Thank you. Yes.
Just a point of personal privilege, Mr. Chairman, if I may just mention that I wanted to be on the record here at the City Council. Yesterday, the mighty Wagner College of Staten Island men's basketball team, with only 7 scholarship players and no reserves on the bench, took down the mighty Howard University men's basketball team. And they are the only New York City team, and really the only regional team, I believe, because we don't consider the University of Connecticut part of our region here in Staten Island, to be in the NCAA tournament. And on Thursday, they will be up against some team I never heard of, NC State. And so I hope everyone will be cheering for the mighty engine that could, the Wagner College men's basketball teams. Go Seahawks, and thank you for my time, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you as well, and thank you all for your testimony. Thank you. We'll briefly adjourn.